Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Wednesday, May the 25th. Not a nice day. That's shooting over in America. I mean, it's almost like on a weekly basis now, isn't it? Another lunatic gets hold of a rifle. Easy to get hold of. Machine guns, easy to get hold of. Handguns, easy to get hold of. You can buy them over the counter. You can go to certain big department stores. Just buy a gun. You just prove how old you are. You can buy a gun. And what do they do about it in America? Nothing. Nothing at all. They do nothing about it. You know, the Texas Public Safety Department told CNN 19 students and 2 teachers were killed after an 18-year-old lunatic, Salvador Ramos, entered the school with a handgun and possibly a rifle. He's been shot dead. But what has that solved? Nothing. Nothing at all. This will happen again and again and again and again. I've lost track of how many shootings they've had in America. All because the gun lobby is so powerful that they go, oh no, we should have access to guns. Lunatics. Bloody mad as broomsticks. But at least that bloke was shot dead, but not until he'd shot dead 19 other people. 19 school children and 2 teachers. Hope he's gone straight to hell. Straight to hell. Mind you, no different to Putin, is it really? He shoots people dead. They massacre people. I mean, in America, so far this year, 27 school shootings. 27 crackpots who've been allowed to buy guns, walk back into school and kill people. 200 mass shootings overall. But 27 school shootings in America so far this year. Somebody who's so deeply depressed and obviously hated all the people they went to school with that they go in there and they kill them. Don't know what you can say about it, apart from they need to get their gun laws in order and stop people being able to buy guns. And what you get from the president and from all their, lessons have been learned. Bloody nothing has been learnt. Our thoughts and prayers are with them. Well, whoopee-doo. Whoopee-doo you, Biden. Honestly, I mean, let's face it, you're nearing the end of your life. But at least you won't end up being shot dead by a gunman. Although it's happened to other people, hasn't it? Oh, dear, honestly. What a way to start a programme. What a way to start a programme with sort of something. When I first heard it, I thought, oh, not another one. And they don't seem to know what to do about it, because the gun lobby is so powerful and so strong over there. They could lose sponsorship and all sorts of things. I mean, luckily, we do have it over here, but not as badly. Over here, it's just dogs that savage people to death. And we go, oh, lessons have been learnt. No, they haven't. No, they haven't at all. Lots to talk about on the programme today. Crooks cashing in on the cost of living by selling on stolen meat and booze. They just go and nick it. And then they offer it to people in pubs. You want to buy some fillet steak? I've got some fillet steak here. Give us three quid for this. It's 12 quid normally. They've thieved it. That's what they do. People thieve. Booze, cigarettes. It's amazing the amount of replica cigarettes you can get. I don't know what other name for them, actually. But, where they're full of sawdust and all sorts of things like that. It's like buying drugs. Basically, you're buying rat poison. And I knew somebody who used to try and palm off Omo washing powder mixed with a bit of drugs because it looked as though it had drugs in it because they had little blue flecks. And people would go, oh, that's speed, is it? And you go, yeah, apparently so. And it wasn't. Just absolutely ridiculous. Boris Becker's been given an upgrade to a rural prison, and then we're going to ditch him out of the country. Sooner the better, as far as I'm concerned. And a major stroke has put Meghan's dad in hospital. So, I mean, she'll be doing the fake thing because they hate each other. They absolutely hate each other. She didn't invite him to the wedding. He wanted to come to the wedding, but she didn't want him there. Too embarrassing, I suppose, really. Rishi Sunak, while the rest of us are going to be struggling, you wait till you get your lecky bills in and all the rest of it. 2,800, they reckon. £2,800 this year it's going to go up to. And I love the way the energy companies go, well, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. Everything's going up, isn't it? But Rishi Sunak wanted to go to a Tory dinner in Wales, so because he's so stinking rich, he decided to pay £10,000 to fly by private helicopter. So he went to Battersea Heliport, and he picked up the helicopter, and they flew him for £5,000 each way to get him there and back for a Tory dinner in Wales. Makes you want to vomit. Makes you want to vomit. The British tourists who are suing TUI over food poisoning. Loads of people got food poisoning. My friend Toby Tarrant got food poisoning the other day. He wasn't on holiday. He just got... In fact, everybody else went down with it. That's the trouble. I can't remember where he was to get food poisoning. I think... but in this was in Lanzarote, or as we prefer to call it, Lanzagrotte. Ghastly place. Don't ever go there. It's got nothing on offer at all apart from food poisoning. And volcanoes all the way down the middle of the island. You pray they're going to go off. 83 holidaymakers, many of them with families. And there's another claim going in as well for another load of families. They're looking for £400,000. We went there. We had for breakfast, they put out fish that hadn't been gutted. Disgusting place. Absolutely disgusting. It's the biggest dump I've ever been to in my entire life. As I say, Lanzarote. Poor holiday, standards in the hotel. Animals and insects roaming in eating areas. Undercooked food. Yep. Maggots in the milk and fecal incidents in the resort pool. Don't go. Don't go. Their standards are low, low, low. Really very bad. Chimpanzees, we are told in the papers this morning, speak their own language. No kidding. How else? Write a book? It's more complex than we thought. Yeah, whatever. I mean, sorry, is this going to change it? You're not going to have a conversation with a chimpanzee. There was one in America who was very famous who learnt sign language. Unfortunately, the only sign language he didn't learn is, I want to kill you for putting me in a cage. It was as simple as that, actually, because every animal has got some sort of thing that they do, either to entice other animals of the same sexual persuasion. Pigeons do it all the time. You see them, and they sort of walk round in a little circle. It's basically they're after nookie. That's what they're after. It's as simple as that. I don't want to sort of, it doesn't last very long, actually, with pigeons. It's over and done with. As I say, the only good one under the wheels of my car. But being Wednesday, I was right. I knew it wasn't going to happen. I was so proven right, and I wanted to phone the producer up and go, you won't believe this. You won't believe this. Gemma Collins is not doing Chicago. Apparently an injury. You remember when she went into the jungle? I can't do it. I mean, honestly, what a useless waste of space. She's never managed to complete a programme yet, has she? Oh, she's fallen in a couple of holes. Always very funny for the rest of us. And she managed to make it to the Chelsea Flower Show, but she can't do Chicago, and there's no chance of her doing it. It's an old injury that's flared up again. She's only got to walk on stage and sing. They could have shoved her on in a wheelchair, couldn't they, really? But I don't think she had any intention of doing it. I bet she said to her agent, get me out of it. Get me out of it. I don't want to do it. Because it means actually having to work. If there's one thing she don't do, it's work, which is a shame, really. And I saw this scam the other day, and I didn't know I was witnessing a scam. And it's such a good one. I'd never thought about it before. But it was perpetrated by somebody in Twickenham who works in an Italian restaurant in Church Street. I know that because I've seen him loads of times before. And I remember looking at him thinking, and he did something, and then he did something else. And I said to my friend, I said, oh, he's done that. And he said, that's a scam. I said, is it? Never crossed my mind. Never crossed my mind. I shall tell you what it is a bit later on, because it's quite a clever one, for which there appears to be no solution. But he's obviously bent as a proverbial 9-bob note, because if he's prepared to do something like that, he's prepared. I think I've seen him before using a disabled sticker some years ago, because we used to have another woman who was using a disabled sticker. She wasn't entitled to use it. It was her mother who died some years before. But she'd basically just carried it. In America, they're very good. If they see somebody using a disabled sticker, and they go, oh, they've got a thing. If you park on a disabled bay, and you don't have a sticker on to drop somebody off, you get fined. How much? $880. If you, two of them, if you park on the bay illegally because you're not disabled, that's $880. And by parking on the bay, that's another $880. So you're looking at $1,700 for parking there. They're very hot on it in America. And a lot of people go walking up in the Hollywood Hills, but they park their cars on the side of the street, stick a disabled sticker on it and go off there. They're runners. Bent. And they come back and the police are going, and the film crew were out the other day. Fantastic. And they go to this woman who buried her head in her hands. I wanted to say, show us your face, love, you crook. And what they do is they're using some long dead person's sticker. So over there, the traffic wardens go, take that back. You've lost it. They have to reapply for their thing. Because some woman said, I've just dropped my mother off. And they went, OK, where is she? They went, oh, she's in the shopping centre. They went, you don't know where your mother is. You just dropped her off. Turned out she was lying through her teeth. Lying through her teeth. Off with a vintage full of wonderful things for Wembley Vintage Antique Market. We are right by Wembley Stadium. Will I see you there? Free parking, Steve, says Jeanette of Kingsbury. God bless the children in America beyond words. They've got to do something about it. But so far, they've done nothing. I'm not interested in that sad old man Biden going, oh, we send our sympathies and, and things like that. I mean, put it this way, let's put it into context. In the UK last year, deaths by guns, 155. That's 155 lives lost through people using guns. Gun deaths in America last year, 37,000. That's why they're screwed up. That's why they're screwed up. So for Biden to stand there, silly old man, going, oh, we send our sympathy. Of course we all send our sympathy. What are you doing about it? Nothing. Nothing, not a thing. Can't do anything, can you? The gun lobby will overrule you on everything. You'll never get it stopped at all. People have got guns all over the place. I remember years ago I did a feature on my programme and we had a guy from Time Out magazine. Not even sure if there is a Time Out magazine anymore, is there? Oh, good. Hate to think these things. It's free. Everything's free. But he did a piece on how easy it is to get a gun in London. How long would it take him to go out onto the streets of London and get a gun? 20 minutes. He walked into a pub. In fact, he went to quite a number of pubs to find out if he could get a gun, and he came away with a gun with bullets. It's as simple as that. Whether you're paying, £500, £1,000. But in America, 37,000 deaths through guns last year. And they don't realise that they've got a huge problem. It's no good parents going to the cemetery yet again to bury a child. And the president goes, we want to send our sympathy. And the mayor comes out and says, oh, it's really tragic and all the rest of it. What are they doing about it? Nothing. Can happen again today. Can happen again today. There are these lunatics who go out and buy guns. You've seen these people. They're the ones who we have to deal with here with the police interceptors. Disgusting people who spit on police officers and stuff like that. There was one bloke who was going around the other day on interceptors with a ball and chain, if you please. He was quite clearly out to lunch. They go round to his house, well, his mummy's house. She didn't want to let them in. You know why? She's a druggie. The mother is a druggie. That's how bad it gets. Anyway, Mary Beth in Maryland says, I just want to say I'm so glad to be able to finally relax and listen to you. I've been fixated to my television all afternoon and evening with that sad news of those 19 children and 2 teachers killed by that 18-year-old kid. This country's got to figure out how to prevent this kind of tragedy from happening. I worked in a middle school for 20 years, and believe me, this is something that does cross your mind, especially as the school system has in place active shooter drills. I wish the worst thing we'd have to worry about is something like Partygate. Thank you for being you, and I know that you will make me feel a bit better. I wish. They have gun drills, sort of like fire drills. What to do, in case of somebody coming into the corridors with a gun and just shooting indiscriminately. I mean, I don't know what the answer is. I really don't. Thank God we're not in that kind of situation. But it happens all over America. 37,000 people shot dead in America. 37,000 people sitting on a cloud going, what the hell was that? What the hell was that? That was the president doing nothing. Nothing at all. He's an old man. What does he know? He's probably been looking at funeral brochures for himself as opposed to worrying about, 19 children and 2 teachers. And then they'll come. I bet you they're going to come back with this thing. Tomorrow you'll see all the pictures of this bloke in the papers of some today. And they'll say, of course, he came from a troubled family. He didn't have the right upbringing in life. No, that apparently warrants in America going out and shooting people. Seriously, honestly, but whatever we've got going wrong with this country, and God knows we've got enough going wrong with it, it's not half as bad as their gun crime, is it? Not half as bad.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Not a brilliant start to the programme, is it? A very miserable start. And if you have just woken up, you probably might have missed the news. Another gunman on the loose in America. He's been shot dead. But not before he killed 19 students and 2 teachers. And you throw your hands up in the air. It was a primary school, because there's no answer to it, because these people, all of a sudden, they've been under the radar for such a long time, and they managed to walk into a place, produce a credit card and something showing their age, and they can buy a gun. And they can go out and they can just indiscriminately kill people. I don't know whether or not they've got a death wish themselves, because I've never actually kind of looked into things like that. You just sort of spare a thought for them. And the president, does his usual bit, as they all do, as the mayor did, as the chief of police did, extend commiserations and our sympathy to the families. Well, fat lot of bloody use that is to them. They don't want that at all. They don't want anything like that. It's really too depressing for words. Anyway. Oh, somebody the other day. Was it somebody? I can't remember. Somebody, we were talking about Harry and his dressing up as a Nazi. And somebody said, William did as well. Liar. William never dressed up as a Nazi. He was dressed up as something completely different. Honestly, some people are so stupid. It really does worry me a little bit. These people vote. Please God, not very often. And from lovely Noreen, she says, can you please wish our Michelle a very happy birthday from the gang? So, happy birthday, Michelle. Also, listening to yesterday's show and the seats on the train reminded me of an hysterical moment. About 1968, Mum and Dad and my young brother went on holiday to a caravan at St. Osyth. I think that's how it's pronounced. I hope so. My friend Bridie and I went down on the Middle Friday by train for the weekend. I was wearing a green check dress and Bridie a red and black thin-striped dress. On the train to St. Pancras, Bridie started giggling and pointing at my dress and the seats. The seats were green checked like my dress. We found it very funny. Blow me down. On the train from London, we suddenly realised the seats were red and black striped. I can't read the rest of it now because it's disappeared off the end of my screen. My screen will only take so many things and bits and pieces. And I need it to go from as two silly teenagers. And we found it hilarious. You can imagine. Counting down the days now till we fly to America to see Peter Noon. So the producer had no idea. But he did actually get it, Noreen. He said, is that Herman's Hermits? And I said, yes. And it's, yeah, well, you don't know any of the hits. At UBN, that was my favourite record. Peter Noon, No Milk Today. And also, I like he did a song about fish and chips. My Uncle Henry's got a fish shop down the high street. He did it at the Royal Variety Performance. Noreen will know this. And he did a medley of all the hits. Years may come, years may go. Oh, I know all of them. No milk today, my lover's gone away. The company was gay, it turned night into day. I think he was good. And he's still touring. He works on a radio station. I know everything about Peter Noon. And Noreen's huge fan. So she's going over there. I think she knows him. She's name-checking more celebrities than I am at the moment. It's very embarrassing. Honestly, I need to start upping the ante. I shall have to put that right, won't I? Definitely. Dawn Neeson talking in her column today, the excellent column in the Daily Star about football pitch invasions. Well, the other day we found 3 coppers, didn't we? A seriously high-ranking copper and 2 other people. And you think to yourself, what is it with these pitch invasions? We'll come around to her column a little bit later on. The other ones. So, more than 2/5 of British butterflies face extinction. You don't really see butterflies very often, do you? At one time, well, we lived in the countryside, Yorkshire, and we used to see butterflies all the time. Mainly because we had a garden up there, we had buddleia in the garden, that blue flower one, and it attracted butterflies like there was no tomorrow. And so we used to get the red admirals, we used to get the cabbage whites. All the time we'd see butterflies. Hardly ever see them now. I did have one on my patio last year, which I think pops back. I'm convinced it's a reincarnation of somebody I've lost. And it comes back and sort of floats around because the flowers are coming along great. We haven't actually got any flowers yet. Well, there's a couple of little flowers, but the rest of it is just going berserk. Which is lovely. So it's good. Biden needs to do a presidential order and change the law on buying guns, says Pete in Lancashire. They can't do it. The gun lobby is so powerful in America, they ride roughshod. Biden's hands are a little bit tied because the gun lobby is so powerful. They'll never, ever ban guns. Never. I mean, it's like the government saying, in this country, we're going to sort of bringing in cigarettes until you're 21. Well, you know, most kids nowadays can print off fake ID on the internet. They can print off everything. I find it absolutely amazing, actually. But Pete says, show some balls, Biden, and do something to prevent more loss of life. Listen, I'll be sitting here in 10 years' time, a little bit older, of course, probably a little bit wiser, and we'll still be talking about gun crime in America. Still be talking about it, and they will still have people who are mad, who've had, childhood upbringings that, weren't, something that you could live with for the rest of your life, and they want to go out and get a gun and they want to play like they're superheroes. And we help them. We go and see films which glorify violence, machine guns and people being blown up, and they go, they don't realise it's not real. They think it's real. The people who go see these things. I'll be back. Yeah, of course you will, sweet pea. They get sucked into this whole thing. You know, the more violent it is, I mean, you've heard of the dark web. Thank God it doesn't really come into our lives at all. They get sucked into all this weird stuff and they start believing it. And then they go onto the computer and they find other lunatics who are equally as mad as they are. You know, and you get some horrendous stories. There was that poor lad some years ago who, they did a documentary about him. I think he was about 15. He was into computer games and he meets this guy online and they play this game and all the rest of it. And the guy invites this young boy round to his house and he subsequently murders him. But then he phones up the police. They've got the recording of him saying, I've just killed somebody. And so the woman says, so let me finish, he says, let me finish. And he starts being very aggressive. And this lad lost his life because this was somebody obsessed with computer games. It's like people who start off smoking joints and dope, and they go, I'm in control. I do it because it helps my my illness, and it helps this, and it helps that, and, you know, medicinal cannabis is fine, and all the rest of it. And then gradually it starts having less and less of an effect, so people move to something else. Oh, I tried cocaine the other day. Oh, look at me chasing the dragon with heroin. And don't think it doesn't happen like that, because that's exactly how it happens. Have you ever had a conversation with somebody who's stoned out of their mind on weed? You might as well be talking to the Pixies. Seriously. It's very worrying. Very worrying. Steve, crazy, isn't it? You could buy an assault rifle at 18 in America, but you can't get a gin and tonic till you're 21. No. Shame the Texas governor voted against advanced background checks too. Shane says, do you remember the Seekers? Judith Durham and the Seekers? Are you mad? I could sing you every one of their songs. I was listening to a classic hits radio station, says Shane, and they played the Seekers, The Carnival Is Over. Say goodbye, my own true lover. Oh, I loved everything. Train whistle blowing makes a cheery noise. Oh, wonderful. The Seekers, Judith Durham. You know, she was very ill. I think she's going out with, or she lives with, Athol Guy. I'm pretty certain it might be the other one. But no, I've got their DVD of their last concerts. And, they did everything, including the I am, you are, we are Australian. And it's beautifully done. I mean, I thought they were fabulous. I thought they were absolutely fabulous. And so I've got the Greatest Hits album with hit after hit after hit. And Judith Durham with that unique voice. So, yes, Shane, very good, very good. Stephen says, Steve, they'll never change the gun laws in America. My solution, make bullets $100 each. They won't stop them. They won't stop. You can make them. Listen, I thought making cigarettes, 20 quid a packet would stop people smoking. Don't be so ridiculous. Yeah, only 14 for some of the producers' ones. And one here that says, a quick note to say, I enjoyed your all-talk interview with Ian Dale. Although I've read various things about you. Oh, you can read things about me all over the place. I'm still available, actually, on our global player. And he said, one of the advantages of working shifts as a police officer. He says, fascinating hearing about your life and career in detail. I know. It's odd, isn't it, really? I never think about this as a job. But it is a job. I tell people who work on the programme, I always say to them, just remember, no matter how much fun we're having, it's a job. This is what I earn money doing. I can't believe it either. The government paid my pension today. I was very pleased. I thought, oh, look, all of a sudden there's a few £100 extra. That's going to go nowhere, isn't it, with all these bills coming in? Just remember. So, I don't know what are they going to do if you're going to get to that stage where the bills are going to start coming in, £2,800, upwards, and people go, I can't pay it. What are they going to do? Take people to court? What, fill up the prisons with people who can't afford to pay their bills? Can't wait for this one. This is going to be interesting. John in Colchester says, I was walking through Boston in Lincolnshire and walked past a charity shop that was raising funds for the Butterfly Hospice. Good Lord, I've never even heard of such a thing. We used to have down at Syon Park, down the road from me, years ago, it was the Butterfly House. And in fact, they've got one at London Zoo, and you walk in, it's got double doors, and you have to check yourself on the way out in the mirror to make sure you've not got a butterfly that's attached itself to you. But they used to have the Butterfly House at Syon Park, and I used to love that. I thought it was quite. I banged my head on a thing this morning. I don't know why. Towel rail. I thought it was bleeding, but it's not. So we lived to fight another. Yeah, not a towel rail. There was a towel. I pulled the towel down. I looked underneath it. As I went up, I banged my head on it. Which was very silly. Very silly. But a Butterfly Hospice. I like it when they show you them in their little sort of cocoons and all the rest of it, and then they emerge, and you look at them and you think, God, they're so beautiful. Some of them at Scion House and Park used to be beautiful.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
.com for opening times.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. 27 minutes to 5. So this blue and white checked gingham dress worn by Judy Garland in the 1939 film was going to go on sale, but a judge blocked its sale. It was going to be part of a Hollywood memorabilia sale. It was memorabilia sale in Los Angeles on Tuesday. It was rediscovered at the school last year, the Catholic University of America. It had an estimate of $800,000 to $1.2 million for the dress, and it was then withdrawn. It was withdrawn, and the reason that it was withdrawn is because somebody else came forward and said, that's mine. I don't know why, or I don't know how. So Bonhams, sort of had to sort of take it off. Apparently it was a lawsuit filed by a relative of Father Gilbert Hart, who worked at the university and was given the dress in 1973. Well, he died in 1986, and a niece, Barbara Ann Hartke, 81, filed a lawsuit after media accounts of the dress was going up for sale. In her lawsuit, she said that as her uncle's closest living relative, the dress belongs to her. She says it was given to him as a personal gift by the actor Mercedes McCambridge. Now, according to her lawsuit, the university has no ownership interest in the dress, as there is no documentation demonstrating Decedent ever formally or informally donating the dress to Catholic University. But I thought it was. It's very complicated, but the Americans tie you up in knots. And the Catholic University officials said the dress went missing for decades after being given to Hartke, then head of the drama department. Now, Garland wore several versions of the dress during the filming, and the one found at Catholic University was one of the two that still had the accompanying blouse, and the one that Garland wore in the scene in the castle of the Wicked Witch of the West. Bonhams had no comment. It happens, things like that. So, I don't know whether this 84-year-old woman's going to get control of it, because it was given to her uncle, but he worked at the school, and I thought it was given to the school because it was a very famous dress. There is lots of these items which are doing the rounds. I forget how many pairs of red shoes there were that Dorothy had, and so somebody would say, how many pairs? And they go, well, actually, there was the one she wore, then there was two spares, and then there was some in case it got damaged, because you had to sort of make them all at the same time. So there'd be loads of these things floating around. Like I told you before, when we went onto the film lot in America, I think there were about 6 or 7 pairs of red shoes, and we saw the Batman car, the Batmobile, and they've got about 7 of them in a garage, but all different types. One with no front on it, so they could mount the camera, so they could get the close-up shots. One which was half the car, so they could film sideways into it. One which was all of it, except the roof, so they could film in over it. It's all very cleverly done. It's like, all the T-Rexes. They were furious. The T-Rexes went up in arms. Seriously furious. Sorry. Okay, I'm representing the T-Rexes for Jurassic Park, of which there is another film out. Let's really milk it. And it's a case of, sorry, how many T-Rexes? Well, there's 4 of us in the Union. Okay, we will run, but only briefly. And we will eat the trees and stuff like that. Okay, and we will expect 4-star accommodation, if not 6-star accommodation. And so that's why the T-Rexes didn't feature in all of the Jurassic Parks, because they couldn't agree with the Union for them. The new film out is next month. It's another one of these where this is Jurassic World Dominion. You know what it's going to be? It's going to be some other idiot getting into a car and they're going to go, let's just go off-road for a little bit. No, don't. Please don't go off-road, because it's going to you're going to be caught by the T-Rexes, and there's going to be raptors and velociraptors and all these other sorts of things. Because the first one I understood, when the poor bloke was sitting on the toilet and they picked him up, I thought, now if that doesn't make you go, nothing will. And then after that, and they sort of ate him. I don't know, they spat him out. Then they put sheep out, and then somebody was trying to. It was all a little bit scary. It's their eyes, isn't it? But of course, bear in mind, it's only pretend. It's only pretend. It's not, they really didn't. Although I love the idea of a Jurassic Park. Makes Alton Towers seem a bit tame, doesn't it? And Chessington World of Adventure. Imagine. Would I go? I probably would, actually. I probably would. I mean, not as excited as the people on the Elizabeth line, who were very excited the other day. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I thought, seriously, my God, get a life. Anyway, Steve, good morning. Always lovely to hear your voice across Singapore. We're working on converting the street and my university students to your show. It's a work in progress. We, of course, bought your tote bags and your Prosecco glasses, but unfortunately we broke a couple. Perhaps you could add these back into the mix in addition to something else. I know we'd buy both again, and I'm sure many others will. Well, I'm expecting it. We haven't got any more glasses left. Well, as far as I know, I don't think we have. I'm pretty certain we hadn't. Because we had some which we took to the last show, which was sort of left over. And they're a bit like the Wizard of Oz dress. There's a few little ones. I've got one, and I had to beg to get that. I've got tote bags, and I've got the tea towels. I don't have a tray. You got the tray? You say I don't have the tray. You took my tray, and what was the other one? Oh yes, then there's going to be the one this year, and I can't tell you what it is, but you're going to want it. A, because it's lovely. Well, it will be. And B, because it's going to raise a lot of money for Make Some Noise. And as you know, we've raised millions over the years because basically I like selling people something, so giving you something in return for you giving us something. So you've ended up with something. So effectively, it's not really you giving us any money as a donation because you've got an item, you've bought an item, whether it was the tray or I think we did about 10,000 of the tea towels. I found, actually, I've got a couple more left, which I'm keeping. I'm not using them. I'm not using them. They're going to be there. I'm going to be buried with the things, I think, I should imagine. Steve, the butterfly hospice is for people, not for butterflies, says Rob on the A21. Why is it called the butterfly hospice? Is there a name for it? Because I like hospices. I have to like hospices. My mother died in a hospice, and they do a lot of great work. James says Steve Allen for Prime Minister. Yes, I'm not sure about that. And Dee says Judith Durham married their pianist Ron Edgeworth, and they were together for 25 years until his death. Is she with somebody else? Is she with somebody else? And I can't remember now, Judith. But I mean, she's in her late 70s now. But such a unique voice, Judith Durham of the Seekers. Seriously, such a unique voice. It's in Boston, in Lincolnshire, the Butterfly Hospice Trust. So that's where it is. Oh, I think that's quite a nice idea, actually, don't you? The Butterfly Hospice. I can't remember the name of the one that my mother was in. Sula says, loved your chinwag with Ian Dale. You soppy pair, both sobbing away. Would have been rude of me not to join in. Good job I wasn't wearing mascara. Couldn't help it. I can't remember what it was that started me off. And then something that started him off as well. I know it's about 37 minutes in, and my friend Rich. Oh, that's right. We're talking about producers leaving. And about it being a family. And it's, some of them couldn't really count. They can, small family, very small family, It's a bit like doing, a film, Goodbye, Mr. Chips, and at the end of the film, he's dying, and the headmaster says to the caretaker, "Can you not ring the bell tonight? Mr. Chips is not very well." And so he went, "Yeah, okay." And they all go round and they go, "You're all right, you're good." And he said, "Yes." And then somebody said among the masters standing in the room, they said, he did marry. And they said, "Did he?" "Yes, she was killed." And then they said, he said, "It's a shame they never had any children." And Mr. Chips opens an eye and goes, What's that? Didn't have any children, but we did. All boys." And that was it. Then he sort of passed on. More like "Good night, Mr. Tom. We end up calling you Dad." Talking of music, did you see Barry Manilow on G&B the other day? Made some great records, but how much work has he had done? Oh, I think he had a swimming pool put in and a small extension. And yet they all do it in America. They all do it. People like having cosmetic work done. The trouble is for us, we go, oh, they look like, oh my God, what have they done? What have they done? You can go too far with it. and it starts looking bad. So when you get to Ryland's state, where he dyes his hair, he's had all his teeth done and all the rest of it, it must be a constant nightmare keeping up with it, because at some point you're going to age. When you look at Barry Manilow, it's a case of, I don't know what to say, because I was a big fan of Barry Manilow. Went to see him in concert, thought he was great. And then all of a sudden he came back with this. Well, first of all, then he admitted he was gay. How old is he? 81? How old? 78. 78 now. But he's had so much work done, it doesn't look like Barry Manilow. But of course it was interesting. And people were saying, you know, all his fans, mainly women, most of them accepted the fact he was gay. They couldn't care less, because he started off playing in the New York gay bathhouses. He played piano in the New York gay bathhouses, and that's where his career started. So it came as no surprise to anybody when he finally came out in the advanced years that he was by going, yes, I am gay. And I think Sinatra said he was his natural successor. Oh, yeah, I mean, he does a show, and he's saying, you know, I mean, I still think, oh, Mandy, well, I still think that was a brilliant song. Copacabana, I thought was a great song. I write the songs that make, you know, all of that kind of stuff. I'll never forget the day, says Connie in Stockwell, in 1996, when I switched on the TV to watch the news at lunchtime, and the breaking news of the mass shooting in the school in Dunblane came on. The children who died were so young, and their parents rushed to the school. I had tears in my eyes. I always think of that day. Yes, in fact, we were talking about that, the producer and I, just a second ago, actually, because we tend to forget. Mind you, I'm old enough to remember the disaster at Aberfan in Wales. This is where the slag heap slid down. They just kept adding to it, and then it slipped down the mountain and engulfed the school. And I can remember people getting out there, the whole village getting out there to try and dig with their bare hands to get these pupils out. And lots of people died in the Aberfan disaster. And again, it was just, you know, you'd forgotten about the coal mining and these slag heaps. So they brought everything up, and they just kept piling, just got higher and higher and higher and higher. It was like a mountain all by itself. 1966, that was. 1966. I can't remember exactly what. I just remember that I was hearing about it and watching it on the television. There were 144 deaths. And that was a man-made disaster. They didn't think that when this slag heap got wet, which it did do, it just slid down the mountainside. If you look at the pictures, it was just unbelievable. It's like people who get caught in volcanoes and all the stuff comes down the mountain and your house vanishes. In the Aberfan disaster, it was just heartbreaking. But everybody remembers these things. You know, if you were there, you remember it, because it was so tragic for the families, just trying to find anything. And then after a while, they just gave up and they couldn't find anybody anywhere else, because it was a mining community, and it was just their worst day. It really was.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. So the cost of a fry-up has gone up by, wait for this, a staggering 40 pence in the last year. Who gives a toss? They've made a big deal about it in the newspapers today. The cost of a fry-up has gone up by 40 pence. Oh, I don't know if I can afford to live. I might just have to die to get through this one. Jane Moore talks about Raymond Blanc's fake accent. Somebody called Dom Joly was talking about it and reckoned that it was sort of put on. And then Jane Moore said she always believed that Gino D'Acampo, his accent was fake, because he's lived in this country since he was a boy. And, you know, he's still talking like this, and you think, no. I think you come off air and you go, all right, is that all right, mate? How do you feel about that? I don't believe a word of it. Bowel babe Deborah isn't slowing down despite end-of-life care. She's determined to make the most of it. Really, definitely. Football fans could be allowed to stand on terraces by next season. So glad I don't follow football. I can't think of anything worse, hanging around with the great unwashed. And Calvin Harris and Vic Hope have got engaged. I mean, going out 5 months. I mean, that's a little bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? I mean, you shouldn't go out with things like that. And the drugs gang boss, who's running a home for vulnerable children, raking in about 70 grand a month. For these, they buy a house, and then they get paid something like 4,000 quid a week for a child, which they look after. I mean, it can go up to 10,000. And this one is a drugs gang boss. He's been in prison. And there's quite a number of people who are slightly dodgy hanging around with these kids in these homes. The civil servants threaten a national walkout over job losses and pay. And a lot of people talking about the train strike, the RMT. My God, have you seen how much their chief execs are earning? £120,000, £130,000 a year. Talk about champagne socialists, and they go, our members are working class. What a load of old cobblers, honestly. They do come up with rubbish. But go on, do it. In the middle of a pandemic and a recession. Fantastic. Just the right thing to do to bring the country to its knees. But, of course, they're not going to give in and say, oh, have all this extra money. As somebody pointed out in one of the papers, for sitting on your bum, walking up and down the train and making a little announcement about and drinking a cup of tea, you get paid £50,000 a year. Not bad, is it? Biggest walkout in decades. No trains after 7 p.m. 40,000 staff opt for action. Good. Good. Well, when you find empty shops and there's no food, you can starve along with the rest of us. 89% voted in favour of strike action. Yep, fantastic. You do what you want. Do what you want. The summer of rail strikes. Every train line, apart from one, I think, on the Isle of Man, are sort of going in for it. Fantastic. I mean, not the brightest or the most intelligent, but, you know, that's what you want to do and bring the country to its knees. Fantastic. It's brilliant, isn't it, really? Unless the government make it illegal. Barry Manilow was Bette Midler's pianist in the New York gay bathhouse, says Peter. Yes, Bette Midler used to sing in the bathhouses, but I mean, she had to, for goodness. I mean, their careers crossed paths. They worked together on a couple of records years later, but they did the Continental Baths in New York. The New York bathhouses were where they reckoned AIDS started. It spread quite quickly. It was basically just a cruising place. Now, I can't remember at the time whether being gay was illegal or whether it wasn't illegal. I've lost track of it because at one time it was 21 in this country, then it became 18, and then it's 16. It depends on the state, doesn't it? I think in the Deep South, I don't think they've ever heard of gay people at all. People would sort of cross the road, you know, if they saw a gay person coming towards them. I'm watching this programme at the moment. It's fabulous. It's called $1 Million Properties, and it's basically a bunch of very camp men selling property in America. And one of them's a right old Mary. I mean, honestly, I can't be... Even his boyfriend said to him, just slow down. Don't you talk to me like that. And all this kind of thing. But anyway, they've got this fabulous house to sell. And it cost, I mean, it's a bargain, $66 million to build it. It's a mansion with everything. It's in America, just about 40 miles outside of Los Angeles. It's beautiful. Beautiful. But it's so big... Nobody's buying it. It's been on the market for about 5 years. It's now down to about £26 million. It's huge. It's got indoor-outdoor pools. It's got a shooting gallery in it. The bedrooms are in. It's just vast. And they're having to sort of... But it cost $66 million to build the thing. And I was looking at they turned up by helicopter to go and have a look at it. And even they were sort of knocked sideways by this thing. And I remember thinking, fantastic. You imagine living there. I mean, even the guys that are being shown around said, do you ever get lost? And he went, yeah, frequently. Because it's... it might be, I need to see it from the other side. Yeah, no, they can't be this one because this is this... This is this villa, which is 66 million. They're selling it for 129 million. This one's on the market for about 30 million. And it's huge. It's huge. I mean, it's got staff quarters. The kitchen is enormous. Enormous. And you think to yourself, you know, I mean, they'd be doing this one because they'd be getting a lot of commission. So it's, I forget how big it is, but 66 million to build the thing. So you're going to get real value for money. Top quality marble everywhere. The entire place is marble. Marble bathrooms, marble floors, marble up the ceiling, painted like a Sistine Chapel in one of the bedrooms. It's just fantastic. Just beautiful. Have you found it? No, you can't find it. It's because, but it's the most expensive house in that area where it is. So it's got what they call curb appeal, you know, to have a house this big. So they landed by helicopter, chatting away to this guy who was showing them around. It turned out he wasn't the head honcho. They needed to go to somebody else. They said, what, we've wasted money on a helicopter. And I thought, oh, you tight-fisted so-and-sos. I loved it. It's quite, is that it? I don't know. Difficult to tell. No, this one I think is built on this sort of hill. I mean, they've got some huge places. But what would you do if you... I mean, none of the oligarchs can have it because all their money's frozen because they're all corrupt. So you can't sell it to any of them. But some of these places... I mean, I don't know what you do with something like that. Even if you had a big family, there's a limit. There's a limit to how big a house you would want, but it was the fact that it was 66 million to build, and now you can get it for 30 million. I thought if I'd won the lottery, I'd have barely done it as well. What else we got? A lot of famous faces buzzing around Anne Robinson's job. Hugh Edwards apparently is after it, so they say. Definitely not. Boring, boring, boring. We're not interested. Listen, you can read auto cue. That's good enough. Don't stretch yourself. We don't need anything else like that. It's not that hard to do Countdown because you don't have to really exert any personality in it. You just sort of have to sort of sit there and go, your 30 seconds starts now. You know, and that's about it as far as I know. The BBC running that ticker tape on the bottom of the screen which said Manchester United are rubbish. It turns out they had a trainee who was learning how to do the ticker tape thing, and he just put, or she just put, Manchester United are rubbish. Of course, Manchester United go, bunch of girls' blouses, honestly. You can't believe it. Why are you complaining about that? They made a mistake. People don't seem to accept mistakes nowadays, do they? Which is very odd. Ricky Gervais appears to have upset people. He's doing jokes about all sorts of things. Well, don't go and see his show then. Nothing worse than moaning Marys or moaning Minis. Oh, like that, you know. I love it. Anton Deck appearing in another advert for Santander. This time they're going to recreate their Let's Get Ready to Rumble. It's getting a bit sad now. They're two old men. They've done, well, that's why I thought they'd already done it, actually, but they obviously need the money. And if you fancy a pair of Queen Victoria's knickers, and who doesn't, let's face it, as I say, knickers to her, to the rest of us, a small circus tent. And they're going for about £7,000. I don't like to think about it. It's not a very nice thing. I don't know who owns them, actually. I don't know who owns them. Well, Queen Victoria, I suppose. Queen Victoria. I'm still addicted to posh porn. I love that, posh porn. Steve, I think the Fred Syriacs accent is fake. Something about it makes me think it's not genuine, says Jennifer. I mean, he's just a maitre d'. I don't know why they bother him. His personality is a bit on the ground, isn't it? But there again, is he French? Nobody ever said the French had personalities. Nobody bothers. So, have you seen them? What, Victoria's knickers? Of course I haven't seen them. Yes, she had a 52-inch waist. She was a chubby little thing, wasn't she, really? Look at, they are quite big, aren't they? They're commonly known as bloomers. I love the way he's had to wear gloves to hold them. I mean, they could take up a washing machine by themselves. The Queen Victoria's bloomers. Is it funny? So, I mean, how would you get hold of a pair like that? Would she have sort of gifted you a pair of her knickers? And then you go, oh, thank you so much, Your Majesty. We're very grateful for that. A pair of your own knickers. You know, got any cotton buds? You know, it must have been in her will or something like that. I quite like the idea, but I wouldn't want to buy them. What would you say to somebody? I've got a pair of Queen Victoria's knickers. It doesn't make any sense at all. There's an Eric Cantona shirt for £10,000. That seems kind of marginally better value. And Gordon Ramsay, we're told by a well-known chef, is having to tone his act down now because for years he's been known as rude, insulting, vulgar, a bully, you know, every F word under the sun he comes up with. And he suddenly realised that it ain't paying dividends anymore. People have suddenly realised, you know, you need to sort of, you know, it's getting a bit tedious. Somebody comes in and you go, what the F is this? What the F is that? Really ghastly. But there you go. I'm sure it's rubbed off quite well on him. They queued overnight to get on the Purple Line, but the rail workers are now planning this strike. The Purple Line did very well. There seemed to be loads of them. And then halfway through, an alarm went off. They thought they had a fire. And so they said, you need to evacuate the station. So they all had to leave the station. Then they worked out that it was all right, actually. It was okay. David in Shropshire says, when I was in Las Vegas in 2019, a cab driver told me I was in the safest place in America because of the mob. He said if, for example, LA gang members came to Vegas looking for trouble, they wouldn't last 24 hours. But unfortunately, it isn't the safest place, was it? There was somebody in a hotel room who was shooting people dead. And so it's not the safest place in America. Gangsters or no gangsters or mobsters. But it was built on mobsters. I don't think it's so much built on mobsters now. They've actually moved on a lot from gambling. They've gone into legit businesses. You know, like street cleansing and the rag trade and stuff like that. Let's take a short break, shall we? For the news at 5 o'clock. Chance to go and get yourself a quick cup of tea, which is quite nice. You get a cup of tea in the morning or a cup of coffee. Do you know, I've not drunk a cup of coffee for ages. Not for ages and ages. I'm trying to cut back. I'm obviously drinking too much tea. But no, I don't want one now. I'm going to go and get a cup of tea, which is very nice. Anyway, you go and get yourself a cup of tea, and we'll come back. We'll take more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So back with you in about 3.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. It's May the 25th. This is LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you until 7, Monday through Friday. And the podcasts as well. And so that you can relive happy days. And so I think you should go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. Download the Global Player app, and that means you can go on holiday or go around the world. You can always hear LBC. It means you don't need to worry about it. That's why we are brand leaders. That's why we are very popular. And more people download our things than many, many other stations, which is always very pleasing and very nice indeed. So thank you for that. And if you go and download it, and then you can download all the podcasts. It's all free. There's no cost for anything. They used to charge for podcasts years ago. Anybody who charges you for a podcast, never bother paying it. You can get so many for free now. So I've got a little bit extra and the whole show. And then Ian Dale's All Talk as well. And there's also all of my In Conversations, which go back years. There's literally thousands of podcasts, not just mine. They're all over the place. You can listen back to the show on there too. So every day, 2 podcasts for you. You can listen to any LBC show. It's brilliant because if you sort of want to listen back to Nick Ferrari, you can just log on and you download all of Nick Ferrari's programs. Of course, I'd rather you listen to my podcast, but that's so we've done. We think we're about 22.5 million downloads at the moment, which is not bad. So not bad. I'm not sort of going to get too excited over it because there's always somebody somewhere in the world that will get more downloads, but it doesn't matter. You're very loyal and we're very, very grateful. Dave in Plymouth says, Steve, regarding the Texas shooting, some attorney is calling for teachers to be armed. It's a bit sad, isn't it, really? A sick society that arms teachers. And also, what do? Do they sort of keep the gun in the desk in front of them? Because if somebody then bangs open your door and starts firing with a machine gun, and you're going, wait a minute, let me just find my gun, it's in here somewhere. So you've got a loaded gun in the classroom. I mean, that's even playing into people's hands. They just need to ban the sale of guns because and more young people are getting hold of these things now, mainly because the parents have got them. And so the kids want them as well. And in certain parts of America, I mean, you can buy in the supermarkets. You can buy guns in the supermarket and you don't need to prove anything apart from an age thing. So you produce your license and everything else. It's just absolutely atrocious. And there's nothing that I could say or that you could say or that Biden can say or anybody can say about the death of 19 more kids and 2 teachers. You can't say anything about that. That's 19 more coffins. The nails in the coffins. This year so far, 37,000 people have been killed in America by guns. 37,000 people. And still they do, that was last year, still they do nothing about it. And they seem to express surprise every time it happens. And we then do our interviews and we say, isn't it dreadful? What can be done about it? And they haven't got the faintest idea. They can't stop. They've got 37,000 deaths. Wouldn't that be lovely if you could actually stop it? But you can't. It's way, as I said, I keep going on about the gun lobby in America, but it's very, very powerful. Very powerful. What else have we got? Putin ill, but will survive, which is rather a shame, isn't it, really? Because he should go straight to hell. And what was the other one? Oh, the cringing families voting for the cheesiest dad joke. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know. It's another one of these sort of things. People say, do you want to get some publicity? Oh, why don't you put out something like, what's your favourite fish and chip meal? You go, listen, go contact Radio Shropshire. They can't be long for this world, can they? Poor souls. Never mind. They do sort of get there. It's Phil. One of the worst fake accents, I think, is Lloyd Grossman. He's American. Why don't you just talk American instead of putting this annoying English accent on? It gets on my wick. What are you saying? He's Canadian, actually. He's not American. He's Canadian. But also, I mean, is he on the television at the moment? I haven't seen Lloyd Grossman on the television for ages and ages. And he always used to talk like that. He's American. Oh, he is American. He's not Canadian. Why did you think he was Canadian? He's got sources out, hasn't he? He's got Lloyd Grossman sources and stuff like that. But no, I mean, Gino D'Acampo, that's quite clearly fake. Who would live in a house like this? Dreadful programme, honestly. They should have... I mean, I always was shocked by that as bringing back Challenge Annika. I remember thinking the other day, God, Struth, honestly. They've got no idea about television programmes, have they? They really don't. They don't know. And these talking head programmes where they sort of invite a load of old nobodies to sort of comment on something. And it's just rubbish. It's just absolute rubbish. It's a cheap thing. They give them 200 quid or 250 quid and they sort of let them pontificate on it, and you get all sorts of people. The 50 most shocking celebrity moments of the 90s, and they ask all these dreadful people. The talking heads will probably get about 250 because they record different pieces and they sort of say to them, oh, so just what do you think about, sweets are going up in price? Are they really? Oh, I can't believe it. I mean, you sort of get all these people and your heart drops, doesn't it, really? Because you have to sit there and work out who they are. Mainly because we haven't got any idea. And then you work out they were probably in Hollyoaks or something like that about 300 years ago, which is about as ghastly as it gets. Meghan's dad's ill at the moment. He was rushed to hospital. You never just sort of politely sort of wander in. He was rushed to hospital. His son, Thomas Jr., 55, was with him. And last night, Samantha was dashing to his bedside. She said, we're praying. What for? Praying for what? What, a recovery? Well, that comes down to the doctors. Praying won't do any good. It'll come down to the doctors. Meghan and Harry are also due in the UK for the Jubilee. So we don't have to see them anywhere. We don't really want to see them because they'll overshadow Her Majesty. And that's one thing we don't want. Energy bills up by another 800 quid. What are they going to do? So energy price cap for winter 2021 was 1,277 quid. Estimated price cap this winter, 2,800. And I bet there'll be half of you going, where do we get that from? I've no idea. No idea. No idea. So apparently Meghan's dad has lost his voice after the stroke. So all the papers now can do pages on strokes and what are the signs and, what do you do about it? We get it on the television and everything else. One Direction's Liam Payne is dating a model. He just seems to date models, doesn't he? That's what he does, which is great. Probably doesn't want to marry them, I suppose. And Calvin Harris and Vic Hope have got engaged 5 months after meeting. Apparently, pals say Calvin popped the question a fortnight ago under a favourite tree on his farm in Ibiza. Riveting. Riveting. Vic is... What's your favourite tree? Contact Radio Shropshire. They love stuff like that. He split with his previous love in March, and Vicky's been single since 2018. Well, there you go. And the West Ham star admits animal cruelty. This is Kurt Zuma. What a disgusting piece of pond life he is. And he kicked the pets in the RSPC care. He must be made to pay. Well, he's already been fined $250,000. He's lost his sponsorship. But apparently, very strangely, lawyers for Kurt Zuma were granted a gagging order yesterday to prevent the media identifying the town or county he lives in. Well, we know exactly where he lives. What are you on about? This is a very bizarre one, isn't it? Judge Susan Holdham agreed publication would be reckless as she imposed a Section 11 contempt of court order, usually reserved for national security cases. I don't quite get it. The request was backed by lawyers for Zuma's brother. It means details of neither's address can be made public, despite the name of Kurt's town being widely reported online. Newspaper groups opposed the decision. Zuma's barrister, Trevor Burke, added that his client had faced racist threats to kill on social media. And he said the worst, the Football Association... Well, I mean, we don't really expect footballers to start kicking cats around the kitchen. I don't know about you, matey. But There's no justification for it at all. But the Premiership-style Zoomer now had 24/7 security. Apparently, Mr. Burke said social media firms had closed 100 accounts and police have investigated 150. Charges were likely in 7 cases. So there you go. Oh, look, she's back on the catwalk again. Sharon Stone, showing off her pins in a Dolce & Gabbana gown at the Cannes Film Festival. Do these people ever work, or do they just wander up and down a red carpet? What's it all about? I can't believe it's still going on. I mean, it's very nice dressed, dear, but I mean, you know, she's 64 now. She arrived for a screening of a sci-fi horror flick, Crimes of the Future, along with the film stars Léa Seydoux and Kristen Stewart. So not her at all. Not her at all. And the cost of a fry-up, as I say, is gone. They're making such a big deal about this. 40 pence has gone up. If it had gone up 10 quid, I could have understood. People would be excited. It's gone up to not 40 pence. That's just ridiculous. Because they say now sausages, a kilo is up 28 pence. Bacon, a kilo, up 21 pence. White loaf, up 8 pence. Dozen eggs, up 37 pence. Mushrooms, up 11p. And tomatoes, up 53 pence. So that means that in total, it pushes the price of breakfast up 40 pence. So for the basic ingredients, £6.83. Well, don't worry about it then. Go and eat somewhere else. What are they making such a big deal about it for? Can't believe it. Jane Moore. Doctors must be free to tell the truth about weight problems. And we now seem to reach peak denial in this country, where, according to the UN, an astonishing 63.7% of adults are now overweight and 29.5% are obese. Big surprise there? I think not. And here we go. The Kardashian clan have issued a tranche of filtered photos from the wedding of Kourtney to Blink-182 drummer Travis Barker. What a non-entity family they are. They really are, honestly. What do they talk about? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And comedian Dom Jolly. He's still around. Hello? Is he still around? I can't believe it. He's always been suspicious of Raymond Blanc's strong French accent. We've always been suspicious of anybody calling you a comedian, but, you know, give or take, give or take. He says, I have a sneaking suspicion his real name is Ray White and he has a family in Southend. Once he's finished with the professional Frenchman's shtick, he drives home for some jelly deals and an evening at the Dogs. Jane Moore says, I feel exactly the same about the telechef Gino D'Acampo, who, despite his comedically strong Italian accent, I have long suspected is really called Gordie Campbell and hails from Glasgow. I always thought it was fake. Why talk like this? You know, he's lived in this country since he was a child. I don't quite understand it. I'm convinced he walks off set and goes, I think that's great. That worked really well, wasn't it, today? Interestingly, the bowel babe, Deborah James, at least we're talking about it, says, I don't plan to die yet, but I'm scared to go to sleep. I would have thought that would be the best time to go when you're asleep. Don't you think so? I mean, I wouldn't want to be awake for it. I don't know. Yeah. But she says, my family are knackered. They're incredibly going above and beyond to look after me and nurse me. What I've seen from them is true love, deep love. It's overwhelming. Well, it would be. It's very overwhelming. As I say, I watched this Louis Theroux programme with this man who wanted to die. And he'd taken his sort of cocktail. The trouble is with sort of Deborah, she's got, you know, young, good-looking husband, 2 gorgeous children. You know, and they're the ones who have to face up to this. That's the thing you have to face up to.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
It's interesting. More on Deborah James. She's not slowing down, but she said, I was sent home from hospital 2 weeks ago and told I've got a week. She said, and here we are, 2 weeks in. She said, I don't know. I just don't know. She said, I want to make sure, you know, and she's constantly asking the hospice team, how will I know when it's time? And there is no straight answer to that because your body goes through changes. I can remember, you know, when we asked, you know, the surgeon for my mother and the consultant to say how long, and he said, how long's a piece of string? It's as simple as that, or as complicated as that is, because you don't know. You have to wait for different things to happen. You know, somebody will stop eating, you know, they'll be sleeping more and more, and then gradually, you know, their lips will go very dry, so they don't want to drink anything, they just need sort of, my mother had a little sponge which you could sort of put on her lips just to keep her lips sort of moist and things like that. So there's different things that happen. It's never as straightforward as you think it is. It's never as straightforward. But all you have to think of is A, they made you a dame, B, you raised millions of pounds, and C, your family's going to be immensely proud of you. And they'll never forget you. They'll never forget you. And I don't think anybody will sort of ever forget. We don't forget people nowadays who do all these wonderful things. Morning from the GB Rail Freight team. And Lee says, without talking heads, what would Nina Mishkov do? Well, she doesn't. She's featured on a few recently, but not as many as some of them. I mean, some of the people they've featured on there, I have to look at them twice to try and work out who in God's name they are. But David in Shropshire says, when I was growing up, a celebrity meant a movie star or a singer or a professional athlete. Now it seems to mean quite the opposite. Oh, any old bimbo and himbo can appear on a television programme, and the next minute they go, oh yeah, they're a star. And you go, no, they're not. You know, reality stars. They're just media personalities, and in some of them their personality is distinctly lacking. So the hot news is Gemma Collins not going to be doing Chicago now. So all those people who booked tickets for it, hopefully can get your money back. Because they were selling it big time. They can't wait to see her on stage. Apparently she's got a previous injury, and that's flared up again. So there's no chance, I'm afraid, of poor old Gemma doing it, even though she managed to make it to the Chelsea Flower Show the other day. Sharon in Stanmore says, I'm on a river cruise on the River Douro in Portugal. Woke at 4:01 and I thought, yep, Steve will be on now. I never travel without you. You're coming with me to Lisbon, then Athens and Barcelona. You do get around. I've been to Barcelona before. I've never been to Lisbon or Athens. I'd like to go to Athens. I'm the only Brit... Oh, look at that. Oh, that's the Douro Valley. Isn't it pretty? Isn't it pretty? My God, it's enormous, isn't it? I love stuff like that. A real taste of Portugal. That's what Condé Nast Traveller said. Sharon says, I'm the only Brit on board. The rest are Americans, so I can guess what the conversation will be at breakfast. I was saying to friends only yesterday how ridiculous the gun laws are. That'll keep you going through breakfast, lunch and dinner, I should imagine, because people want to know all about that. Julie says, Sidcup Julie, I have a lovely view of the mountains and sea. I'm laughing my head in the middle of this beauty spot. And Graham in Essendon says, the unsuspecting rabbit population of Essendon golf course have a rude awakening this morning as Monty and Willow, my springers, have walked 1 hour earlier. Yes. I tell you what I loved doing years ago, when they had the, years and years ago, the Hampton Court Flower Show. I worked, they had a little radio station set in a caravan, broadcasting on a little licence just to the surrounding area. And they got adverts in and everything else. And so I was driving onto site in the morning and driving in from Kingston Bridge into the home park at the back of Hampton Court Palace, with the mist was just coming along the ground. And there were rabbits everywhere, hoppity, 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 hop, all these rabbits. And I remember thinking, doesn't get any better than this. And then you go into the caravan to take over from somebody. We were playing classical music and stuff like that. They weren't expecting you to talk, for a whole lot of time. But it was really good fun. And I can remember watching them. I can't remember what time of year it was. I can't remember certain things like that. But that you watch them building it up, the marquees going up, and it was just fantastic. It really was, and I loved it. That was the first year that they put it on, and I really, really enjoyed it because it's bigger than Chelsea. Usually in July, is it? And it was just lovely. I like things like that. I would love to have a really big garden, but as I say, I've got enough trouble with pots at the moment, trying to keep them all going. But it chucked it down the other day. Yesterday morning, I came out, I thought, I'll just give them a quick water before I go to work, being the good boy that I am. And it was bucketing down. It was, terrible. Absolutely terrible. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because I think we're going to have a good display this year. And you will see photos. We will take photos, so you can see. In fact, what I should really do is take photos of the pots at the moment, because they're just coming, but they will spread. Most of them are sort of plants that go in and then trail. And I think not very impressive. Very, very impressive. Although I had a bit of a problem, actually. I ordered some delphiniums. Now, I don't know if any of you know about delphiniums. I don't know anything about delphiniums. And Thomson & Morgan, I ordered 4 packs of them, 3 in each pack. Well, all I've got is 3 little bags of earth. There's no delphiniums in there at all. I couldn't quite work it out. And so I told my neighbour, Lindy, and she couldn't find any delphiniums either. So I don't know whether or not to contact Thomson & Morgan and say, listen, it's very sweet, and I got these little packets of earth, but there's nothing in there. Nothing in there at all. No, I don't know, seeds. I never thought about there being seeds. I thought they were going to be sort of like a root, You put a root in because they're fairly hefty plant. If I'm growing it from seed, we'll be here till doomsday, trying to make them grow up again. And I'm still waiting for another order from Thompson and Morgan, because I think they also appear on QVC and stuff like that. But we'll see how it all turns out. We will see how it all turns out. Better turn out well. I don't want any sort of mistakes. Thank you very much indeed. Gobby students who taunted Anthony Joshua. Only takes a few weeks from seed to flower. Does it really? Oh, well, there you go. Anyway, Gobby students who taunted Anthony Joshua were left quaking when he marched into their flat and blasted, "Watch your mouth." Oh, you always get them, don't you? They generally put the video up on YouTube to prove that some really stupid people in the world. There was one couple on the YouTube the other day, and both drunks, sad drunks. One woman taken to the ground, and then her husband decided to march in and spit on police officers and all the rest of it. Apparently she can't remember anything about it at all. It's always amazing, isn't it, really? It's finally, says Hannah, Sue Gray report day. I remember Eddie Mayer asking listeners what they'd ask her. Some responses were, "Can Sue Gray please tell me where's Wally? Can Sue Gray please tell me where my car keys are, as I've lost them? And can Sue Gray let us know who it was if it wasn't Shaggy?" Full coverage on LBC. This is going to be very interesting, isn't it? Very, very interesting. Very interesting. What sort of names do you think we're going to have in the frame, Hannah? Going to see quite a few names, aren't we, really? So, what do you call it when James Bond takes a bath? 007. These are sort of cringy families voting on cheesiest dad jokes. And the current front runners can still be overtaken by an even cornier joke. They've only put the one in the paper, mainly because, even the papers have decided it's the biggest pile of rubbish you've ever read. 007. I used to laugh at what's red and sits in the corner. Naughty Strawberry. And I remember I used to sit there and fall apart laughing at that one. I don't know why. Perhaps it was a drink or something. I don't know. Really odd. A Ford Capri, the only one of its kind, made in 1972 and with only one owner, set to make 60,000 quid at auction. The orange prototype was bought for 1,500, the equivalent of 21,000. It's got 70,000 miles on the clock, and pictures of it appear in the Popular Car Models Handbook. Wow. I never had a Ford Capri, but they were very popular in my day. People wanted them. A friend of mine had a black Mini flecked with gold, and he was going to sell it to me, but I didn't have 70 quid. 70 quid, he was going to sell me this Mini. And I remember thinking at the time, I wish I'd had the money to buy, but I did. £70 was a pie in the sky. Yes, it was black gloss paint, but with flecks of gold in it. It was really cool. Really. I wish I'd written down the car number, because then I could check on where it is now. It probably scrapped a long time ago. I did have a Mini. I did have a little brown Mini, a little chocolate brown Mini, which was the very first brand new car I'd ever bought. £3,300 on finance. You can imagine, I'd never do finance in a million years, because you're stuck with it for 2 years, for 3 years. When I sold a car to buy my first Rolls, I traded in the car and I paid cash for the Rolls. But the other car that I'd had, the HP had run for 4 years. And at the time I thought, oh, brilliant idea. Oh, what a nightmare. So now I don't. I pay cash, which is easier than having to sort of worry about anything else, because I just don't want to get myself tied up into things. People used to, have televisions on hire purchase agreements. In fact, for everything. Bev says, I had a black Ford Capri. It was the most popular colour, actually, for Ford Capris. It was a bit of a babe magnet, I think you'll find. People used to like black Ford Capris. But I've had all sorts of cars. Seriously. I used to think if I went on a long journey, because I knew nothing about cars, you'd use the oil up. And so I'd have to put oil in all the time until I went to the garage. I did it with a Rolls as well. And there was so much oil in it. The bloke said, why have you got so much oil in your thing? He said, we've got to drain it all out. I said, well, I'm doing a lot of miles. He said, but it doesn't evaporate. Goodness sake. Apparently black cars get dirty. My car, because it's fountain blue, which is sort of a sky blue sort of colour, if you looked at it in a photograph, you'd go, God, that looks really clean. It's only me. I noticed the fact that it's dirty. It's got this sand from the Sahara on it and stuff like that. So, yeah. But it's different colours, isn't it? Some people like certain colours and some people like other colours. Strictly Bosses have apparently banned any of their stars, oh my God, from taking part in ITV's The Masked Dancer after discovering it'll go head-to-head with them every Saturday night. Well, why would they want to do that? Apparently, producers of the BBC One show have already had to deal with the spectacle of Oti Mabuse appearing on the guessing panel of the rival programme when it returns. Well, take her off then. Honestly, why do they make such a song and dance about it? Also, Tony Beaks on there and everything else. Have you seen The Masked Dancer? It's another pile of rubbish. It's almost as bad as The Masked Singer. I mean, where they get these people from, they must go through funeral directors' lists or something to find these people. Very embarrassing. Ricky Gervais is set to spark controversy with his most outrageous show yet, Supernature, which landed on Netflix. Edgy jokes span topics including the Holocaust, rape, paedophilia, obesity, dead babies and disabled toddlers. So why don't you just chuck it all at it? Anger already brewing online over his jokes on trans rights. The backlash could even eclipse that scene around Jimmy Carr's own Holocaust skit from another Netflix production.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
But Ricky doesn't seem to care, as he says in the stand-up set, if I say something so offensive, like you've never heard something so effing off the charts in your entire life, don't make a scene.
Steve Allen on LBC.
David in Shropshire tried to watch Celebrity X on the beach, but I couldn't see any celebrities. I know. It's very loosely used, isn't it now? Very loosely. It's ridiculous. And Bev and her black Ford Capri. Very posh. Very nice. We like that, actually. We like that a lot. And my brother's just written to me. Bless his heart. He's off to the gym this morning. He goes to the gym. And I think he has to. Yeah, he's sort of getting fit. It's not that he's unfit. It's just that he's trying to stave off diabetes, which seems fairly accurate. Whereas I'm sort of not so much staving off diabetes. I'm kind of embracing it at the moment because we had the doctor yesterday. But that's very good, Andrew, isn't it? Very good. Thank you very much indeed for that. And so he goes to the gym and he'll do, I think, like sort of a couple of hours in there. Me, I get exhausted even looking at the name of a gym. You know, I sort of look at it and I go, oh, my goodness me, what am I going to do about something like that? Absolutely ridiculous. I don't know why. You know, I think you get to a certain age and you look a bit ridiculous. If you're 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, up to about 30, 35, 36, then you can go to a gym and you look okay. Me, I mean, I just, just not sort of a gym kind of person, really. And Tom says, I watched the Ricky Gervais stand-up last night. I thought it was brilliant. I think people offended have missed the point. It was written to offend them. That's why it's funny. They're just jokes. You see, well, I might have to slightly disagree. And don't get me wrong, I love Ricky Gervais. I think he's great. I think he seems to have the right attitude. But it's a case of what can you not laugh at? That's what it comes down to. You know, can you laugh about death? Can you laugh about some of the things that he talks about? And the answer is he's pushing you as far as he can push it. But there again, go to some of these other comedian shows and the stuff they talk about is, it makes Ricky Gervais, peculiar though it is, sound almost tame. I mean, I've bought, who's that very offensive comedian whose name I never remember half the time? Scottish bloke. And he's Frankie Boyle. Now, if you book a ticket to go and see a Frankie Boyle show, you know what you're going to get. He is going to be as offensive as he can be. He was telling jokes about things which I can't even say on the programme, mainly in case somebody sort of mishear. You do get people who mishear, people who are running out of batteries or something. And it's sort of a case of he goes as far as it can. And you can hear the audible gasp in the audience on some of the things. And he goes, oh, grow up. You know, and then he likes taking the mickey out of the audience. And you see, and I like that. I like that. But it doesn't matter whether it's funny. It's shock value. It's shock value. I mean, I often used to think, going to a funeral, we all not hate going to a funeral because you feel you have to be there, but you feel like you want to sort of do it as a celebration. And some cultures do it as a celebration of somebody's life. We all stand there looking miserable, trying not to cry because it's very sad. But we should be thinking, oh, it's very positive. They're going to a better place. They're going to be much happier where there's no illness, there's no dreadful things, no money worries, no nothing at all. But at the same time, you're aware of the fact that you're at somebody's funeral. I mean, I remember, we went back to the same crematorium about 5 times in 1 year. It was just absolutely not horrendous, because I remember thinking, we just don't deal with it very well, do we? We don't deal with sort of things that are offensive. And nowadays, people complain at everything. Oh my God, do they complain about everything? People get a little bit funny about it. Have you tried banana ice cream lollies coated in Belgian chocolate? Says Nicola. Waitrose. Banana ice cream lollies? Hello? Banana ice cream lollies. Now, you know I love banana lollies. We have an ice cream van in Twickenham, and he does banana lollies. My friend Mike said, and we used to go there in the summer, and we go and get banana lollies. And they're very delish. Now, Nicola, I can't have things like that. The combination of banana ice cream lolly and Belgian chocolate on top of it is going to send me through the roof. It affects my diabetes, and I'd quite like to live just a few more years. I'd be quite happy with something like that. Steve, there it is. Ice Kitchen, banana and milk chocolate. Oh, God. Do they come in boxes? Boxes of like 4 or something like that. It's very nice. Ice Kitchen, banana and milk chocolate. I think it should just be just banana. I do like banana. 3. Oh, you get 3. Handcrafted natural lollies. Oh, perhaps I'd be all right with that. If it's handcrafted and it's natural, that's okay. There's no sugar, is there, in anything like that? 3 banana and milk chocolate lollies. If I go into Waitrose today and there's none left, I'm going to create merry hell. Merry hell. I'm that sort of person. I remember going in there when we were trying to get hold of the Heston Blumenthal Christmas pudding, and we couldn't get hold of it anywhere. It was a nightmare. They also do blueberry yogurt and white chocolate Ice Kitchen. I don't believe it. Look at that. There's something to tempt your taste buds, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Blueberry. No, it's going to be banana. I might have to go and try it, actually. I could probably manage 2. Yeah, I'll just have a little bit just to sort of try it and see if it goes. Of course, knowing my luck, because banana never hardens enough, it's a bit wobbly. So in other words, mine is more likely to fall off the stick, which would be good, because that doesn't sort of help, does it really? Rez says, Steve, talking of gyms, 4 weeks ago I smashed my left index finger between 2 dumbbells with force and almost lost the finger. It was like a flip-top lid, a crushed nail and severe laceration plus fracture. Kind of put me off now after 25 years of gymming. Well, listen, Rez, what about that bloke in that gym? In that zoo in Jamaica? Put his fingers through the bar and the lion grabbed hold of it. And the lion took his finger off. I bet he screamed the place down. I can remember there was a guy in America and his wife cut off his willy. They had a row and she cut it off, and his name was John Wayne Bobbitt, and she threw it out the car window. And so they go, while they were driving, they go to hospital, and so the surgeon goes, well, where is it? And he said, well, it's out in a field. He said, well, go and find it. So they had to drive back to find where she'd thrown it out of the window, to find this little shriveled up little thing. And well, I don't know. I don't know whether he thought they were going to recreate something. And the only reason I know this is true is because I interviewed him. John Wayne Bobbitt was very famous just purely for that, because they sewed it back on again. And then he got invited to make an adult movie. A little bit embarrassing. I know. It's a very odd story. It's not the first time I've heard of the story. Not the first time I've heard of it, but it certainly was a little bit strange, to say the least. So there you go. So you with your dumbbells and almost losing the finger. I can remember once when I was moving, I think they'd had a row. Well, don't think she cut it off for fun. Of course they'd had a row. Yes, foreplay, says the producer. I can remember I got out of a van once. I was moving, and I decided, and never again, to move myself with the help of friends. And I had a transit van, and I get out the transit van, and I slammed the door, and my thumb was still in it. My thumb was still in the door, and I had to open the door to retrieve my thumb. It was seriously, it was just, I cringed thinking back on it. And I remember looking at it, and it was like a Tom and Jerry cartoon. It was like, it was pulsating. And I went, well, within a day, the nail had turned black because all the blood underneath. And I had to go to hospital. And she said, I'm going to drain the blood. Drain the blood. It's like Scooby-Doo. And she got a needle, heated it up over a flame and pushed it through the nail. And the blood came up like a little sort of bubbling cauldron. And anyway, she said the nail will fall off. Of course it hurt. What do you mean, did it hurt? The draining bit didn't hurt. The needle through it hurt. But anyway, she said the nail will just fall off naturally after it was about a week and a bit, and the nail fell off. And then blow me down, another nail grew. It was so exciting. So exciting. I thought, look at that. Modern technology. Grew a nail, but it was trapping it in the door that frightened it. We've all done things like that. Haven't we? All done things like that. Did you ever meet Les Dawson? Says Phil, who's in historic York. You really are. I was watching some of his clips on YouTube. A true comedian, especially when he played the piano. Very difficult to play the piano badly. And he played it out of tune. So he would start playing something and then he'd say to the audience, especially when he did the Royal Variety, so keep up. And he'd play songs. There was no chance you could ever keep up. He was very clever, very heavy smoker. The only time I ever met him, well, I didn't meet him. I was sitting in my car behind him when he was going into Tramp one evening, and the car in front of me stopped, and the door opened, and Les Dawson got out, and I remember thinking, it's Les Dawson. He's going into Tramp. It was a nightclub, just around the back of Piccadilly, and that's the only time. I'd love to have met him. He'd be very good. Ian says, I've got a load of Ice Kitchen lollies on board this morning. They're made in Park Royal in North London. Stop it. Why do people do this to me? I might have to go to Park Royal. I'm a diabetic. I'm not supposed to have any of these things, but banana with chocolate. I wish it was just banana. I could justify that. But no. It does sound very nice, though, doesn't it? No, I know. I could just have a little bit, because I'm still waiting. You know, I've got this Libra fitted under my arm, which you sort of shoot into your arm. It's a little plastic disc with a battery in it, and it goes for 2 weeks. But unfortunately, the machine that I've got to read it doesn't match up with this Libra. So I've ordered the new one, which won't be here until tomorrow. Then I can sort of do it. But it's sitting under my arm. It's got a little tiny needle in it, a little plastic needle, which has gone straight into the flesh, and then I can take my blood sugar. Still can't have the lolly. If I just maybe sort of have a little bite at the top of it, just to see what it's like. No. Perhaps I could have a bit of Jubilee cake or something like that, if they do them. I wish they did that Jubilee trifle thing, because that looked really nice, actually. Marks and Spencer's used to do a luxury trifle for Christmas time, and it had sherry in it. Well, I could eat that by myself. I used to have to scrape off the custard and the cream, because it wasn't what? You're going to Phil's text. Oh, right, okay. And he says, you ever hooked your little toe on a radiator pipe? No, Phil, no. No, you've done that, have you? Hooked your toe on a radiator pipe? How does that work? Oh, walking along barefoot, and then I've done something where my toe has gone under a door. Have you ever done that one? I don't know, I'm just ridiculous with toes and everything else like that. It's just no good, is it? I've just realised I'm a total disaster. I can't help it. I was doing so much. Perhaps it'll be better after we've heard the news.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 12 minutes to 6 is the time. Does it make any difference it's a Wednesday? Not really, no. Not really. We still haven't... you don't think I've given up on the pret-a-manger bacon rolls. I just wish they wouldn't put this crummy egg with it, which is quite awful. So crooks are cashing in on the cost of living crisis by selling on stolen meat and booze. I can't bear shoplifters. I really can't. Scum of the earth. It's got nothing to do with they can't afford it. Most people who shoplift, in fact nearly all of them, have got the money to pay for the goods. It's the shoplifting that they get off on. And they say, people now flog everything. Meat, booze, razor blades. Razor blades, the most nicked item. That's why they put them in, boxes, and you have to sort of ask somebody to open them up. They're so I don't know why they're so expensive. I really have got no idea. But it's interesting. One London store worker says they were fighting experienced shoplifters who tried to leave with a vacuum cleaner or a television. Seriously, people do it. People used to walk out of big London stores. They look around case the joint, see if there's any sort of staff who could be watching them. They go in there, they pick up the stuff, they put it in a bag, they walk straight out. Seriously, the amount of times the police are called to Waitrose for people who've been shoplifting, booze or chocolate, anything they think they can sell. It's not that they're poor, it's just that they don't want to pay for anything like the rest of it, and they mainly don't work. Stu says, your thumb's story reminded me of my hammer accident. Missed the nail and smashed straight onto the thumb. The pain was unbearable. It is awful, isn't it, really? I've done that before as well. And Terry says, if you keep having problems with the Libra handset, you can get the Libra Link app on your phone and use that instead. It automatically uploads your results to your diabetes team. I used to lose my handset constantly, but I'm never without the phone. Yeah, I mean, I've ordered the new reader. I just quite like waving the thing underneath my arm, because it's interesting. And from Mary in Oxford, who says, my mother shut the car door on my little finger and chopped the top off. She calmly picked it up, stuck it back on, and splintered it with an ice lolly stick. Lasted for some time. I think she used Savlon. Oh dear, it's very worrying, isn't it? I don't like all these bits. Did you see that bloke the other day in the paper? Oh my goodness me, this was the most bizarre story ever. It's a bloke. He's a builder. He's only young. He's in America. And he was operating a forklift truck, and it cut his body in half. From his belly button down, nothing. No legs, no nothing. And he said to them in hospital, he was conscious throughout the whole of this thing. There are pictures of him on the internet. He said, listen, even if I'm just a head on a plate, leave me. So, I want to live. They were going to do this surgery, and he's only got half a body. He's got half. Well, I don't know how he survives, but he's got his arms. One of them is not there. He was pinned to the ground beneath the forklift. His name's Lauren, and he remained conscious the whole time. And there's just half a body. So obviously she has to empty his colostomy bag on a daily basis. But he's a young, good-looking boy. She's gorgeous, and there's just half of him. No legs, no nothing. Now, whether or not they actually go back and they sort of, have this operation to put everything back together, but I'm amazed he's living. I can't believe you can lose half your body and still live. Isn't that? And he's smiling. I mean, it really is the most unbelievable. I thought it was a joke when I first saw it. But it's not. I mean, he's been living without his legs and right forearm for the last 2 years with the help of his wife, who's called Sabia. I mean, she's just amazing. But he's in this wheelchair. Half of him. Just half of him. I mean, good for them. Good for them. But he said, even if it was just the head, well, the head just exists with the head, I've got no idea, then do it. He's been living without it for 2 years. He lives in a place called Great Falls, which sounds quite nice, doesn't it? But bless their hearts. But and he's still happy. He's still smiling. Everybody else would have been going, what? I don't know. The number of wasps is set to soar by 50 million this summer, so no mean feat. 50 million. Yeah, after a mild spring created perfect conditions for queens. Don't make me say it, please. So unnecessary. The normal summer population is around 70 million. They say it could shoot up to 120, but we don't like wasps. No, that's why they're yellow and black. It's to warn of danger. Danger. And Adam Jewson from the pest control firm Merlin Environments said, we might rejoice when we have a lovely mild spring, but it's not all good news. We have had no late frost, meaning that where typically we might see excess mortality in the queen population, the warmer temperatures have allowed them to survive and reproduce. Amazing, isn't it? I mean, I don't like wasps at the best of times. That thing at the back there, that's its sting. And sometimes you can see the sting coming out and think, oh no. At least the good news is about bees, that bees won't sting you unless you really annoy them. You've got to go somewhere to annoy bees, whereas wasps will sting all the time. My worst nightmare, nasty things. I remember sitting outside I've got to tell you that story, haven't I? I was sitting outside a restaurant in Church Street a few years back, and a wasp kept buzzing round, and you don't want to hit it because it'll come back. And so you just go and brush away and brush it. No, but it kept coming back, and then it sat on the side of my plate. And I remember thinking, oh no, I've got a fear of them. I've got a fear. Joe says, can you stop talking about thumbs being shut indoors, please? I'm walking the dogs listening to you, and my legs are turning to jelly. Oh. So anyway, So anyway, yesterday, I have to tell you that, have I been stung? Not by a wasp, but by a bee. I trod on it. It was in my slipper. And I trod on it and it stung me. Oh, my godfathers, did that hurt? Did that hurt? Yes, it hurt a lot. Anyway, so I'm sort of standing there in a friend of mine's shop the other day in Twickenham. And this guy pulls up in a white 4x4. And I recognised him from a restaurant in Church Street. And he gets out and he's got his daughter in a pram, little push chair. Nobody has prams anymore, do they? Little push chair. And he starts to walk off. And I said to this friend of mine, oh, look, he's left the back door of the vehicle open. You know, so it's a hatchback. So the back was open. And a friend of mine said, yeah, you know why that is? I said, no. He said, he's in an unloading bay. He's pretending he's unloading. So the traffic wardens won't do anything about it because they don't know that he's not unloading. So if you have the back door open... I said, well, he's a crook. And he said, yeah. He said he does it all the time. He said loads of people do it. They just pull in to go and do their shopping, put the back door up, and the traffic wardens, who aren't standing there all the time, think he's obviously unloading. So they won't give you a ticket. Have you ever heard of... I'd never heard of that one before. What a crook. Shan't be going in his restaurant anymore. Definitely not. Steve, I bought myself a waspinator, says Beverly. I haven't had a wasp in the house since I put it up. It's not one of those things with a light in it, is it? I've seen quite a number of things. Oh, that's a waspinator, is it? The Amazing Wasp Repellent. It's $8.99, and it keeps wasps away from outdoor living areas, wasp-free picnics and barbecue. What does it do? Do you light it or something? Hang it in the eaves, loft or garage. Help prevent wasps nesting. Yeah, because when you get wasps' nests, some of them could be huge. A friend of mine had one in his garage, and this needs no maintenance. Wasps are very territorial and won't go near the nest of another colony for fear of being attacked. Oh, right, so that's why. So they think the waspinator is an enemy nest and are frightened of it. They were talking to a burglar the other day on the television. The thing that... just yell, like you do. And he said, you know what the big deterrent is to stop people burgling your house? He said, put up a sign with a dog on it going, beware the dog. He said, and that puts burglars off. He said, because normally burglars like to get into the house, rob it and get out again very quickly. He said, normally 15 minutes. He said, if they think there's a dog in the house, he said, they won't go near it. He said, it's not worth the risk. And you can pick up one of these dog signs for between 3 and 20 quid. And you just put it up and it's got, you know, dog loose in house or whatever. Loose in there. Opposed to sitting at the table or in the kitchen cooking something, you know, dog on the loose. So we like the waspinator. We think that's very clever. That's very clever. Fool them. But the thing about the dog, especially we've got a picture of a dog as well. So a burglar is not going to risk climbing into a house just in case there's going to be some dog that's going to drag it to its conclusion. So there you go. Never mind their stings. Wasps are hugely beneficial as pest controllers. They eat aphids, caterpillars, and even moths. Oh no, so they eat those. I remember seeing years ago. It was I think it was a Mr. Dimbleby programme. Not a Dimbleby, Attenborough. Could have been a Dimbleby programme as well because I watched some of his stuff, and it was showing these ants in the forest when they go on the march to move the nest or something like that, and everything that is in their way they pick up and carry back to the nest. Caterpillars, all sorts of things. And these poor animals get sort of stung by these little ants. They're amazing, absolutely amazing. They've got them in London Zoo. They go across the road as you're walking through on a piece of rope, carrying leaves and stuff like that, a bit like Tom and Jerry. But this particular one, they were picking up quite large things like big caterpillars and moths and stuff like that they'd found and they'd stung. They take them back into the nest and then they eat them. That's all I can tell you. They're very amazing, and they sting. I didn't realise that ants can sting you, but apparently they do. They bite. Yeah, not nice. Tina says they should make all shops like Amazon Fresh. It'd be impossible for anyone to be shoplifting. Yeah. Oh, I don't know, because sometimes people put stuff down and then somebody will come along, nick it and run away with it. But there you go. There's a whole load of ants here carrying a very heavy load, and they all go round. They're just so amazing. This is from National Geographic, and the researchers have tricked the ants into believing that this is something that they need. And they all pick it up and they carry it back. I mean, they're just absolutely phenomenal. If you look at some of their nests, they're great. They do them. We used to have one at school. Did you have one at school where it was in glass, and so you could see what they were doing inside, which I thought was quite clever. I didn't really sort of understand it too much. Anne Hegarty's in the paper today. Why? You'll have to wait until after the news, and I shall tell you for why. Plus, Sunak's cost of living scramble. Energy bills forecast to hit £2,800. Seriously, and I mean, there must be many of you listening. Where in God's name is that going to be coming from? And that's it. He's scrambling to finalise a package of measures which could be announced as soon as tomorrow. Oh, wait a minute. What's happening tomorrow? Oh, let me have a little think. Aren't they going to be announcing something else? Yes. Oh, today they'll be announcing it, and then tomorrow they'll be announcing their new measures. Do you see this being done as a bit of a distraction? I would hate to be cynical, ladies and gentlemen, and suggest that it's all been very carefully orchestrated. We'll take a short break. I'll be back with you in 3.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC. It's Wednesday, May the 25th. So you're going to be reading all about the PM and the denial. We knew the parties broke the rules. Downing Street staff were stunned by his lockdown lies. And then we wait and see what happens. Rishi Sunak has now prepared this support package to help struggling households, now that we've been told that energy bills will soar to at least £2,800. The Chancellor's ready to announce as soon as tomorrow, ironically. Very, very interesting, isn't it? The rescue deal for the cost of living in days. This is after you've heard all these other little bits and pieces going on. It's slightly disturbing, but it's all done as damage limitation. So it's a case of you get this and then, but don't worry, here we are, we're going to help people, and people will quickly forget about it. Even Anne Widdecombe in her column thinks it's gone on for long enough now. Steve, I use the Waspinator, says Greg. I've never even heard of them before. So in case you missed it, this is an imitation wasp's nest, because wasps are territorial. If they see this thing hanging up in a barn or wherever, garages they favour. They like them, especially the wooden timber frame garages. And if they see this thing there, they won't go anywhere near it. They'll go and build elsewhere. So it's been seen on Gardener's World and this morning. So they won't go near the colony, the nest of another colony, for fear of being attacked. So it's interesting. It won't make the inhabitants of an existing nest leave home, but stops foraging wasps from visiting areas of human activity. You can take it camping or caravanning or to the seaside or on holiday. And so they get frightened of it, so they go to somewhere where they don't feel threatened. We've had a couple of wasps' nests at home, probably about 2 over the years, and you bring a man round, and for £27.50 he sprays the nest, which was hidden under the eaves. You can see them because they'll all be going in at the end of the day. You could see them going in, and it kills the nest immediately. And then the other wasps coming back will also die once they actually go in. But you can't do it with bees. Can't do anything with bees at all. Bees are protected by law. Will Smith predicted losing his career during a hallucination. Really? This is before he slapped Chris Rock at the Oscars over a joke about his wife, Jada Pinkett Smith. His concerns came while under the influence of psychedelic drink. It's called Ayahuasca. Speaking to David Letterman. You know how old David Letterman is now? He's 75. Getting on a bit. On Netflix's My Next Guest Needs No Introduction, Will says, I'm drinking, then all of a sudden it's like I start seeing all of my money flying away, my house flying away, and my career's gone. Well, there you go, right on that one. Certainly killed you stone dead. Nobody to blame but yourself. What else? Britain could end up in a black seafood fight with Russia over Ukraine grain. Can't we get it from America? They've got loads of grain, haven't they? They've got huge areas where they do grain. If Vladimir Putin's troops manage to seal off the Ukrainian port of Odessa, Royal Navy warships could be called on to help protect freighters carrying the vital cargo. Can we just go somewhere else? Leave it. Leave it. Let them keep all their stuff. We can go to, Saudi to go and get all our fuel. We don't need to go anywhere near Russia. There's nothing we need from Russia, do we? Really? From Ukraine, we need the oil for sort of cooking and for hotel. I saw somebody in Costco the other day staggering out with 4 huge drums of the oil. So obviously Costco can get hold of it from somewhere. And Dale wants to know if I've ever been bitten by a horsefly. No. The only way you can tell it's a horsefly is if you've been stung by a wasp, you'll know the difference. It's a lot worse. Yes, I've seen horseflies before. The producer was asking about horseflies, and then I sort of reminded him, oh, right. So he knows what they are. And, to be honest with you, they give it a very painful bite. I don't like anything. Anything like that. What purpose do they serve? Do they serve any purpose at all? They are quite big. And apparently what to do if you've been bitten by a horsefly. I don't know. Do they just bite because they bite? Or I'm definitely not going through a field ever again. So many things there. And apart from that, there could be snakes on the ground, adders and stuff like that. And they go, oh, it could be a grass snake. And I go, listen, I don't normally go through fields. We don't have many fields round our way, which is quite good. Dawn Neeson talks about another football season ends with joy for some, heartache for others, and hangovers for the majority. What none of us need is a return to pitch invasions and the violence they can bring. The dark days of fans being penned into cages and treated like animals aren't that long ago. The horror of Hillsborough will live with us forever. The elation that football can bring is amazing, but giving ammunition to those who think most fans are thugs by behaving like idiots is dangerous. The worst own goal possible. She also talks about the Kardashians, another ridiculous show-off family. Honestly, perhaps the Americans buy into this garbage. But she says one of the Kardashian females evidently married somebody with tattoos at the weekend. Not entirely sure why or even which one of this interchangeable bunch of blow-up dolls it actually was. Still, who doesn't love a good wedding? Just a shame some evil so-and-so appears to have nicked the blushing bride's wedding dress. Yeah, she turned up. They're just ridiculous and to be laughed at. They're so stupid. They could be filthy rich, but I don't see that as an excuse for being anything at all. The lovely Labour Islington Council, writes Dawn, have come up with a poster claiming kids as young as 3 months can be racists. They can also fill their nappies with something similar to this kind of guff. And posh boy Prince William goes to the Top Gun premiere wearing £300 slippers. This is instantly cool, on trend, and to be admired. You and I nip to the shops in our slippers or PJs and we're chavs. Funny that, isn't it? Yes, I did see somebody, I told you the other day, shopping in fluffy pink slippers. And I looked at her and I remember thinking, where are you from? Who goes out in there? It's like the women, who go out in their pyjamas. Or Colleen Rooney used to go out with her hair in curlers, looking like Hilda Ogden. Very worrying, very worrying. Kim says, a few years ago, whilst travelling on a bus journey out to visit my mum, I was stung on the back of my neck by a wasp. Got to Mother's, where she went into a full nursing mode and removed the sting and then dabbed it with a drop of vinegar and a wee cup of sweet tea. The panacea for all ills, Steve, says Kim. Yes, I remember vinegar. Vinegar was used for everything, wasn't it? You could do all sorts of things. It was just the smell of it. You smelt like a pickled onion. But nothing the matter with that. Climate, yes, it's what? It's the pickle. I love pickled onions. I bought a jar of them about 4 weeks ago, and I've still got some in there. I'll have one when I get home. Push the boat out. Climate change is ruining our sleep and making us depressed. Apparently, we already lose about 44 hours sleep a year, which equates to about 11 nights of poor shut-eye. See, most nights I sleep really, really well. Just occasionally, I'll go to bed, climb into bed, and then 3 hours later I'm up, wide awake. Wide awake. So I don't know how long I'm supposed to have. Margaret Thatcher famously survived on, 4 or 5 hours a night. I probably can do, 5 hours a night. I don't seem to need any more. When I go back today, I'll probably have half an hour, put my feet up, and just watch a little bit of telly and then get up, because I don't want to wake up twice. I'm on these new diabetes tablets. which make you want to go to the toilet all the time, which is a bit of a pain. Which days are the strongest? These are the cheekiest dad jokes. You've already heard the top one, the James Bond one. The second was the corny wisecrack. Which days are the strongest? Saturday and Sunday. The rest are weekdays. And in third place came, why did the man fall down the well? Because he couldn't see that well. Yes, they're rubbish. You're quite right, and you shouldn't laugh. They're not funny. Not funny at all. Heinz have launched a hummus made from the main ingredient in its baked beans instead of chickpeas. Beans hummus mainly comes from haricot beans, has a creamy texture and comes in two varieties, original with roasted tomatoes and a roasted butternut squash variety with rosemary and cinnamon. I hate butternut squash. I suddenly realised it turned up in a chicken curry I bought the other day. Didn't like it at all. I'd take it all out. Apparently, Lucila Ardala from Heinz declared it a beans revolution, finding new ways to enjoy Heinz beans. I don't think anybody else makes beans, do they? I mean, they all beans means Heinz. That's the only thing that they've sort of got going for them. But people like hummus. What do it taste like? I bet you anything, the people who eat a lot of hummus would be the people who probably make their own, I should imagine. Because I'm constantly seeing programme on the television for cooking. If it's not Chinese food, it's Greek food. If it's not Greek, it's Indian. There's just about everything. You can't miss out, and some of it looks absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. Here we go. The Springwatch star, Megan McCubbin. McCubbin. Anyway, her stepdad is Chris Packham, and so she's dyslexic. So they've done a 2-page spread on it because everybody's got something now. Ridiculous though it might seem, you've got to have a story that goes along with you being on television to tell people about it. Yesterday they had the bloke on who reads the news on the television. I can't remember his name. He used to be a royal correspondent, Tom somebody. But he was suffering from depression because he had to come off the news for quite a while. It's amazing. It's running riot through the country, as I say. And this is before we've even had the bills. You know, the bills are going to get people very, very depressed, I think. Phil says, a wasp got me in Marks and Spencer's. When I came out, I said to my wife, I'd been stung. She said, how much did they charge you? There we go. Right, you're barred. Exit stage left. Yeah. There's no more dad jokes. We don't want any more dad jokes, thank you. The Waspinator. Do they work for Hornets, says John. I don't know. I think the clue would be Waspinator. I'm only guessing that there. He said, but we have hornets the size of my thumb. They go thud against the windows during the day and night trying to get out. Oh, no, I don't like anything like that. No, I'd have to get spray. Dawn Neeson says, when Wednesday starts with your Daily Star column featuring live on the Steve Allen Show at LBC, because that's quite nice, and she says it always sounds so much better when he reads it out. Yeah. I think we read quite well, actually, aloud. That was one of my good things. I could read out loud, thank God. Always worth it. Always worth it.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to be covered. The producers decided to really frighten me and put a picture of a giant Asian murder hornet on, because we were told they were coming over from America. How they get on the flights and afford the ticket, I've got no idea, but they turn up anyway, which is worrying. Sarah in Thatcham once got stung by a wasp hiding in a bath towel. I was about to get dried, and thankfully it only stung me on the finger. Very painful. Now I always check a towel before I... Oh, don't. Oh, we've got to worry about that. Hiding. Actually, hiding is not so good, isn't it? Mary Berry is calling on the BBC to save her show Best Home Cook. She was devastated when the show was axed after the production company went bust. And now she's hoping it'll come back. There's so many cookery programmes, aren't there? So many cookery programmes. And a new series of A Place in the Sun kicks off, and they've got all sorts of people on it. I say, at one time, I swear to God, there was only one presenter on A Place in the Sun, and now you seem to be, inundated with presenters. Nicky Campbell has revealed reuniting relatives on Long Lost Family gives him the best feeling. They've got a new series on ITV. And... what was the other one? Maisie Williams looks ready for the catwalk at the premiere of her new film, Pistol. She's in Game of Thrones. Now, as you well know, I have never seen Game of Thrones. I don't even know what it's about. I have no idea at all. I think the acers are looking very nice at the moment in people's gardens. You know, when people have got red and greens and beautiful colours and sort of creamy pinks and things like that. They do look very impressive, very impressive. And healthy sandwiches, because it's British Sandwich Week. Well, who can afford... Have you seen the price of sandwiches? Have you seen the price of sandwiches in the supermarkets? You know, even an average sandwich, £3, £2.80. And you think, and people are complaining about, you know, we need to save money. Need to get a meal deal. So you can get the sandwich, a packet of crisps and a fizzy drink. And you think to yourself, and that's I mean, can't people make sandwiches themselves? It's so much cheaper to do it. My auntie Betty, used to make sandwiches for her kids for school, and she would freeze them. So in other words, she would sort of make, you know, cheese and pickle or egg or whatever it happened to be, wrap them up in cling film, and then pop them in the freezer. And then every day she'd take one out, pop it in the thing. But by the time they got to school, the thing had defrosted and it was all ready to eat. So much. No, they didn't go soggy. No, I mean certain stuff goes a bit soggy. We have Blandford flies here in Oxford, says Mary. Their bite can be really dangerous. Don't wear shorts by the river. Well, I shall remember that. I don't wear shorts very often. I certainly wouldn't walk down the street. How many sandwiches do the Brits buy each year? Oh, God, I should imagine everything. Nobody can be bothered to cook or make anything. I should imagine 15 million sandwiches. 3 billion sandwiches. Oh, my godfathers. The industry is worth £8 billion a year because we can't be bothered to make a sandwich. Isn't that amazing? I wish Marks and Spencer's had sort of like a hot plate. So they could do sausage rolls and little pasties and stuff like that. Because Greggs don't do that. They take the stuff out of the cooker. Unless you're there when they're taking the sausage rolls out and everything else, you're not going to get it. How many sandwiches do you think the average Brit eats in their lifetime? Oh, for goodness sake. I mean, I don't know. 18,000? 18,000 is correct. Unbelievable. That's how many sandwiches the average Brit eats in their lifetime. 18,000. Well, I certainly don't. I have one occasionally. If I'm doing a car journey, I'm Nick Durrett. If I'm doing a car journey, I always like to nip to Marks and Spencer because I buy flowers and I take them down for wherever I'm going, and I might take a couple of sandwiches down. But it's got to be something you can eat in the car. If you take down bacon, lettuce and tomato, no chance. The thing's flopping about all over the place. Or Coronation chicken, you don't want to do that. So it has to be either a wrap or a roll, like a long bridge roll is okay. You can get those filled with beef or pastrami or whatever. Sorry? Bridge roll. Yeah, they're called bridge rolls. You ever seen bridge rolls? They're quite normal. Well, sometimes he looks at me like I'm living on another planet or something. You mention something and he sort of goes, bridge roll. Like he's never heard of them. Stephen Guilford, I see old TV shows are making a comeback. I also read that The Bill could be coming back under a different title. Yeah, and I don't think it's going to happen. You know, they're always, waiting for it to be rebooted. And because it finished, 2010, I think, something like that. And then it was understood cast members have been asked to join a reboot. And one of the writers had allegedly required the rights to the original series. And they say they're in the early stages. This is UK TV. Whether it happens, I think unlikely. They've been talking about it now for weeks and months and ages and ages. Catherine says, when I was little, I sat between my brother and sister in my nan's Morris Minor window, down Warris window, so the windows were down. 6 wasps flew in. They stung my bare arms. I remember screaming, and my nan was stressing, saying she couldn't stop as we were on a dual carriageway. Well, you can't, can you? I mean, I remember being in the car once, years and years ago, and I was driving around Hammersmith one-way system, which sometimes isn't a one-way system, but anyway, and this wasp flew in, and I can see it in the car, and I can hear it. And so I open all the windows to try and get the blooming thing out again. Did it want to go out? Did it? Heck. Oh, honestly. And you're sort of talking to it going, please leave the car. And the moment it was out, couldn't get the windows done up quick enough. Very bad. So I can sympathise with you on that one, Catherine. And Chris in Whitby says, my father was stung in his mouth whilst riding a motorbike, closed his throat up, he nearly died. Oh, people can get all sorts of things. You can be very allergic to a wasp sting, and some people react very badly, very badly. Jane says, I make sandwiches for my husband every day that he works, plus fruit, crisps and homemade biscuits. Blimey, you're a rarity. Homemade biscuits. Sounds quite nice. We used to, a lot of the kids at my school would have school dinners, but there were always the kids whose parents either for some reason didn't want them to have school dinners, either couldn't afford school dinners or whatever it happened to be, and they would bring in a Tupperware box which used to have a chocolate biscuit, a couple of sandwiches and an apple to sort of compensate for the fact that it was really unhealthy. We used to look at all those kids with a bit of envy because their food looked better than us. Also, or a carton of fruit juice, the little cartons of fruit juice. I love stuff like that. So Meghan's father hit by stroke on the eve of the UK visit. Well, don't tell me he was thinking of coming over as well. Couldn't bear it. Don't want anybody else, do we, really? And pictures of Emma Raducanu, and she's comfortable modelling fashion. I don't know why, I'm just bored. It just seems to be sort of raking in as much money as possible. The rail workers voting for the summer strike misery. Fantastic, honestly. Really intelligent, really clever, really bright. So if you're thinking of getting a train home after 7 p.m, you might be a little bit out of luck. So, it's a little bit of an embarrassment, isn't it, really? And even though they've been told there could be power blackouts and, shops could be closing, they're not bothered about that. They just want to line their own pockets. Ant and Dec crowned Charles the Prince of Bants. Because they had a Prince's Trust Award ceremony. It's the opportunity of Charles, who seems to be putting himself about all over the place, hasn't he? I mean, he's everywhere at the moment. And also, Wills scrubbing up for Bowel Babes NHS medics, basically based on Diana in 1996 when she wore a mask and went in to surgery. And here is a Jubilee coin that you won't lose down the back of the sofa. It's the Royal Mint's largest ever coin. It's 8.6 inches, and made from 33 pounds of gold. Took 400 hours to make, and its official value is £15,000, which actually, to somebody who's got £15,000, is nothing at all. It looks quite nice. I mean, it does come in its own chest, so it should for £15,000. So it should. But it looks quite nice, doesn't it? I mean, I love the cabinet it's in. That's very posh, but 15,000 quid. It's the largest ever coin. It's 15 kilograms. And it's the Queen's Platinum Jubilee 15 kilogram coin made with fine gold. It's very nice, isn't it? Oh, that'd be I don't know, what are you asking me for? I didn't do decimal at school. I'd already left by the time that came in. My friend Dan says a lovely 4 days in Bristol comes to an end today and heading home to the family. A massive thank you to James, Emma and Daisy for giving me a bed for the night. Sleeping in the car just isn't the one. I know. I often wonder if I could sleep in my car if push came to shove. And I came to the conclusion I probably could. I don't like sleeping in a car, in the boot. So, stroke victim Thomas, 77, ill in a US hospital. Will Meghan forget the rift and rush to his bedside? Do you want to take an evens bet on that one? But anyway, what is a stroke? For all those people who do not know, it's when the blood supply to the brain is disrupted, usually by a clot blocking or rupturing an artery. The most common type is a blockage which usually occurs in older people as a consequence of unhealthy lifestyles. A less common type is hemorrhagic, a rupture which tends to be caused by high blood pressure.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, 25 minutes to 7. It is nice to have your company. Or everybody getting ready for the street parties. I love the way the other day somebody was saying we were going to put up bunting, but the council are being a bit funny about bunting and stuff like that. And you should have everything in place by now because you should have done it ages and bunting, like bunting between lampposts. It's health and safety. I don't know why it's health and safety. Mind you, in some of the places in this country of ours, they had problems with Christmas trees being erected. They weren't sort of sure about, maybe because it could fall over or yobbos could attack it or something like that. And you think to yourselves, it's only a Christmas tree, for God's sake, get over yourselves. But there's going to be loads of street parties and there's going to be loads of road closures. I think we actually discovered it was something like 330,000 roads are being closed. Whatever it was a phenomenal amount. And I thought you need to check because there might be places you can't. Mind you, here in London, is there a big parade? And on what day do we think the big parade is going to be? Here we go, we're going to find out now. There's a great piece in the paper today by David Blunkett, the former Labour Home Secretary. He says, can't the union barons see a rail strike paralysing Britain would be suicidal madness? Of course they can't. Don't be so silly. They're not going to do that. I mean, a walkout of 4,000 station staff planned for Monday, June the 6th, would not only create travel misery for the millions of people, but also for the tourists. You know, I mean, it is absolutely ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. London Underground alone, which is partially funded by central government and the Mayor of London, who's also heavily reliant on the paying passengers, is short of 400 million. Even the RMT leadership should grasp this. Fewer passengers equals less revenue. Duh. Surely they must realise that, but obviously no. Most train drivers work a 4-day week. He said over the past 10 years, the earnings of train drivers have increased by 39%. Which is, well above. The highest paid train drivers now earn an average of £59,000, compared with 31,000 for nurses and 41,000 for police officers. When it comes to pensions, apparently existing arrangements are already comparatively attractive. At present, TfL staff pay in 5% of their salary, whilst TfL contribute a staggering 26.9% towards pension pots. Most train drivers work a 4-day week, and if they have a medical appointment, however short, they're released for the entire shift. It's amazing, really, isn't it, when you sort of look at it? But egged by the coterie of far-left activists that surround him, the leader of the RMT, Mick Lynch, threatens to bring the country to a standstill, which is fantastic. What have we done about it? Is this something to do with us or something? Have you kind of missed the point, Mick? Or should we just call you Michael? I just begin to wonder, really, on your £120,000 a year salary, what's it got to do with us? We're the ones who suffer from it. You think you're going to ingratiate yourself to people? I fear not. I fear not. Joe says, paramedic here, I can confirm that anyone with any symptoms should call 999 immediately. The most important treatment for strokes happens within the first 4 hours from onset. Not calling cost lives. Don't wait and see. I agree. And Mary says, you are on glorious form this morning. Hearing you talk about the bridge rolls has reminded me of childhood Christmas. We had a baker's on the Green Lanes in Dagenham who made bridge rolls for special events, which you had to pre-order. It was my job on Christmas Eve to collect the bridge rolls and the navel oranges, which were wrapped in paper from Spices. Oh, I so love. I pick up oranges wrapped in paper. There's something nice about it. So, the Jubilee weekend events. Trooping the Colour will be held in full for the first time since the pandemic. 1,400 parading soldiers, 200 horses, 400 musicians taking part. Unfortunately, tickets appear to be sold out, although you will be able to watch the event on TV. So that's Thursday, which is June the 2nd. Saturday, June the 4th, Buckingham Palace is hosting an epic concert with Diana Ross, Queen and Adam Lambert and more, forming an incredible lineup. Okay, I think you can't get tickets for that anymore. It's all gone. The big Jubilee lunch, people across the country will be invited to sit down together to take part in the big Jubilee lunch with street parties. In every borough of the capital, there'll be dozens, hundreds of street parties happening. While some require ticketed entries, others may just allow you to show up. You'll need to search for your nearest one and go from there. That's all weekend with many on Sunday, June the 5th. Platinum Jubilee pageant. This will feature, this is for Sunday, June the 5th as well, 5,000 people from the UK and the Commonwealth performing around the area of Buckingham Palace, which is quite nice, isn't it? You can sort of go and watch things like that. So actually, there doesn't appear to be too much. But where is this other thing where they're all on buses? I know Cliff Richard's on a bus with Gloria, people like that. They've done it all for all the different years. Is that the Platinum Jubilee pageant? That's on the Sunday. So that's what so they've got different buses, one from, I think I might be wrong, one from the 40s, one from the 50s, 60s, so it goes on through, which I think is quite a nice idea. And the concert, I mean, most of it will be seen on television. You get full coverage on LBC as well. They'll be talking about it. They'll have all their guests, and we'll enjoy it. And we hope Her Majesty enjoys it too. But she's not doing Trooping the Colour. She's not doing that. So I think that's going to be split between, Anne, Charles and William. They'll have to learn it. So the bells of Westminster Abbey will peal as they did back in 1953. The mounted band of the Household Cavalry will lead the Gold State coach by 8 Windsor Grey horses. And sounds lovely. The pageant will feature 4 acts. Act 1 for Queen and Country, composed of a military parade with 1,750 people and 200 horses. Act 2 will showcase changes in culture, music and fashion throughout the past 7 decades. That's the one, isn't it? That's the one. Act 3 is Let's Celebrate. That's the Queen's life in 12 chapters, a 20-foot puppet of the Queen. Not sure about that. Accompanied by a number of puppet corgis will be featured. Other highlights will include the Queen's wedding and coronation. Act 4 is called Happy and Glorious, featuring a performance by Ed Sheeran and the singing of God Save the Queen. Crowds will be gathering at the Victoria Memorial towards the end of the ceremony. So they'll let you in slowly but surely down the Mall till you get to the Victoria Memorial. How many times do I pass that? On a daily basis, ladies and gentlemen, on a daily... I feel quite lucky, actually. People pay to come to London, to enjoy what we have on offer. Pret-a-manger and doner kebabs. And you think to yourself, I get this every day. Every day I see Trafalgar Square. Every day I can see the National Gallery. Every day, I see taxis and, buses and all sorts of things that people come over here for and spend good money. And we take it for granted. Sometimes I just like, on a Sunday, if we've been out for breakfast, I just quite like a drive around London. Just to take the car round, just to sort of show off. And it's always good fun. You drive round a few times, you go down the Mall, although you can't go all the way down the Mall because on Sunday it's closed. But no, we have a lot to be thankful for. A lot to be thankful for. We've got some birthday. Oh, that's right. There's a garden here. It looks a bit of a mess. It's just won first prize at Chelsea. Designer Lulu Urquhart and Adam Hunt swapped traditional blooms for flowering weeds. It's apparently okay, to have things like... To be honest with you, it looks like an absolute dump. But they've got a dam made of branches nibbled by beavers. People like that sort of thing, don't they? Clutching his best in show prize, he said, "This isn't a political garden, it comes from the heart." Oh, right. So there you go. Just imagine people... And one of them, there's a 15-ton ice cube. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me. I've got no idea, but it's a 15-ton ice cube. It looks as though it's been made in blocks and then they put them all together a bit like Lego. But it's ice, which is good, isn't it? Happy birthday today to Sir Ian McKellen, 83. He played Gandalf in The Lord of the Rings. He's an ordained minister with the Universal Life Church and officiated Sir Patrick Stewart's wedding. He refused to take over the role of Dumbledore in the Harry Potter films after the death of Richard Harris. And also we celebrate today the Herefordshire-born US actor and filmmaker Frank Oz. Go on, name two of the famous voices that Frank Oz did. He's 78 today, by the way. Ian McKellen is 83. What did he do? Frank Oz, you don't know? Oh, Kermie. He was the voice of Miss Piggy and also Fozzie Bear. He was the voice of both of them. They couldn't be the Cookie Monster, I'm sorry. He was also the voice of Yoda in Star Wars. Ask if he gets fed up with being regaled with endless Yoda impressions. He said, "No, I'm used to it. But people don't understand. It's not the voice, it's the soul." But imagine doing Miss Piggy. I mean, you could live for hours on that, couldn't you, really? Also... What have we got? 1995, the earliest known recording of Mick Jagger and Keith Richards performing together from 1961, sold at Christie's. £50,000. £50,000. It's not bad, is it? Also, May the 25th, 1990, maverick communist Boris Yeltsin was nominated for the presidency of the Russian Federation, the biggest of the 15 Soviet republics with a population of 147 million. Not with us anymore, is he, Boris Yeltsin? He went sort of some time ago. And what was the other thing I quite like? Oh, Celtic in 1967. Celtic beat the favourites Inter Milan 2-1 to become the first British team to win the European Cup. Okay, do you remember it? Oh, yeah. I didn't even know they were playing. I had no idea at all. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to We're Ever Nearer the Weekend. Welcome to... I wonder what the weather's going to bring. Because I think I'm a bit anemic at the moment. I've decided I'm going to start taking vitamin D tablets because you don't see much sunshine. I go home, have a little rest for a bit, then get out and sort of potter about. Went to do a bit of shopping the other day, nipped off to Costco, which was all very nice indeed. And then I think I'm a bit anemic. So if I take vitamin D, that might sort of replace this, because we haven't had enough sunlight. We don't see enough sunlight. I wake up in the dark and come into work in the dark, which is okay. I've got used to it. Amazing how many people can't function at all in the evening and in the early hours of the morning, whereas we don't have too much trouble. So here it is, the PM's enemies salivating at the prospect of it being skewered. Apparently not yet. Apparently not yet. I mean, it's just dragging on, isn't it? Dame Deborah's secret Chelsea trip. She looks amazing. I mean, seriously, she looks amazing. Also, does Biden have the backbone to take on the gun lobby in America? Answer, no. Don't even need to ask me the question. I can tell you the answer straight away. William and Kate are hosting the garden parties at Buckingham Palace. The good, the great, and 8,000 turn up for cucumber sandwiches and bits and pieces. Kate looked amazing. William looked, like William. No more of those Ponzi slippers, thank you very much indeed. The BBC may axe BBC 4 to save cash. I don't know anybody who's watching it. They've got far too many channels. And if we're going to take away their money from them, they'll have to find another way. Perhaps they can sell hot dogs or something outside, as recommended by Peter Andre. How many more injuries from electric scooters? On year, injuries are up 170%. 170%. And the government are going, we're going to licence them. And I'm thinking, you're more prattish than I thought you were. These things are dangerous. Highly, highly dangerous. You could fall off it. You could break. The thing can burst into flames. They're not allowed on the trains, actually, in the morning, which, thank God, we don't want that rubbish there, do we, really? The world's first double hand swap has given some bloke, I've never heard of it before, but it's, well, obviously because they haven't done it before, I suppose. But he said it's given him a new grip on life. It's an old play on words, isn't it? You can rent your kids' clothes from John Lewis. That's a good idea, isn't it? I like the idea. I put in the 2 sets of vest and pants for the producer, and I'm going for a sort of small set of dungarees. So, okay. So, also, there's a lady called Zoe in the paper today. She has been eating for something like 23 years cheese and onion crisp sandwiches. That's all she's eaten. Now, I don't think this is anything so peculiar as people have said to me before, mainly because Victoria Beckham eats the same food every day. The stick insect that is Victoria Beckham. This woman has managed to wean herself off by hypnosis because it's a recognised illness. If you're only eating crisp sandwiches, it's bizarre. I've never heard of it. But I suppose you could be addicted to eating, everything from chicken McNuggets to... some people get addicted to McDonald's. And we've taken that away from them in Russia. They've closed their branches, so the Russians are now suffering, same as everybody else is. And what else have we taken away from them? Oh, we've taken away Marks and Spencer's. Marks and Spencer's have pulled out of Russia. So no more of that. Very shortly, there's going to be food queues in Russia. Very shortly. Because I was thinking, if, this sort of war escalates, and at the moment they're not doing particularly well, the Russians, but, we don't know how far Looney Tunes Putin's going to go on this thing. There's going to be nothing left. There won't be anything. There won't be any shops, there won't be any food, there won't be any grain. We could always go to Canada for the grain. I see no reason, why places like Saskatchewan couldn't start providing grain for us and everything else like that. And then petrol, I called into a Shell garage the other day, because I like to keep the car topped up with petrol. $1.85 I paid. Talk about rip-off. Small wonder the garage was empty. And then the bloke said to me, pump 7. And so I said, there's nobody else here. What do you mean pump 7? Of course it's pump 7. I'm the only one in the garage. There was nobody else there at all. $1.85. I couldn't believe it. I thought, what a rip-off. So it's about time these big petrol companies got kicked in the little spherical objects. Katie Price has been warned she could face up to 5 years in jail because this is over. There was an injunction taken out against her, and she was told not to contact Kieran's girlfriend, as was at the time. Unfortunately, she made a mistake. Big mistake, and she started texting filthy 4-letter words and everything. She's quite clearly some bad drunk who doesn't know how to do anything. You wait till her bills start coming in and she has to try and work out. Although actually, if she gets sent to prison, they've said she could face up to 5 years. I think it's highly unlikely, but she must be the luckiest person in the British courts. Oh, by the way, she's back in court again in a few weeks' time. This is on a speeding charge. So she's been done for drink driving 6 times, found guilty on every occasion, still no prison. Now she's been warned she could face up to 5 years in jail over breaking an injunction. If, of course, she gets away with it, there will be an absolute uproar in the country. And then she's back in court again in 2 weeks. And this is for the speeding. You do ask yourself the question, how stupid do you have to be? Well, if you're Katie Price, the answer is really dumb. Really dumb. Also, the biopic of Elvis apparently is a spectacle. I can't wait to see it. Lots of pictures of Tom Hanks in the papers with Priscilla Presley, which is lovely. And Colin Murray reveals he had to buy new outfits for Countdown because he's put on weight, which seems a bit ridiculous, actually, because we don't see how fat he is. You only see above the waist. You don't see anything else on Countdown. So a totally non-story about having to sort of rush out and buy new clothes. I mean, I sit down at a desk here, and I'm sitting down. Well, you wouldn't know if I put on weight or not, because I'm absolutely slim and gorgeous above the waist. It's as simple as that. I mean, I haven't put on any weight, have I? I'm very lucky. You know, I'm just sort of one of those people. I'm not as good as Amanda Holden. She apparently can eat as much as she likes and never puts on any weight. Isn't that amazing? The young pilot, it's a woman. She says there's a sexism battle with travellers, and I say cobblers. Absolute rubbish. She's obviously doing it to try and get some publicity for herself, because how many times have you been to the airport and they go, the 12:15 flight to Malaga is boarding at gate 23. Your pilot's a woman. They don't do that. You have no idea until you're up in the air, till the pilot comes on and goes, "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Captain, Angela Hartnett," or whatever it happens to be. We're flying on the... And then you go, "I'm getting off." So I think it's a load of old codswallop, I'm afraid. I've never heard of anybody who sort of, wants to get off a flight because it's a woman piloting it, because they don't tell you who the pilot is at all. Which is really, really worrying, actually. The Platinum Jubilee gets ever closer, which is quite nice. We like it. So, after all these people turned up at the palace, they do these garden parties. It's just basically a lot of people tramping over the Queen's grass. 8,000 of them, I believe. But you get William and Kate, because they seem to be doing it quite... You couldn't have had Harry, because he's too dreary and too boring to do anything like that. So there's no chance of that ever happening, even though they might be coming back. But one of the royal columnists, authors, has said that if Harry does not basically reach out to Meghan's father, he may live to regret it. Well, I mean, he's so stuck firmly in his own little time warp, isn't he? He's had a few of his little friends pottering over to... he must be very lonely, Harry. That's all you could put it down. He's because they've just employed him and Meghan, a bodyguard, who used to be the bodyguard for Michael Jackson. I mean, to be honest with you, who do they think they are? Two non-entities who don't want to do anything. They left this country because of the invasion of privacy. Now they're milking it for all it's worth. They're just a pair of old hypocrites. That's all they are. That's not their fault. That's, they're so deluded that they have to have Michael Jackson's bodyguard. Fat lot of blooming use that'll be to anybody, isn't it, really? Josephine says, my friend has been working from home for the last few years. She's just been diagnosed with severe vitamin D deficiency. And I've just started taking an over 50s multivit. And Charles says, you need to get some over-the-counter iron tablets if you're anemic. Well, I've got a hospital appointment coming up. And so that'll be fine, because that's where they sort of look at everything, isn't it? So I've had the blood test, and they've said a bit anemic. Love me tea in the morning. I love doing it. I love slurping. It's fantastic, isn't it? And it's so polite in polite company. I might even burp later on. I haven't quite decided. Waitrose have had to apologise to the people of Cornwall. God knows why. It must be dreadful for them to have to live there. You know why? They did a poster advert, a cream tea poster with the jam on the top. And apparently the people of Cornwall go, oh my God, I can't believe it. They've just really insulted us. Because apparently in Devon, it's completely the opposite way round. I mean, they need to get a life, actually. Can't we annex Cornwall? Is it possible to have it sort of cut off and then moved further out into the sea? If you're going to seriously go all faffy and all girly over the Cornish cream tea poster, who cares? I mean, everybody knows that you put the jam on first and the cream on the top, because otherwise it falls off. It's as simple as that. It's got nothing to do with having to apologise. Silly old Waitrose. Silly old Waitrose. Oh, we're so sorry. We're going to donate some cream teas to the food bank. That'll be useful, won't it, really? Whiskey, I think, would be more useful, and possibly steak. I think steak, which would be very good. Actually, talking of whiskey, the world's largest whiskey bottle has just sold for £1.1 million. I mean, that's really a lot of whiskey. Just a bottle. There isn't any whiskey in it. Steve, I went to Costco in Watford, paid £1.58 for my petrol. That's the cheaper petrol. I can't use that in my car. I have to use top grade petrol, which is the number 5. So anything from 179 to 185 at the moment, but a shell are ripping people off left, right and centre. They're going to start taxing the oil companies. They're making a fortune at your expense and mine, because I've got to use a top grade petrol. They have a 10 and a 5, and then they've got the other riffraff stuff, and I have to use 5. And I was looking at it thinking 188. So I put in 80 quid's worth, only filled up the tank half full. Only half full, so I'll have to put another 80 quid today. So that's, to fill up the tank, 160 quid. But that's normal. Most big cars nowadays, if you're filling up and you're filling up at those inflated prices, it's going to be about 150, 160 quid. My tank is no bigger than anybody else's. Definitely not. Boris Becker could be deported at the end of his jail sentence. Good, get rid of him. Out, out, out. And what was the other one? Oh, yes, Peter Kay's coming back on tour. 6 years since he cancelled everything due to, we don't know. And he's going to go back on tour, but for next year. So the tickets are on sale. They'll sell out really quickly, and people are waiting for him. He couldn't be more ready to get back out there. I should imagine he must be bored witless. And he stepped back in 2017 when he cancelled. He had this 14-month stand-up tour, but he's now lined up huge venues. Well, he hasn't. His team will have lined it up. And it'll be his first show since 2011. I'm not a big fan of Peter Kay. I'm not. I mean, I don't really sort of get it. I told you he appeared on Alan Carr's chat show ages ago, and he went, now it's going to be Peter Kay. And Peter Kay appears at the top of the stairs. And they said, yeah, thank you. And I think, oh, great, we're going to get a good interview. He comes down the stairs, runs off again, and runs back up to the top of the stairs, and does it about 3 times, by which time, people were switching off in their droves. Oh, God, boring. Very unfunny. Very unfunny. What else we got? Oh, a break.
Leading Britain's Conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Fancy having to apologise to the Cornish people. Do you think the Cornish people really give a stuff about which way round, they get the jam or the... I mean, how stupidly pathetic. I mean, seriously, these people need medication. Ridiculous. Pet goldfish released into the wild. There's a story about pet goldfish today. Because you know that if you have a pond in your garden, the goldfish that you put in there as little goldfish grow to the size of the pond. We had them. We had little goldfish, and then by the time the heron had taken, they were quite big. And so now they're being released into the wild and turning into killing machines. Because they eat... I mean, imagine being savaged by a gang of goldfish. So if that's going to change anything. But they do face a triple threat to native species. And it doesn't matter whether they're put in a river or a canal. They consume much more than comparable fish, eat more than other invasive fish, and they're much more willing to aggressively take on other competing species. That means that goldfish pose a triple threat. Not only are they readily available, but they combine insatiable appetites with bold behaviour. Swine. That's right, a bit like me, actually. So they pose a real threat to native biodiversity in rivers and lakes, eating up the resources. And there's you thinking, oh, look, isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? A little goldfish. Very sweet, very sweet. I think they're quite nice, actually. I like going to the garden centres where they've got big tanks with them all in. And if you lean over, they all think they're going to be fed, so they all come to the top of the water, which I think is quite good. There's an expert on UFOs, another Looney Tunes. This one claims that UFO debris is being secretly stored by the US government. How come these people are allowed out on the streets with us normals? I mean, I really do ask the question. They must be crackers. Absolutely crackers. Hard-up pensioners are surviving on biscuits and staying in bed all day to save money. How that's saving money, I've got no idea. Why would staying in bed? We're in the middle of summer. Well, not really. But, so is that so you don't have to put the heating on? But nobody's put heating on at the moment, have they? Not for ages. Not for ages. What was the other one that I quite like? Oh, apparently scientists have now proven, because they're very busy scientists, pickles do improve the taste of burgers. And there's a lovely picture of Peter Andre, always one for a bit of a stupid idea that he never gets the joke. And he's holding a hot dog in a bun, because it's about the size of a little chipolata. So now we've discovered that Rebecca Vardy lied in court, and I do hate pickles. It is true, I hate pickles. I can't help it. I'm just not a pickle sort of person. I suppose if push came to shove, I could probably go with pickles, but I don't, if you get them in a burger, I have to remove everything. So if I'm going to have anything from McDonald's, it would be a quarter pounder with cheese, plain. I remember asking some woman, she obviously hadn't been trained properly, down at Waterloo Station about 2 years ago. I said, can I have a quarter pounder with cheese, plain? And she went, what do you mean? And I thought, well, you're supposed to know what that means because it's part of your training. I said, that's just the burger and the cheese. So she said, you don't want any pickles? I said, no, plain. She said, you want the bun? And I felt like saying, how long have you worked for this company? You shouldn't be allowed here at all. Steve, have you been watching Long Lost Family? Says Debbie. I have not. And I watched DOI SOS. I catch that one all the time because I think they're brilliant. I love DIY SOS. I love it when you get a family who've, literally pushed as far as they can go and they can't get things completed. And then all of a sudden this army of workers, descend on their house and they do everything for them. And it's brilliant. I love stuff like that. I'm one of those things, but I haven't done Long Lost Family. Andy says, I've just topped up my lorry with standard diesel. Half a tank, 280 quid. Thank God it's not my bill. Trucker Andy, 280. That's for half a tank, 560 quid to fill up. See, mine doesn't seem so bad now. £160 to fill up my tank. But that's the same for anybody driving a 4x4 or a big car. And it's not that they're gas guzzlers. It's completely different. But I love it when people sort of write in and say, I paid £158 for my petrol. You're probably just driving a normal car. If you drive sort of top of the range cars, you have to pay through the nose for it. I mean, luckily, I'm not. It doesn't affect me. I'm not affected directly for sort of the cost of petrol because I earn a good salary. Still hate pickles. It doesn't make any difference, actually. I just can't abide pickles. The Americans love pickles. They put them on everything, don't they? And I've had some New York pastrami. I had that. When did I have that? It came in a sandwich. It was lovely, and that had pickles on it. But I think pickles go with pastrami, so I quite like. I don't know what I have today, actually. Oh, there's a new cruise. You're going to love this one. This is my favourite cruise at the moment. It's a Bermuda Triangle cruise, which is offering a free refund if the ship vanishes. How cool is that? How cool is that? That was like that joke, wasn't it, of the magician sitting on a life raft with a parrot on his shoulder in the middle of the ocean, and the parrot turns to the bloke and goes, all right, what have you done with the ship? Because it went down. But the Bermuda Triangle, so a free refund if the ship vanishes. I mean, I think that's just classic. I think that's a bargain. You can't lose, can you? You can't lose at all. The award-winning flowers, they were in a little village, and somebody had planted them. They were all wildflowers. They looked beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And it sort of turned a very dull sort of edge, a little bit of grass, into something that looked really nice. I like the people who throw flowers out of the car windows going down the motorway. And what they do is they get a little muslin bag full of earth and they put the seeds in. And as they're going down the motorway, they throw them out. They will then seed themselves onto the banks. And that's why you get banks of poppies, red poppies. You get daffodils, which reseed themselves every year. And this little thing here in Alton in East Hampshire, it looks beautiful. It's got, daisies and poppies and everything else there. And the council come along and some... there were signs on it saying no mow May, and Gareth from Alton spent a day last year turning the space next to his home into the Butts Community Garden. It looks beautiful. It looks though he's about to do serious damage to the council, to be honest with you. But the council come along, mow it all down. Obviously unable to read. Perhaps they employ really stupid people at the council. I mean, fancy mowing that. I mean, you would see that and go, that looks beautiful. You know what they want to do? They have to name the person who mowed that down. How stupid are they? Was it called a New York deli sandwich? It might have been, Desmond. I don't know. It's pastrami and it's very nice. I keep convincing myself it's pastrami and it's lovely. Pam is in Glasgow. I know Glasgow very well. Tollcross. My Mini, 85 quid to fill it. I only use the good petrol. Can't sleep today. Sore leg. I bet I've got an iron and vitamin D deficiency. Anyway, you always make me chuckle and brighten my day. Thank you for being fabulous. I don't think we're ever fabulous, but pastrami sandwiches, if you get them in New York, they're so big you couldn't get this in. The producer could, and they're absolutely huge, and they come with mustard and all sorts of bits and pieces, and they're like, because they do this all the time over here. It's very rare that you get sort of somebody doing pastrami, but they've got the pickles which come with it, the sauerkraut, the gherkins. And Aldi have launched a new premium lunchtime sandwich, and it's pastrami and Emmental cheese. It's quite nice. That's what the Marks and Spencer's one is. And Nottingham customers among the first to try it. Well, sod them. Nottingham. I ask you, what's the matter? Excuse me, we are the capital. Why are you not starting it here? Don't start that malarkey with me, I tell you. I've had enough of it. I'm not playing game. Monica in Melbourne says, do you remember the Covent Garden restaurant Tony Roma's? It had the most sensational onion ring loaf. Great atmosphere. Wondered why it's shut. They just closed. They were all over the place, Tony Roma's. I used to have that as well. They did ribs. Ribs. I used to love a plate of ribs. Oh, a plate of ribs. They used to do in one of the places I went to, they were ribs glazed with, I think it was whiskey or something like that. God, they were nice. Sticky ribs. Oh, Struth. Messy, but they give you a little finger bowl, which I thought you just drank, and with a lemon in. I thought, how lovely. Lemon water, without realising it's put your fingers in. And they gave you sort of wet wipes and all the rest of it. But no, I've not had ribs for ages. I want to buy them in Costco. They do them either cooked or uncooked. And I wanted to buy them cooked and sit in the car and just tear them apart and eat them. But they're so messy. I'd have to literally take a towel in and wet wipes and everything else. But Monica, yes, I remember Tony Roma's very well. In fact, actually, I could walk out of this building, cross over the road down a little alley, and that's where Tony Roma's was, the other side. It was in Upper St Martin's Lane. And it was next to a gymnasium and we had a gay bar on the corner. In fact, actually, there used to be 2 gay bars on Upper St Martin's Lane. One was called, can't remember, and the other one was called the Salisbury. The Salisbury, an old Victorian pub, authentic, mirrors, just fantastic, about as camp as you were going to get. And unfortunately, years and years and years, I mean, it was a gay bar for years, but it ended up with a new manager, and he didn't like gays. He was Australian, and so he made sure that he had rude bar staff in to make sure they didn't make the gay people feel very welcome. And so all of a sudden people started avoiding it. Don't go there. It's not, I mean, things have changed quite considerably. I mean, now nobody bothers about having gay bars. You can go in any bar you like. There's no restrictions. But really, it didn't go down at all well. It was like over in Earl's Court. There was a gay bar there, but the police used to try and entrap gay men. They used to, in Wharfdale Street, it became known as the pretty policeman sting. They would send a pretty policeman out to stand on a street corner as if he was soliciting. And then people would go up to him and go, hello. And he'd then go, oh, fine. Yeah, you want to looking for some business? And they'd walk round the corner and the person would be arrested until they put the pretty policeman's photograph on the front of Gay Times just to make sure that you knew that the police were homophobic. Now they've got the Lesbian and Gay Police Federation. There's that many gay officers out there. Check out the sandwiches at Kat's Deli in New York. Huge. Well, I mean, yeah, they've got no concept of size at all in New York. I mean, their portions are huge. We went to a place that was Chinese takeaway, and I ordered what I would order here. Well, I couldn't even finish it. Sweet and sour chicken and chicken chow mein. What else did I get? Chicken chow mein, sweet and sour chicken, and something else. And you've been there, have you? Yeah. And you've been to Kat's Deli? Oh, right, you would have been. He said my producer sent me a picture of his turkey sandwich. Where is it? Is it on my phone? Oh, right. It's like being stalked. It really is. So he sent an image of just ridiculous. I mean, honestly, they're huge. Small wonder people have got weight problems in America because they're sort of portion. I told you when we went to Vegas years and years ago, we were staying at one of the hotels. We were up on the pool deck, which was lovely. And I said, can we have some sandwiches? We'll have a plate of sandwiches. And okay, what do you want? Ham, cheese, pastrami. We went through all these different. I don't know, came from China. Actually, somebody sent me the stupidest text ever. You said you lived in Hong Kong. Why don't you have a Chinese accent? Oh, God, there's some thick people out. Please tell me you don't vote. You can't be that stupid and vote. And when the plate of sandwiches arrived, and I wanted some chips. Big mistake. Chips over there are crisps. I wanted a plate of chips, and I got a whole plate of crisps, which was very boring. Yeah, I should have asked for fries.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Apparently Denise says we do pastrami in Medway City Estate, Rochester in Kent, with beef, mayo, mustard, spinach in thick bloomer bread. It's our top filling. How lovely. We mustn't talk about food this early. Drives everybody mad. But I quite like it, actually. I quite like talking about food. I'm going to tell you a little bit later on about Gifford Circus. Now, I don't know if you know about Gifford Circus. They're coming to Chiswick House and Gardens. They're touring, and it's what they call a family circus. It's a little circus, but it's very popular with farmers and children, artists, sports people. All sorts of people go to Gifford Circus because it's a very traditional little circus. They've got a circus tent in white, and all the showman's wagons around there are burgundy. They're all painted burgundy. And they did a lovely feature on them in Country Life quite a few months ago. And I've known about Gifford Circus for ages because it was one of the original circuses. It was started, I think, actually, in 2000 by Neil and Tottie Gifford, and it's a village green circus that tours England. I mean, it's and it's all the sort of things, when you were a kid and you want to go and play in the garden. I mean, some of us played circuses in the garden. And you'd put on a show and you'd sort of say, I'm going to juggle, but you never able to. And you thought you could walk the tightrope, on the washing line, which that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. But we used to put on little circuses, and I used to have Chipperfield Circus toys, and you'd put them in the garden, and you'd make a tent out of a big cloth and things like that. And it was just great fun. And this is what Gifford's does. They recreate those circuses from long ago. So if you've never been before, you'd love it. If you've got kids, go to it because you absolutely love it. I'll tell you more about it a little bit later on. I see Claudia Winkleman's got a new game show. Honestly, that's all they come up with nowadays, isn't it? You know why? Cheap. That's all it is. This one's called The Traitors. I mean, God knows. Hope they don't do a celebrity version of it. That would just about seal its fate as far as I'm concerned. What is this obsession that they've all got with doing game shows? I've lost track of how many game shows there are. And then they do, it's cheap, I suppose, I've answered my own question. But they always sort of put them on and they go, and here's a celebrity version. I mean, you're hard pushed to find out who the hell these people are. I sit there watching it. I mean, and also they get much easier questions. You know why? Majority of celebrities a bit dim. They don't know the answer. So what colour is the sky? Is it green, yellow with pink spots, or blue? Can I phone a friend? Yeah. I think it's the one with the spots on it. Okay, yeah. I mean, because when you get the celebrity versions of all of these quiz shows on the television, even the old ones, they're so easy peasy. Even on The Chase, they're easy. I mean, they seriously are, So what was the name of Superman in the film Superman? Yeah, and you think, oh, my Godfathers, honestly. It's like whenever you get them on what's the one they do on the BBC with Clive Myrie? Is that Mastermind? Have you heard the celebrity versions on that one? I mean, my Godfathers. I mean, you might as well ask 2-year-olds. They could give you the answers quicker. When they did Lydia Dim on there from Towett, she was so thick. It was almost embarrassing. They have to find easy questions because no agent is going to put their client up there if the question's going to be difficult, because otherwise you're made to look stupid. Unfortunately, for poor Lydia Dim, they were fairly easy, but she still didn't know the answers. But there again, I was never convinced she realised how she got pregnant. What was the other one? Was I quite like? Harry Styles plays his one-off sold-out show in London before he starts touring, and the Good and the Great turned up, which was lovely, except his band members from One Direction. You thought that they would have been there, but of course, he's done really well. He's done really well. So it was a sellout. 4,000 odd people turned up, and he says, Jess's sign, he declared to the 5,000 strong audience, says, and I might paraphrase, my boyfriend slept with my best friend. There were loud boos from mainly the female crowd, many of those who followed him since the One Direction days, but none of the other boys turned up. I think they're jealous. I think they're absolutely jealous, because all you read about Liam is the fact he's got a new girlfriend who's a model. They're all models nowadays. The Irish boy, no idea what he does, not a clue anymore, but he certainly doesn't tour. And the only one who's really putting his sort of, all in is Harry. 5,000, he's sold out, which is very good, isn't it? There's a show coming to the, was it the Royal Albert Hall or Theatre Royal Drury Lane? I can't remember what it was, actually. Wait a minute. I shall tell you, actually, now. I shall tell you, because I'm very good, actually, at telling you these things. This came in from a friend of mine. It's Theatre Royal Drury Lane, A World of Wisdom. Live on stage himself. Now, I don't know. This opens June 19th. I don't know whether it's for a limited season only. Now, I don't know whether or not this is an old poster or a new poster. And wait a minute. I don't know. I think this must be an old one, actually. Must be an old one, because it doesn't have a year on it, which is very odd. But it does have a telephone number, 01836. So you know it's a very, very old poster. So live on stage, Norman Wisdom. You know, he played every musical instrument under the sun. Every musical instrument. He came into LBC to be interviewed by me years ago, and we had an Australian management at the time, and Norman Wisdom went into the managing director's office as we were going through to the studio and started doing pratfalls in front of him. And the managing director didn't have the faintest idea who he was. I think at one point he jumped on top of his desk. I think the managing director was about to call the police. Got very embarrassed. I had to go back afterwards and said, that's Norman Wisdom, very big star in this country. Very big in, I forget somewhere, but anyway. Jeff Stevenson says, just coming into Santorini. He said, I heard you talking about circuses. And we found out recently my father-in-law is related to one of the owners of Bertram Mills Circus, who used to have a circus in London. Yes, there is a book out, Jeff, and it's called The Circus That Travelled by Train. And because they used to appear at Olympia, they would put a tent up indoors in Olympia, and there was a fun fair there and everything else. That's where I used to go to. Coco the Clown starred with Bertram Mills Circus. And Jeff is on a 5-ship tour and busier than ever, thankfully. And I tell you what I've got. I was given some years ago Bertram Mills's inkstand. His inkstand that he had in his office with his initials on it and the 2 inkwells. I've got that. I have it. But I'm glad that you're busy. So coming into Santorini. But fancy being related to one of the owners of Bertram Mills Circus. I think that's really cool. I think that's absolutely fantastic. Absolutely amazing. I love circus. I like the idea that a circus, like a fun fair, packs up, you know, and all that's left is the ring of sawdust. But they don't use as much sawdust now as they used to, because otherwise you've got to sweep it up. So they generally have a big sort of plastic mat on the floor in the shape of a star. And the circus arrives in town and all the wagons form up round it. We get loads of them in Richmond. Loads of circuses. And I've never been to them, which is a shame. Pat in Tamworth says, Steve, the best sandwiches are from Selfridge's Salt Beef Bar. Sounds lovely. Heading to New York, says Ricky in Barnet, and Miami next week. Any recommendations for things to see or do, or things to eat? Not a clue. But you won't have, there's no shortage of food in New York or Miami. They are the kings over there of takeaway food. You'll find loads of people. You won't have to hunt around for anything. It'll find you. Much easier. Christine says beef tea for iron deficiency. Beef tea. And I heard you mention, says this one here, Chipperfield Circus. Reminded me my brother was friends with their son in the 80s and went for a play date when he was about 6. And they had a monkey's tea party and they fed the big cats. Very nice. Monkey's Tea Party. They were very, very popular. The monkeys at Twyford Zoo used to feature on the PG Tips adverts. They were all their monkeys that they featured. And what they were doing, they weren't trained. They just did things naturally. So when you got them dressing up, obviously, you know, they put them into clothes and they were sort of having to, and then they just sort of filmed them and then put it all together and made a story out of it. They weren't trained to sort of hold cups of tea. They just wanted to do anything. Paul Daniels had a very good experience with a chimpanzee when he had a paper bag and the monkey looked into the paper bag and there was a mirror at the back of it. So the monkey was looking at himself and it was totally unrehearsed. And the monkey's looking, sees this other monkey at the back of the paper bag, and he puts his hand around the back of the bag and moves it up and down. It's very clever to try and see who this monkey is and why he couldn't touch it or talk to it. It's amazing what you can do with animals. I do the same thing with the producer. I bring a mirror out and he goes, no, Steve, no photographs just yet. And we always go through that, which is quite nice, isn't it? Yeah. I love the idea. Please say, how many organised crime gangs are operating in Manchester? In Manchester, 176. They've obviously completely out of control. And as I say, that was what goes on. There used to be a crime family up there. In fact, there were 176 of them. But crime gangs operating. These are just people, you know, who sort of sell drugs and stuff like that. It's obviously a huge problem in Manchester. It used to be a nice place to go to. A bit of a dump now, actually, really. If you've got 176 crime gangs. I'd love to know how many we've got in London. That would be an interesting one, wouldn't it? Marcus Rashford is proposed to his childhood sweetheart. That's nice, isn't it? Very romantic. Very romantic indeed. People like a bit of romance. And there's also a couple who got engaged 60 years ago. They're finally getting round to tying the knot. So that's good. The London number of gangs, it's what they think, is 250. So we're doing better than Manchester. Much better than Manchester. I don't know what they're gangs of. You know, whether it's just sort of somebody selling, you know, a packet of crisps or something over the counter, or people who nick things or everything. They had a woman the other day, they were doing a programme on Channel 5, I think it is, who seem to like these things, basically on pickpockets and shoplifters. And there was a woman, and she'd been caught shoplifting. She just picked up something and just slipped into her pocket. So, of course, she was caught. Because in Oxford Street and Regent Street, they've got lots of private security firms who hunt these people out. They know who they are. And this woman had been caught loads of times. And so she said, I need to go outside for a cigarette. And they went, no, you're not going anywhere, love. And they called the real police out and they took her away. But she had a list of misdemeanours as long as your arm. These people thieve for a living. They just go in, they pick up loads of stuff, put it in their bags, and then just walk out the doors. Staff are told not to tackle anybody because these people, some of them could be violent. But as I say, if ever you get on a bus in Oxford Street or Regent Street or anywhere that's crowded, watch out for people with coats over their arms. 9 out of 10 times they'll be pickpockets. They thieve. And they put the coat and then their other hand is slipping into your back pocket. Amazing how many people keep their telephones in their back pockets. I mean, seriously. You're asking for it. You're asking for it to be nicked. And of course it is. But it's, you know, it's a really difficult thing. Don't have anything like that. It's also people, you know, if you're on the underground and there's a sign that says watch out for pickpockets, what do most people do? They tap their pocket where their wallet is. So the pickpockets watching know exactly where the thing is. And, you know, I've known a number of professional pickpockets over the years, people who do it as an act. People who do it as an act. On the stage, on television, they've done loads and loads of people. And they sort of, you know, they go in and the pickpocket knows immediately, the act, if you've spotted him taking your wallet. And so he will go in to get the wallet, distracting you. And then he'll go, you saw that, didn't you? The bloke would go, yeah. And so the pickpocket goes to put it back in, but really takes it back out again. So, of course, he doesn't know. I've seen them take ties off, glasses. Amazing, really. Shirts. They know all the tricks of how to get glasses, apparently. It's easy. You just sort of run your hand up and down in front of somebody's eyes. And this means you can take their glasses. But it was the wallet that I was particularly interested in because the guy had seen him taking it. He could feel it. And he said to him, you knew I'd taken the wallet. And he said, yeah. So he goes to put it back in, but in fact he doesn't. He just sneaks it back out again.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Hope you're well. Are you good? You looking forward to the weekend? Don't know what you do. What are you doing? Going to the garden centre, putting things in the garden, you know, watering. I've got to water when I get back home, actually. It was the only thing I forgot to do yesterday. So when I get back home, I shall do my sprinkling, as they say, with the watering can with a bit of Tomerite in it, just to make sure that you get bigger plants than anybody else. And it's coming along really well. I mean, it really is coming along well. Now I can see the effort. When I first put these little plants in, I lost about half a dozen because they were too tiny, little baby plants. And I'm still waiting for my new set of plants, but these are giant plugs. I don't know why we're still waiting for them. I mean, by the time I get the bloody things, the summer will be over, which is a pain. Steve, for the most economical way to use your car, never fill the tank. Just fill to half tank and you will get more mileage. Get more mileage out of it, says John, because you have less weight in the car. Oh, listen, by the time I couldn't care less, actually. It doesn't make any difference. I told you once. I went into a garage years ago and the bloke said to me, how much does that cost to fill up? And I remember thinking, what does it do with you? Mind your own business. Just turn the pump on, OK? I'll put the petrol in there. You don't need to worry about it. Han says, started watching Ricky Gervais's Supernature last night to see what all the fuss is about. Chuckled at the intro funnies, then found myself wincing and recoiling at some of the supposed humour that ensued. And I ain't no prude. I then fell asleep. He's playing the shock card to get people talking. Mission accomplished. Absolutely. But that's what he said it is. You know, he's doing something to see how shocked you are because you've been warned that it's going to be shocking. So you can't complain about it because he's told you. You know, this is, you know, you might be offended by this. Don't watch it then, if you're going to be easily offended. If you're not easily offended or you want to see how far it can go, well, then watch it. But they all do it. Because bearing in mind, comedians have got as big a job as any. It's a thankless job, isn't it, being a comedian? Imagine walking on stage, and you go, so, and there's dead silence. Nothing at all. You walk off the stage to the sound of your own feet. You worry. I remember seeing Frank Skinner, who was on a Royal Variety show once, and it didn't go down as well, because you get some evenings where the crowd are very responsive, and some evenings where the crowd just think, this just isn't funny. Don't even bother trying to make me laugh, because it's not funny. And then other people, they walk on and everybody loves them straight away, because if you love a comedian, you're going to laugh at anything. So Alan Davis only has to open his mouth, or any one of a number of people on QI. They're sort of past masters at it, so they know exactly what they have to do. And I've interviewed so many comedians, and some are very funny all the time, but some are, people who sort of, it's a slow burner. A slow burner. Mikey in Kettering says, I know I'm late to this, Steve, but I listened to your interview with Ian Dale. It was absolutely amazing and beautiful. Beautiful. Actually, the boys out on the news desk, Adam and Dom, they've downloaded it and listened to it. I mean, it runs forever and a day. You could grow a beard listening to my podcast with Ian Dale. But don't type my name in to find it. Type Ian Dale's All Talk in there, and then you will find it. And it runs 2 hours, but it'll take you about 20 seconds to download it. It's very fast downloading, and you get 2 hours. And I think it's his top selling, or not selling. I think it's the most popular podcast. I don't know why. I never understand how these things work. I just hope it continues for some years to come, which is quite nice. So Boris Becker's going to be deported at the end of his sentence. Good. That's fine. And what was the other one? Oh, the BBC axing BBC 4 to save cash. They haven't decided. Yes, they will. But to be honest with you, I've never seen it. I've got no idea. I watch Sky Arts because I like that. They have all sorts of really good things. They have all the Les Mises and the Phantoms and just everything. Really wonderful, actually. A Caesar coin. This is Caesar Augustus to commemorate his assassination. As was minted. They were a bit bloodthirsty in those days, but it's worth $1.5 million, and it's coming up for auction. Just in case you were thinking of buying it, that would be quite nice, actually. It looks quite nice, doesn't it? I mean, so it's Julius Caesar was murdered, and you'll remember it vividly. It was on the front of all the papers in 44 BC by Brutus and Cassius. This rare gold, Ides of March, could sell for 1.5 million in a Zurich auction. One expert says it commemorates one of the most important moments in history. Yes, I think Julius was having a very bad day that way, very bad. And so it was minted to celebrate the assassination of Julius Caesar. The Roman coin may even have been worn around the neck of one of his murderers. The reason is it's got a hole in it, so it could have been worn as a pendant. I assassinated Julius Caesar, which was good. Only one of 3 known to exist, and unique in having this hole in it. It's a bit basic, if you actually look at it, but it's worth £1.5 million. I don't know who owns it. I've got no idea, but I quite like it. Imagine, look at that, Ides Well, I was thinking about it. I could just have it. And it was struck 2 years after the event. It's been on display at the British Museum for the last 10 years on long-term loan from a private collector who's now decided to sell it. Can you imagine? Because that's what people do. If they can't afford to insure something, jewellery or any sort of piece of memorabilia, they gift it to a museum and they look after it for you, which is quite a nice idea. So the Brit Museum lose it, and somebody becomes richer by £1.5 million for a coin that most of us have never even seen before. I'd never seen it before, but I'm interested in it now. I don't know if I want to buy it. A bit ostentatious. Let's see. Yeah, I'll sleep. I'll think about it. I'll have a little sleep on it. Rishi will tax the oil and tax profits. About time, but don't give us all this balderdash. Just if you're going to do it, but don't sort of lie to people. It's very embarrassing. M&S has a say to quit Russia. So they've got no coffee shops. They've got no, what was the other one they lost? No McDonald's. And now no M&S. Oh dear. All gone a bit pear-shaped, hasn't it? Never mind. Perhaps we'll see queues of starving people in Russia. And that's all down to Putin. If it hadn't been for Putin, you'd have had some food to go and eat. But you can't have anything now. So all those people going out to Marks and Spencer's, going, we get our food in. Nope, nothing. Nothing. Partygate report is in. And now they're saying, let's move on. The Sun are saying, because they would, most criminal thing about this party is that it looks so rubbish. Yes, I mean, was he moving through? I mean, they've got loads of sandwiches and a jug of orange juice, and then there's the booze. And Boris and Rishi Sunak at the PM's birthday in June 2020. And, so it looks a bit bleak. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know how much longer we're going to be talking about it. I suspect probably for a little while longer. And what else do we have? Another 7 cases of the monkeypox, pushing the total now to 78. 78. Also, Peter Kay, as I say, making a comeback. And supermodel Kate Moss backed her ex-boyfriend Johnny Depp yesterday and declared he never pushed me, kicked me or threw me down the stairs. She has the oddest boyfriends. She went out with Pete Doherty, do you remember? And people were going, what's the matter with you? Can't you find anybody normal? And Johnny Depp, I mean, he looks a little bit Looney Tunes, doesn't he, in court? Mind you, nothing as to what Amber Heard looks like. She looks like she's caught in headlights. She really does. It's a very odd thing. Very odd thing. Prince Charles spoke of the nightmare situation in Ukraine as he met refugees at a donation centre in Romania's capital. And I didn't know, actually. Do you know, 48 shops M&S have got in Russia. Well, they had. They're closing them all down. So the Russian people are going to starve. Nothing you can do about it. And I'm sure they've got their own supermarkets, but they won't have Marks and Spencer's. And if Marks and Spencer's got 48 in the country, and now there's no McDonald's, it's just a lot of empty buildings, isn't it, really? Harry and Meghan have hired Michael Jackson's ex-bodyguard to lead their new security team. I'm sorry, I thought you wanted a bit of privacy. Just a load of balderdash, isn't it, really, loves? A little bit of balderdash. Alberto Alvarez was seen cycling with Harry early this week because Harry's a bit frightened to go out by himself. I mean, I don't know why. I thought they wanted privacy. It is possible for Harry to go out and be totally anonymous. Oh, sorry, here he is being anonymous. More security staff followed in a 4x4 as Harry took a spin on an electric bike. A source said Alberto has worked with the biggest celebrities and now he's stuck with these two. You imagine, poor, how embarrassing. Michael Jackson 1 minute and then a retiring shy couple. Alberto called 911 on the night singer Jackson died, aged 50 in 2009. And a source said he knows every trick in the book of keeping them out of harm's way. They're on a bicycle, love. Don't be stupid. We're not buying into this garbage. But apparently the appointment comes after the Home Office prevented Harry from paying for police protection for his family when he visits the UK. We don't want him to visit the UK. I really don't. Some silly little ex-member of the royal family walking down the road with his dreary ex-wife, used to be an actress, still playing the game, I think, and overshadowing the Queen's Jubilee. I mean, we don't want it. Harry is now arguing his private protection team in America does not have access to UK intelligence needed to keep Meghan, Archie 3 and Lilibet safe. Oh, go away. Go away. Shoo. Stay away. Don't bother coming here. We don't want you here. Nobody likes you. Goodness sake, honestly. Rod Liddell talking about a brilliant evening of entertainment from Ricky Gervais's new show, Supernature. And he says, I mean, he loves it. 2 points, he says. As Gervais says, jokes are fiction. They're not the same thing as reality. They're just jokes. He says he goes from strength to strength. It's interesting, isn't it? You get one group of people who say, no, this is grossly offensive. And then you get somebody writing in a newspaper going, no, this is absolutely brilliant. Or done. We did it with Jimmy Carr. Jimmy Carr did exactly the same. I mean, some things just aren't funny. I don't sort of get it at all. I really don't. Nathan in the black van says, how are you in the groovy gang? I don't see anybody wearing masks now. I wear it all the time. And social distancing is a thing of the past. No. Absolutely not. Have you seen how many ill people there are? On the buses and on the trains? Disgusting. No. I was the only one sitting on the train the other day with a mask on. I was the only one who looked healthy, to be honest with you. Talking, says Rupert, about Ricky Gervais. Have you seen Afterlife on Netflix, written and starring him? It'll make you laugh and cry until you drop. I shouldn't think so. I don't. Will it? Oh, right, producer says yes. See, you can't believe anything that people say nowadays, can you? Goodness gracious me, it's not 5 o'clock already. It certainly is, which means we've got the news. I'm back with you in 3.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber. and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride. So you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Thursday, May the 26th. I trust we find you bright-eyed and bushy-tailed today. You're probably going to be devouring the Partygate, which the Sun says is over. I don't think so, actually. I don't think so. But, of course, what they're trying to do is they're doing damage limitation. So they'll try and come up with, Rishi Sunak's going to give you this and this. And they're just sort of overshadowing the other little bits and pieces. The other story everybody's talking about today is Katie Price, who's now been warned by the court she could face up to 5 years in prison because she broke a court order. She thinks she's above the law. That's why she's been done for drink driving 6 times. And so far, nobody's ever sent her to prison. Must be the only person in living memory that's never gone to prison for drink driving. You know, and in one of them, she flipped the car over. Next time, maybe not so lucky. Not so lucky. But Baz Luhrmann's Presley biopic, is it worth the wait? Says the papers today. How much do you think Elvis Presley generates every year? How much does he earn? How much does he earn, Elvis Presley, every year? 15 million, says the producer. Well, you can double that. 31.2 million is what Presley earns despite being dead. But as I say, somebody at RCA years ago, after hearing of his death, said good career move, because they were able to re-release all the box sets, all of the... I've got about 4 different box sets of Elvis. The biggest dead celebrity. Oh my God, now who would this be? The biggest dead... Oh dear, I don't know. It's not a singer, is it? It is a singer. Oh, right. It is a singer. So the biggest dead earner. I'm going to kick myself, am I? Oh, dear. If Presley's making 31.2 million. You know there are organisations in America who look after dead celebrities' estates and they bring everything in. I can't think of anybody, actually, who it would be. The biggest... Last year, it was Roald Dahl. Was it? Do we know how much money Roald Dahl brought in last year? Oh, here we go. Roald Dahl earned... Is this in the year? Good Lord above. Netflix bought all the rights to Roald Dahl stuff. He died of cancer. Last year, he earned £513 million. Unbelievable. Prince, the musician, overdose. $120 million... dollars these are, $120 million. Michael Jackson brought in $75 million. This is in 1 year. Charles Schultz, who was the cartoonist for Peanuts, generates $40 million in a year. Dr. Seuss, $35 million. Bing Crosby, £33 million. Actually, I've got... Strangely enough, I just found the other day, I've got a Bing Crosby sort of Christmas album, which I can't wait to play in the car. Arnold Palmer, the golfer, brings in £27 million. Presumably that'll be through clothes licensing and all sorts of different bits and pieces. Jerry Goffin, lyricist, £23 million. Luther Vandross, £21 million. Bob Marley, £16 million in a year. £16 million. It's phenomenal, isn't it? How far down do we go? Do we go? Oh yeah, just a couple of... Even John Lennon generates £12 million. See, I thought it would have been loads more than that. I thought it would have been loads more. But of course, I think Paul McCartney owns Northern Songs, which I think is there, but I don't think Lennon gets anything out of that. Interestingly enough, Netflix bought the Roald Dahl Story Company, which manages the rights to his stories and characters, for a fee of $684 million, £500 million. And Dahl's heirs held at least 75%. So when you look at £684 million, that's what they bought it for, and it generates every year 513 million quid. They should have sold it for 3 times the amount. 3 times it. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing that all these people, but in America, they have licensing deals. You can't just go out there and just start reprinting bits and pieces. You know, the lawyers will be down on you like a ton of bricks. They're not going to miss out on anything like that. But looking at Elvis Presley, how many UK singles did he have, including 21 number ones? Elvis, how many? How many UK singles, including 21 number ones? 60. 164. 164. And how many records did he sell worldwide? Elvis Presley. Would you believe? 200 million? Oh, nowhere near. A billion. A billion records worldwide. How many visitors do they get to Graceland annually? I thought this was a bit low. Actually, I thought because if you're an Elvis fan, the one thing you want to do is go to Graceland because that's where he lived. The house is relatively untouched since the days. All the, the things are on the only place you can't go is upstairs because that's where he died, and they won't let you go upstairs. But other people must have gone there because he died in the bathroom. 600,000 visitors a year. Now that's not bad, 600,000 people, but when you sort of look at his life, and the interesting thing is with Presley is if you look at his stage shows in Vegas, they were very basic. They weren't all big razzmatazz and this, the 68 comeback special, it was just him in a leather coat, and the other ones he had the band on, and he had the singers, and that was just it. He came on do 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 do. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a great build up, and he's walking backstage, and then he just walks on. Oh, she rider, Which celeb has earned the most overall since they died? 2.5 billion. Michael Jackson? Yeah, Michael Jackson. Since he died, 2.5 billion. If only he'd known. If only he'd known. Because he had all those concerts. They were just booking them in left, right and centre. Booking them in left, right and centre. I thought he was immensely talented. I remember here in London, we had Michael Jackson fans in Trafalgar Square. They were lighting candles. They were all over the place. Lighting because people couldn't believe it. Could not believe it. And his you won't read a lot about his kids anymore, do you? They went to live with Jackson's mother, I think, was about 95 at the time. God knows what she was going to do with them. And I think Blanket and, I don't think the father was particularly... Oh, my screen's gone blank. I'm looking at a blank screen now for some strange... Oh, no, it's come back again. Well, it's not, sort of, nearly. But, no. So the person who's generated the most since they died, Michael Jackson. And I don't think anybody has ever bought Neverland. I don't think they've bought Neverland. And it was interesting. Warren says, did you know that Elvis saw Cliff Richard as a threat? Well, I mean, Cliff was the biggest artist, I think. And I think they met each other only once, Cliff and Elvis. Cliff is the biggest selling artist in the UK of all time, but the Beatles may have sold more than Cliff. We're not sure. We're having a check on that one at the moment, actually, to find out. The Beatles sort of continue to generate. Neverland sold last year, did it? I knew it must have been recent. 22 million. 22 million. Who would buy it? Who would actually buy it? It was listed in 2016 for 100 million. But in America, the people go, no, I know you need to sell it. I know you need to sell it. So that's it. I was watching that $1 million sellings the other day. And these two, it's a very camp business in America, people selling houses, but it's amazing what people will be willing to pay. And they have sort of open houses. There was a penthouse, which looked lovely, but it was only about 3.4 million. Positively cheap, I thought, for a penthouse. But for these sort of people who drive around in these flash cars, they love doing it. And I'm interested in it as well. I wish they did it in this country. Have you seen John Caldwell's house in Mayfair? It's about two put together. And it's got everything. It's got a car lift. It's got a waterfall that runs through it. They did a whole television program on it. It was amazing. It was like, the house you go, wow, how much has he spent? And the answer is he's very rich because he started, I think, Carphone Warehouse. Britain's most expensive home. That's his. Yes, I thought it would be. There was one down the road from me, which was the subject of it had been taken over by the courts and they were trying to sell it. But John Caldwell's house would be the most expensive. Most expensive. But then when you've got that much money and you look at the inside of it and you look at the gold work, you look at, have you seen this before? No, it's absolutely amazing. Look at it. It is amazing. It's a fabulous house. It's in Mayfair as far as I know. I think it's £65 million to do it up. That's just to do it up. So he gets these 2 houses. I should imagine the people who owned them originally must be going, my God, I mean, limitless money. They put trees in. There's, I mean, just everything. And then they had to take things out because they didn't look right. I hope he lives long enough to enjoy it. Because when you've got a house like that, I mean, it's pretty special. I mean, I remember seeing the documentary on the television. I remember thinking, wow, it's like somebody who's got enough money and they can afford to have anything. And if it isn't right, you take it out. Calvin Klein had a house built, I forget where it was actually. It was in a posh part by the coast, and he imported a wooden staircase from Europe. And the steps didn't all match, so they had to take it all out again. Then they put it back in again, and then I think it was about 1/4 of an inch out, and it annoyed him so much they had to redo it. I'd be like that. Steve, I thought George Michael would be up there for earnings. No, he doesn't. He doesn't feature at all. He'd be way down the list. He left a lot of money. He left, about 60, 70 million, I think, in the houses. Steve, I would imagine when Benny, Bjorn, Anna-Frid and Agnetha leave us, the ABBA royalties will be the highest ever. I wouldn't guarantee it. You're not going to touch Roald Dahl. You're really not. And that's right. Albania was where Norman Wisdom was very popular. They thought he was immense. He went over to Albania, and he was still big in Albania because of the films, I think. Whereas the films used to drive me to insanity. Absolutely. These sort of set up things, you think, stop it now, please. It's driving me absolutely mad. But you're quite right, John. Sligo. So that's where he pops. Albania, you see. But I'm looking forward to seeing this Elvis biopic. And they say here in the review, it's got a 4-star review. They say, get ready to be all shook up by this ferociously flamboyant take on Elvis Presley's life. But all he knew was work. Work and the Colonel, and that was it. And the Colonel was a big gambler. The Colonel was allowed to gamble for free in Hilton because he put Elvis in there. And so they just let him, so he was able to run up huge debts. Nobody cared about it, did they, really? But Elvis was Baz Luhrmann co-wrote this screenplay, and the budget for the film on Presley, 112 million. Which is quite something, actually. Quite something. But very interesting. In fact, it was originally set for a release last October. It's been postponed 3 times. But I can't wait to see it because I was a big Presley fan. But as I said, I've got these box sets, which they brought out on RCA, where they've got the original recordings of some of his big hits, but done in an original version. So some songs that were sung fast later on, these are the slow versions. And you can hear Presley talking to the control room going, I think I'm going to do it again. And all that kind of stuff. Do you think that's quite something? I heard something the other day. Myra Hindley. There was a tape recording of her talking, and I'd never heard her voice before. That was a bit scary.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
So Colonel Tom Parker was a musical entrepreneur who was a manager of Elvis Presley. Now, previously, he worked on the carnivals. That's the fun fairs in America, moved into the music promotion in 1938, where he worked with people like Gene Austin and Hank Snow and Tommy Sands, also helped Jimmy Davis's campaign to become governor of Louisiana. Now, he discovered the then totally unknown Elvis in 1955, and he became his sole representative. Within months, Parker had won Elvis this recording contract with RCA Victor. Elvis soon had a commercial breakthrough. The first single, 1956, I think, was Heartbreak Hotel, and he then became very popular and very successful very quickly. Parker got more than half of the income from Elvis's early success, which at the time was an unprecedented figure for a music manager. He negotiated Elvis's expensive merchandising deals, TV appearances and acting roles, but turned down offers to allow Elvis to tour overseas, potentially due to his status as an illegal immigrant. This is Colonel Tom Parker. He was also influential in Elvis's decision to accept military service in 1958 and to marry Priscilla in 1967. Parker rarely saw him after Elvis's comeback in 1968, but continued in the management role until Presley died in 1977. A very influential man, and was the one who almost certainly made Elvis the big star that he was. Elvis had the talent. He didn't have the nous to actually get out there and know how to sell himself, and that's what the Colonel knew because he'd worked in the fun fairs. He knew all about that. Presley's last concert is on YouTube. Oh, everything from Presley is on YouTube, says Phil in Slough, and it's very good. Only shown once on TV and never shown again. Voice and energy still there. He didn't look very well at the end. He was looking, his weight was fluctuating. He was bloated, and he was on so many tablets. Because as I said before, he had a doctor called Dr. Nick, and doctors in those days there was no computers, so you could literally go around every chemist and get as many tablets as you want. There was no limit to them at all. But when you look at early pictures of Elvis, he was very bloated. He sort of pioneered these jumpsuits, of which there were, up until a few years ago, displayed in the Hilton Hotel where he did most of his shows. And it was, I mean, to be honest with you, I thought the jumpsuits were a bit naff, but of their period, they were amazing. But he was in his 40s. Yeah. I mean, the trouble is, what did he like? He loved peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Fried. I mean, it couldn't get worse. He was eating all the stuff which he shouldn't have been eating. And even though he was going on stage, I mean, he used to sweat profusely. So what he did, he had scarves around his neck. And he would sort of use these to mop his brow and then throw them into the audience. And the girls would go crackers for this stuff. Absolutely crackers. But these meat, peanut butter and fried foods meant the diet was incredibly rich. But his favourite, as I say, peanut butter, bacon and banana sandwich. Fried. I mean, you know, it had the word, you know, you're going to die written all over it. And amazing. But, you know, he was incredibly popular. When you actually look at the Elvis, there was also an ice cream sandwich. I mean, he just liked to eat all of this stuff. Whether it was comfort eating, I don't know, because when he put on weight fast. But, you know, they're still talking about him all these years later. They're still talking. People still go to Graceland. People still go there because, you know, Elvis was the king. 45 years since he died, and I remember it very well. Very well indeed. 45 years since Elvis Presley died. I didn't cry, actually, because the trouble is, in those days, I wasn't really an Elvis fan. I had all the records. Barbara Windsor was a very big Presley fan. I mean, he was very sexy. Very sexy. Have you ever been upset by celebrity death? Well, apart from the usuals that I talk about all the time, but not really. Not really. I mean, I was shocked when you hear about certain celebrities. You go, God, I didn't even know that they were still alive, let alone the fact that they died. And that's what I think is always a bit sad. A father and son have spent 17 years and more than £20,000 amassing the world's largest collection of autographs from one football club. Steve and Michael Morrison have more than 7,000 signatures, including those of every player to play for Southampton since World War II. They've tracked down ex-players around the world, paid up to $1,200 for a signature, and Steve said the golden goal is still to get someone from the first match lineup from 1885 that beat Fremantle 5-1. Isn't that amazing? But they're not selling. They're not selling unless somebody wants to offer them a seven-figure sum for them. Amazing, isn't it, really? Oh, here's Peter Andre, poor old Peter, holding a hot dog. He's flexitarian, is Peter. And so he's got it's a very small little sausage. And because it was Rebecca Vardy did this and said, oh, it's my ex-husband who made me say that. And he's gone in print and gone, she's lying. I didn't make her say anything at all. So we can't really trust Rebecca Vardy. So Pete, who's coming up to his 50th birthday now, getting on a bit now. And, you know, whatever. Katie Price facing up to 5 years in prison. I mean, I can't see. I mean, I'm going to put my hand on my heart and go, much as though I can't stand her, because I think she's managed to get away with just about everything. They're not going to send her to prison for 5 years. That's the sentence it carries as maximum. But I think they'll have to make an example of it. Otherwise, it makes a mockery of the justice system in this country. Steve, have you heard the Elvis record where he laughs uncontrollably throughout? Very funny, says Kim. I haven't, but I talked to Tom Jones about it. And what they would do would... Oh, sorry, wait a minute. Just drop another name. Let's get the broomstick in. And he said that when he'd finished his show in Vegas, he would go over to Elvis's show and then they would do a jam session in the dressing room. I mean, can you imagine? In the same room, Elvis Presley and Tom Jones. I mean, I think that's just the most incredible thing ever. Colonel Parker finished penniless, says Hugh in Battersea. Well, I mean, he owed so much money, but the hotel let him. run up debts because they were playing to capacity houses with Presley. He wasn't a real colonel. No, he wasn't. And I went to Graceland a few years ago, says Niall. I mean, he managed the Presley estate for the rest of his life, Tom Parker, but he also had sold the rights to Presley's early recording. And in 1980, a judge ordered an investigation into Parker's management practices, finding that Parker's management had been unethical. His gambling habit massively dented his huge fortune. He died worth only around $1 million. When you think, I mean, only $1 million, but when you think that he'd got 50% of what Elvis earned over the years, there had been a lot of money floating through. So he had $1 million at the end, which was not bad. Still trying to work out why Peter Andre is showing off sort of a burger. Mind you, he'll advertise anything, won't he, really? He'll advertise most things. Apparently, Blue reckon it only takes them 10 minutes to get ready for a video, despite always looking super preened. In a chat, Duncan James and bandmates Anthony Costa, Lee Ryan and Simon Webb said it was one of the quickest videos we did. So they've got a new comeback single, Haven't Found You Yet. So there you go. I also think Duncan James is going to be sitting with Denise Van Outen on Gogglebox. This is the overacting programme, which is just so embarrassing, where they all go, no, no. I mean, these are perfectly normal people in the real world, apparently. I wasn't totally convinced by it. I love the idea of this world's biggest bottle of whiskey. It's which sold for 900,000. It's 5 foot 11 inches tall. Imagine blowing that. You know, because you blow bottles, don't you? It contained 1,311 litres of single malt Scotch. It had lain undisturbed at the Macallan distillery in Scotland since 1989, named the Intrepid, sold by the auctioneers Lyon and Turnbull in Edinburgh. Also, the buyer had to pay £205,000 costs. So it's got lots of pictures on it. I mean, I don't know whether or not it is big. That is a big bottle of whiskey. So when you look at the picture of it, not only is it very tall, it's very wide. Very, very... I mean, that would keep you going for a couple of weekends, wouldn't it? Can you imagine if somebody said, I've just bought this? That'd be quite nice. But £900,000, 1,311 litres of single malt Scotch. It's that or the coin, isn't it? I mean, I don't know, really. I mean, you know, could I just have a sample of the whiskey to see if it's okay? I mean, it's not particularly old. You know, 1989 is not, you know, I'm be looking for something that dates back donkey's years, but not really. Woke university bosses have told students not to challenge other people's gender in public loos. Anglia Ruskin, rated in the top 40 worldwide, is the latest to introduce gender-neutral lavatories. Trans students at ARU made signs for the male and female loos, urging users not to confront anybody. I mean, how many in Cambridge, Peterborough, Chelmsford and London? I've never heard of them. I don't know who all these things are. I've got no idea. Baroness Emma Nicholson says the move might breach the Equalities Act. Oh, Oxford and Plymouth universities have also gender-neutral toilets, and last year's ministers said it was a misconception that the law required removal of sex-specific toilets. So now you know. Now you know. This fussy eater, Zoe Sadler, she's eaten Walker's crisps in buttered white bread since she was a toddler. I've never had a crisp sandwich. I've never had a crisp sandwich. Are they good? I mean, they do it in, what's that shop? Subway, where you can ask to have crisps put in it. But she's eaten 2 packets of her favourite crisps every day for more than 20 years because other foods left her feeling sick. She's eaten 17,500 packets of crisps. I mean, she looks fine with it. She looks fine with it. But she said it was crisp. I used to suck them, she said, until they were soft. I've never done that. I've never heard of that before. But she says, I can't, but now she's had this 2-hour session and her diet has expanded. She said, I cannot believe how nice strawberries are. And I even tried a Wagamama chili squid, which was really spicy. Actually, I tried something the other day which was very spicy. It was sort of like a curry type thing from M&S. Comes as part of their meal deal. And it does say, I think it either says spicy or hot chicken or so. It nearly blew my brains out. Seriously, it was just sort of chicken with like sort of bean sprouts and everything else. It was delicious. And I started eating. I thought, oh my God, Father, this is so hot. I should have realised. I should have read the thing. Then I would have realised. Apparently, Piers Morgan's show is still going. I can't believe it. Nobody's mentioned it for ages and ages now. We have no idea who the sort of guests are on the programme, so no point in mentioning it to you because we have a bigger audience, which is quite nice. I don't want to sort of bang the drum or anything, but, it's good. Steve, the Elvis album sounds interesting. I love hearing the original versions of songs, a work in progress, and songs before the production and producer has mixed them. Polydor did an album by The Jam called Extras, which was unreleased songs, early versions of songs, some of them just Paul Weller on acoustic guitar, singing into a portable cassette recorder, and a couple of songs that ended up with completely different lyrics, says Kevin the Milkman. Great for us diehard fans. They all do it now. They all do it. It's a case of, if you've ever recorded anything, hang on to it. Because at some point it's going to be worth money. So you're absolutely right.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Nice. I see Michelle, what's-her-face, Keegan, has flown away 10,000 miles to Australia to film a new BBC drama. She's going to be away for months, so she's away from Mark Wright. And they still haven't finished their mansion thing. They're sort of doing all sorts of little bits. I hope the money still keeps rolling. It'll be very embarrassing, isn't it? And apparently Strictly Come Dancing's Claudia Winkleman is hosting a new game show called The Traitors. Okay, riveting. She has no experience of doing these sort of shows at all. But it's a psychological game which will involve players figuring out which of their fellow contestants they can trust for a chance to win 120,000 quid. It's a Dutch game. And so apparently Claudia, in an effort to try and tempt you to watching this pile of garbage, says, I've been watching it and I'm obsessed by playing psychological games. And so they're referred to as the faithful. The traitors get to murder a player each night, and then when the group meets later the next day, they have to banish a player they suspect of being a traitor. At the end of the game, the cash prize will only be won if the remaining contestants are all faithful. If a traitor is still among them, it's the traitor who gets the cash. Yawn, yawn, yawn. The BBC have got no idea how to do a game show, have they? They really should never have replaced Noel's house party. They should have brought it back. It was far better, had loads of celebrities on it, had all the right things that we needed. All the right things. It was entertaining, celebrities. I mean, The Chase is the best one, really, because they always go, oh, who do you not want to be up against? They go, oh, Mark Labatt or, The Dark Destroyer. I think it's good. Loads of questions, good host. Because I love playing along with most of these things. Some of them are just, they're too complicated. I just want to, quiz. It's Trivial Pursuit. What could be any easier than writing out a list of questions? And you have a card. I mean, the board game was totally superfluous. You didn't even need it. You just had to answer a question. And it was good. I mean, Eggheads. They spend ages, hours answering a question. And then, you're up against the greatest quizzes in the land. And, of course, they win 99.9% of the time because they've already told you they are the best quizzes in the land. But what a dreary bunch of people they are. I mean, seriously. Honestly. Some of them, they just they don't seem to have a personality. I'm quite depressed by it. And also, some of the questions are just unbelievably difficult. Unbelievably difficult. And it's just not entertaining enough. That's why we like The Chase. I can cope with The Chase. Yeah, but the celebrity version, have they done a celebrity version of The Chase? Have they really? Good Lord above. There must be an agency for sort of celebrities down on their luck. And they go, you're doing Eggheads. Oh, God. Am I? Oh, I wanted to do something. I wanted to do The Chase. Well, you can't. We've only managed to get you Eggheads. All right. Well, we won't win that, will we? Yeah, you will. Easy peasy questions. What's tarmac? All these kind of things. You can do stuff like that. I don't know. But these quizzes, we just want something straightforward. I don't want anything complicated when it comes to quizzes. I want something that's nice and easy and that doesn't make me look stupid. But actually, I'm doing better than some of the ones on Chris Tarrant's Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Because some of the people on there, the £1,000 question, I forget what it was the other day, but she didn't know the answer. And so she had to phone a friend. And, of course, everybody in the audience is shouting out the answer to this dimbo. And then she goes, oh, how sure are you? She goes, 100% sure. I forget what the question, whatever it was, I thought, and this is only the £1,000 question. God, there's no hope. In the end, I think she had to stop at 4,000 because she suddenly realised she was so out of her depth. You know, and some of them get to, it's what the clinching point is when they get to 60,000 quid and they think, I think I'll take 60,000 quid. Because there's no point embarrassing yourself and losing the whole lot and then you have to go down to 30,000. But some of the questions were so simple. You know, a child of 2 and 3 would have known the answers. It's nerves, isn't it? Sitting there. And then Chris Tarrant used to go, and you've won this much. He holds a cheque, but we don't want to give you that. And he takes it away and they rip it up. Which I quite like, actually. I like this sort of masochistic side of it, where we're basically saying to you, you really are thick, aren't you? And this was a woman who had managed to get through on fastest finger. And I think the question was, Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat placed the words in the right order. You know, so A was Dreamcoat. You had to quickly work. Anyway, there was only 4 of them got it. How you get as far as that sort of, you know, fastest finger on the buzzer, I've got no idea. But very, very embarrassing for some people who just literally, I mean, you know, you get to a £100 question and they've got no idea. They're making a spin-off of fastest finger. Are they really? Right, fastest finger first. Because that's where you really test somebody. You really test somebody on that. So is it? They're going to call it fastest finger first, are they? Oh, God. Who's going to host that? Who's that? Fastest finger first. We present Anita Rani. Oh, God. What for? What for? I mean, she says, I've always loved Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, was thrilled to be invited. I'm surprised, I would have thought, actually. Very surprised. Women doing quiz shows on the television, that's going to sound sexist, isn't it? They don't tend to work. They don't tend to work. You need to have, nobody can present a quiz show. You've got to have the experience of doing it. It's no good standing there just, I mean, look at that poor comedian with all the teeth, Rob Beckett. He couldn't present a quiz show for love nor money. And Anita Rani. So what it is, it's expanding on the first round of Millionaire. And the spin-off devised by Celify's joint MDs Matthew Worthy and Kieran Doherty, and developed in association with Sony, was born out of the fact that a phenomenal amount of people applied to be on the show. So they put on somebody who's never done a quiz show in her life. What's the point of that? What is the point of that? You know, you've got to put somebody on there who knows how to host a quiz show. You know, because quizzes are not easy. And the ones that fail and never get done, even somebody as experienced as Holly Willoughby, you know, don't go beyond the first series. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Steve, why don't you go on The Chase? What for? Why would you ever want to go on The Chase? I mean, I'd smash it, of course. I'd be earning an absolute fortune. But I wouldn't want to go on there for fear of embarrassing people. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to embarrass the chasers because we go, oh, don't put Steve Allen on there. You know what he's like. He knows everything. And, you know, but I mean, it just doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. I have no desire to be on television. Thank you very much indeed. I've already done that bit. It was very nice. But, you know, we don't want to do it again. And as I say, if you go on there and they go, ooh, but why didn't you know the answer to that? When you go, my nerves got the better of me. I've got to go into rehab to try and get over it. So, no, I wouldn't want to go on any quiz shows. I wouldn't mind going on something that was sort of involved a bit of sort of dexterity. I don't want to do the cube. I think that's a part of rubbish as well. That really is rubbish. That's sort of like, you know, doing something at the fun fair. So Tipping Point, I mean, that's sort of quite good. But they get a load of people on there. I love Total Wipeout. Wouldn't go on it. You know, the idea of bouncing over these balls and then sort of getting, but it's the sound effects that they put over the top of it, which makes it the program that it is. The American version, they're all full of the old rabbit. And then they get on this thing and then they go down and then this machine go, and you hear them go, like that. It's not them. It's all just put on as a sound effect. But I loved that. I thought that was one of the best programs. But Tipping Point was, you know, it's a big television machine. That's all it is. Gladiators was rubbish. I mean, who cares about today? It's Diamond. Or Legs or Wolf or something like that. I mean, my God. And all the kids have said that. I think it was appealing to children. I don't think it was an adult programme. I think Gladiators was sort of, and then they'd all sort of, everybody became quite violent in the audience. And there's another one where you have to go and you have to sort of pedal on a wire with just using your hands and holding yourself up. You do like that with a machine, and then you've got to climb up a wall and everything. And what do you want to do that for? That's for fit people. I'm not a fit people. I can't do things like that. I wouldn't want to do it. Imagine. I mean, the audience ratings would go through the roof if I was on it. But apart from that. So Manchester City star This is Jack Grealish gives a thumbs up at an Ibiza pool party with very dreary Wayne Lineker. What on earth has that poor man ever achieved? The answer is nothing at all. Bit of an embarrassment. And he was out with a fellow Brummy DJ called Rusky. Who are these people? Rusky. Ever heard of him? I've never heard of him either, actually. But Wilfred Zaha left, it's a picture, gobbled Chinese noodles on a private jet. Lovely. How exciting. Psycho deck chairs have been banned from a park. Psycho deck chairs, in case they attack people. Have you ever seen people trying to put up deck chairs? They're not that easy. Council Killjoys have branded the garden furniture vicious over fears of a nasty accident involving little fingers. So in St Albans, by Clarence Park, by Verdi's Italian restaurant, deck chairs were set out free of charge, but petty town hall chiefs have now banned them for health and safety reasons. Councillor Josie Maddock, chairwoman of the Clarence Park Consultative Forum, says, as we all know, deck chairs can be a bit vicious. Anything that is in the park has to be carefully checked and maintained on a regular basis, and if these chairs have not been checked, then the risk is there'll be a nasty accident involving little fingers. God, honestly, such a woke council, aren't they? Oh, very, very dangerous. Now, hundreds of locals have signed a petition to get rid of, hopefully, Councillor Josie Maddock. I mean, honestly, how patronising. Oh, we don't think you can erect a deck chair. Well, we don't think you can be a councillor, actually, so let's get rid of you and the deck chairs at the same time. I don't understand why they're so worried about everybody's safety all the time. You know, why don't you just mind your own, keep your beaky nose out. It's a deck chair, for God's sake. I don't know. What do we do? Do you know that the White House has got a huge music collection? Did you know that? The White House have got more than 1,800 records. Everything from the Sex Pistols to the Barry Manilow albums. It was created during President Jimmy Carter's term of office. The Beatles and Elton John also feature. Isn't that odd? I wonder why. Apparently, Carter's grandson unearthed it, and the film director, John Chudenko. He'd heard about the music collection's existence at a Carter family get-together. So that's quite nice, isn't it? I don't know what they've got it for, but it's interesting. Have you seen the 1% Club with Lee Mack, says Ryan? I think I might have done. There was a fastest finger first question, put in order the traffic light sequences, Steve. Nobody got it right. Yeah. Steve, that's Ninja Warrior. Ninja Warrior. What's that? Is that another? Oh, that's the thing. That's quite good, but again, it's just a lot of baying people. It's like sort of standing in the Colosseum, baying for somebody to be killed, or the newsroom.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
It's having a bit of a mare of a day, the computer. We thought we'd play the traffic tune twice because we thought just in case you missed it first time and it was so important. Just to let you know. No, I don't know what's happening with it today. It's having one of its sort of, bit of a tantrum kind of thing. So all the papers got pictures of the stars turning out to promote the new Elvis Presley biopic. Austin Butler, who plays the singer, Presley's real-life ex-wife Priscilla Presley is pictured here, and Colonel Tom Parker actor Tom Hanks, who just seems to be versatile. I can't wait to see it. It looks very good. And in fact, this guy, Austin Butler, he does look like a young Elvis. Whichever way you look at it, he just looks like a young Elvis. Katie Price, pictures coming out of court, apparently with a hood up. We know who you are, dear. It's no good trying to hide yourself. And she turned up with this sort of fake hair. She's now in breach of a suspended jail sentence for drink driving. She pleaded guilty to the restraining order, and the judge said you are at risk of going to prison. You do run the risk of going and receiving a custodial sentence. So there you go. But she was out there with the boyfriend, whoever he is. He's a second-hand car dealer, and I think he had a bit of problem as well. I'm led to believe that I think Carl Woods was also. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I'm in the back of my mind. I thought they seem to spend most of their time in court, don't they? Isn't there was something? I don't know. I've seen it in the back of my mind, and I don't know where I read it. I might have read it this morning, or I might have read it yesterday, but I can't remember. All these different. He is in court, isn't he? I thought he was, and this was something to do with something. I mean, seriously. I mean, they're not having the best time of their lives. Both sort of in and out of court. But she's back in again very shortly for the speed limit thing. God dear. Steve, do you think Number 10 has a music collection to play at their parties, says Dave in Tottenham? Undoubtedly there's a jukebox in there somewhere. Undoubtedly. And what sort of songs would it have on? It's my party and I'll cry if I want to. I will survive. We can all come up with song titles, can't we? First I was afraid. I was petrified. Just thinking I could never live without you by my side. So can you imagine what those songs would be? I mean, you could, the papers, you watch tomorrow, the papers will have a field day with song titles that Boris could play. Kate Moss rubbished Amber Heard's claims that Johnny Depp pushed the supermodel down a flight of steps when they were dating. I mean, every time I look at Amber Heard, something about, I'm surprised they've not dragged out Judy James by now, who normally goes, you can tell by this and the way she looks here and the way she's furtively looking around that this means that, because I never know how these things work. I'm always very interested. But Kate, who dated Depp from 94 to 98, told the court about an incident. She said, we were leaving a room and Johnny left the room before I did. There'd been a rainstorm. As I left the room, I slid down the stairs and I hurt my back. I screamed because I didn't know what had happened to me. He came running, got medical attention, all the rest of it. But apparently, Kate, who spent 5 minutes on the stand, was not cross-examined by Amber Heard's team. I bet she wasn't. Don't want that jeopardising anything, but there's something about Amber Heard that I just don't like. Mind you, we're not wild about him either. Not wild about him at all. Good reviews for Harry Style, out there, playing his first gig on home turf since 2019. And what else have we got? Things could get funky again for 90s pop fans if Donny and Mark Wahlberg have their way, because they were in New Kids on the Block. I couldn't tell you any of their hit singles at all. I have no idea of these sort of things. Oh, and Aerosmith have cancelled all their gigs in Vegas. I'd just like to tell you that now in case you were flying out there to go to one of their gigs. The reason is the frontman, Steven Tyler, has had to return to rehab. Yes, they had a residency, but he's had to go to rehab because he'd been off the booze for ages and then slipped. How old do you think he is, Steve Tyler? Go on. 72? Nope, 74. Yeah, got it wrong. Boris Becker could be deported at the end of his sentence after he was moved out of a jail full of foreign criminals. I mean, isn't it funny how we used to watch Boris Becker? We'd watch Wimbledon and we hailed him and he was great and all the rest of it. But the German 6 times Grand Slam champion qualifies because he's a foreign national who's not thought to have British citizenship and has received a prison sentence of more than 12 months. But he could appeal a deportation order because he was jailed, you remember, for 2.5 years for hiding £2.5 million worth of assets and loans to avoid paying debts. Naughty, naughty. Naughty, naughty. The BBC commentator was declared bankrupt in 2017, owing creditors almost 50 million. How on earth do you get to the stage of owing people 50 million? Mind you, they've always said, isn't it? If you owe 2 or 3 million, you're in big trouble. Owe 50 million, that's the bank's problem. Because they were the ones who lent it to you in the first place. He's lived in the UK since 2012. Reportedly previously at the Category B Wandsworth prison. He keeps boredom at bay by writing a jail diary chronicling his court battle and downfall. A source said it'll be a warts and all diary. He's hoping to sell it, that's what it is. Who cares? You're a crook, you've paid the price, you're in prison. Get over yourself. Chris Kamara has landed a football podcast with the BBC after leaving Sky Sports. His show Unbelievable, named after his catchphrase. We'll see Cammy joined by Ben Shepherd for footage. Oh, not Ben Shepherd again. God in heaven, we've got more than enough of Ben Shepherd, thank you. It promises to feature the biggest names in the sport as it provides a feel-good football conversation. I'm bored already. I've lost the will to live. What is it with these people interested in football? Why do they have to keep droning on about it? More details expected to be revealed in the summer. The BBC picked Kamara as their star replacement for Peter Crouch, who's taken his hit podcast to a rival Acast. And Chris Kamara says, this is a dream transfer. Expect top guests, unbelievable stories and plenty of laughs. Yeah, we'll wait on that one, shall we, dear? They all say the same, don't they? This is going to be a chat show with a difference. It's going to be the biggest names, and no, it won't be. It'll be the same old people doing the rounds on every other blooming show in the world. Steve, as a tribute to Dennis Waterman, I've been watching Minder on BritBox. I'm up to series 4, episode 3, says Peter. Yes, I've seen them. I mean, I like them. Mind you, I'm still watching Heartbeat. You can't beat Heartbeat. I mean, it's brilliant. There was a very good one on the other day. I mean, it's really very good. They get which policeman? It wasn't Wixie. It was the other one. I love it. My favourite. I think it's great, actually. Steve, you mentioned an unusual fraud that somebody carried out, said Anne. You said you'd explain later. Yes, I did it on the programme. I need to go and podcast. I'm not helping you out again. If you missed something, that's your problem. Most expensive home in the world, were it to come up for sale, Buckingham Palace at 6.7 billion. The most expensive home in Mayfair, we know, is John Caldwell, 250 million. Buckingham Palace, you never get 6.7 billion for it. Never. I'd have it converted into flats for squatters. I mean, they've got 760 rooms in it. They don't need that many rooms. And also, you're having to spend a lot of money to do it up because they haven't done any of the repairs over the years. A bit like the people who sort of work in the House of Commons. You know, they've let it go year in, year out, and so now it's going to cost a fortune to repair it. You'll pay for it. And Buckingham Palace as well. They've taken no notice of all the advice they've been given. So the Queen will have to sort of move out. Parliament could take 76 years to do and cost 22 billion. Oh, let's not bother. Shove them in a scout hut in Ponders End. So much easier, isn't it? So, I mean, if they move the peers out and the senior parliamentary officials and the MPs, that it could actually be done a little bit quicker. But 76 years, they say. I mean, at the moment, it's got lack of protection against flooding, crumbling masonry and decades-old electrical wiring. I mean, I think the Palace of Westminster, the floor plate is the size of 16 football pitches and contains 1,100 rooms, 100 staircases and 3 miles of passageways is being restored. However, the idea was abandoned last year. And I forget how much it is for Buckingham Palace to actually do Buckingham Palace up, but that's another expensive building. They're sitting there. I don't know why they're not repairing them. It's not like they've not got the money, isn't it? I mean, they have got the money, or perhaps they have to sort of borrow it from somebody. So we'll wait and find out. But I think Buckingham Palace is undergoing at the moment, yes. This refurbishment here is £369 million. And so that means the Queen will remain in residence. You can imagine, though, going to bed at night and bang, 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 bang. Lord. Ageing cables, lead pipes, wiring and boilers will be replaced, many for the first time in 60 years, amid fears about potential fire and water damage. And you know they don't have much luck with fires. When you look at some of the things, I mean, it's huge. Built as a private house, the royal family saw it and nicked it. They decided they were having that one, and Windsor Castle, I believe, at the same time. So the profits from the independent property business Crown Estates go to the Treasury, which gives 15% of the sum to the monarch in the form of the sovereign grant, which this year totalled nearly 43 million. The trustees say the grant should rise to 25%. That has to get MPs' approval. So there's an awful lot of work to be done on it. I mean, to be honest with you, there's no chance I'm going to be alive at the time they finish doing that one, and definitely not at 76 years. The Houses of Parliament. I mean, couldn't they just put some tents up on Parliament Square? That would make it a lot easier, wouldn't it? They don't have to all have rooms in there. Doesn't make any difference, does it? The Tyrant, said to inspire Bram Stoker's Dracula. There was one woman here, Elizabeth Bathory, named the Blood Countess. She was a serial-killing Hungarian aristocrat. I'm not sure. I never actually got to grips with sort of tyrants and Dracula and all this kind of stuff. I just thought it was a good story. But there is a castle, isn't there? There is Bram Stoker's castle, or somebody's castle, I can't remember whose it was, which is said to be, and is it in Romania? It's where the Cheeky Girls came from, isn't it? We should go back there. And so Bran Castle, the fortress, is on the Transylvanian side of the historical border, or on the road, the DN73, just in case you were wondering about taking it. It looks quite nice, actually. I like the idea of these. You can do a day trip to Dracula's castle, and if you really want to, you can be pictured sitting in a coffin. There are some very odd people around. You just have to accept the fact. But along the Rhine, they've got loads of these castles, these fairy tale castles, which are absolutely brilliant. What else we got? Mr. Humphreys famously shouted, "I'm free," for "Are You Being Served?" But the suits, dresses and even bras on display of Grace Brothers were certainly not. A new documentary reveals Beeb Cheeves used to slash the clothes used in the comedy so the cast couldn't nick them and take them home. Because Dale took all his clothes home. They were bought by the programmes, and he used to take them home. I know, because I've got them. Producer and TV archivist Richard Latto says one thing a lot of people don't realise with all the clothes there, every single item of clothing and every single garment is purposely damaged because the BBC didn't want anyone working on the show taking home a pair of trousers. Ex-cast member Mike Berry, who played Mr. Spooner, admits, I once looked at the back of one of the dummies and the whole back of the jacket was cut in half. This is airing on Channel 5 on Saturday at 9 p.m. It's called Are You Being Served? Secrets and Scandals. How mean of the BBC. How mean of the BBC. But there again, you know. And if you fancy a dirty weekend with Robson Green, he's got a show called just that. Robson Green's Dirty Weekends. It will feature the actor and fisherman celebrating everything that's great about the North East with a group of famous friends. There you go. It's quite nice. A dirty weekend. I suppose it's... but he loves his fishing, doesn't he? He loves his fishing, which is okay. Oh, look, here we go. Tired, heavy legs, puffy ankles. It's our Jubilee sale. You can buy something that vibrates on your feet. They seem to find all these people who look as though they're on their last legs. We've had sort of Eamon Holmes doing it, and now you've got Ian Botham, who's now listed as a charity walker. I ask you, really. I ask you. Also, I see that... who is it who had a new book out the other day? Oh, loads of people have got books out at the moment, all these thrillers and everything else. Jeffrey Archer's got a book out. Richard Osman's got a book out at the moment. And Stephen Fry, stating he may be sacked by the BBC for being old, fat and white. How long will it be before people are judged on their talent and not on their looks? Well, I've made a career on my looks. I mean, everybody knows that, don't they? Should we take the news at 6 o'clock? I'll be back with you in 3.
Sometimes running a business can feel like cycling uphill with square wheels. But Xero Online accounting software can help predict the future cash flow of your business, so you can stay one step ahead. Soon it'll feel more like freewheeling downhill. Woohoo! On a tandem. All right, mate. With a masseur on the back.
Oh, that's nice.
Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Thursday, May the 26th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you till 7 when Nick Ferrari and the team will be here with you. The reason I mentioned Dracula, and I think it's pronounced Dracula, is because he's 125 today. That's the reason. I didn't mention it for any other reason, so happy birthday, Dracula. Whether he ever existed or somebody similar to him remains a moot point. I think people still complain about stuff like that, don't they? Go, oh, yes, he did, but he wasn't this. It was all Bram Stoker who sort of turned it into something interesting. The Mirror having a field day today. Whilst we were sacrificing and mourning, they were drinking until they were sick, laughing at security guards, laughing at cleaners, laughing at us all. It's not going away, is it, really? It's going to be dragged on forever and a day. And... they've got an utter disaster. Boozing led to vomiting, fighting and a trail of litter. The guards and the cleaners were mocked. AIDS up to it. Listen, he's not going to resign. You could write whatever you wanted, and he's not going to resign. He's already said that. Cop had to answer accidental panic call. We got away with it, boast on WhatsApp. But why did the probe not cover the Aber Jolly? And we waited for this report for ages and ages, and then you've got all sorts of things. So they've basically just done pages and pages and pages and pages and pages on Partygate, whereas, the country is saying, OK, we know what it is. We know it was wrong. We know he made a big, big mistake. Can we just move on now? I mean, how much longer are we going to drag this out? So you've got all these different people saying Johnson said he'd done everything he could to follow the rules and to save people like Dad. So they managed to find loads of people who lost, parents and things like that, in keeping with loads of other people. He sat face to face with me in the same garden where he's had this lockdown party, and he lied to me. We know that. We're well aware. You don't need to keep spouting it all the time because we've heard it. Here we go, page 9, and we're still going on about it in the Mirror. Anatomy of a scandal. I think if they sort of think that they keep going on about it, he's going to quit. Well, he's not. Hate to break it to you, he's not going to quit. It's as simple as that. He's already explained that. you know. Steve, the Buckingham Palace front facade is actually fake. Well, it's not fake. That would be incorrect to call it fake, Chris. What they did, they enhanced it on the front of it. So it was refaced. So it's not fake. It was built as a private house for the Duke of Buckingham and built by John Nash, but it was a private house. And so that's why I've seen it before. I've got photographs of it before they decided to reface it to make it look a bit more interesting. But it's still got all these rooms, and it's still going to cost an awful lot. I mean, I think the East Wing was completed, I think, in about 1846, 47. Unfortunately, Blora used this soft cane stone, which blackened and deteriorated it because our air pollution was terrible. And only 20 years later, the state of the stonework was so poor, the sentries had to shelter in their boxes because there was masonry falling off the building. In 1912, you remember, they used £60,000 of surplus funds from the public subscription for the National Memorial to Queen Victoria to reface the east facades. Aston Webb, architect of the Queen Victoria Memorial Scheme, would carry out the work, and so that's what it was. And it's nice. I've been inside. I just pop round, you know, a little bit of a cleaning job going on, which I quite enjoyed. Dinner. I remember people who've been to dinner there with Her Majesty and Prince Philip have told me stories of, you know, they do these private dinners. I don't think she does them anymore because I think now it's a little bit of an effort, and I don't think she eats as much as she never did eat. Her Majesty is very sort of pernickety about how the food goes. There's certain things she'll eat, certain things she won't. The one thing that's banned, as you all know, from Buckingham Palace or Windsor Castle, any of the royal palaces, garlic. They will not have garlic anywhere at all. They've got this thing about it, which I suppose you can understand. I like the idea that whenever they have visiting dignitaries, foreigners who come over, if they've given them a present in recent years or even going back, you know, ages and ages, they will bring it out and put it on display. So it's a case of, I mean, everything is so well documented. They're very, very clever, very, very clever, but it's a business. Mike in Kings Langley says, I love the Grace Brothers comedy and watch all the repeats over and over. Any of the original staff still with us? Yeah, the one who was there. I mean, Nicholas Smith, who was Mr. Rumbold, had been the last surviving member of the original cast. He died aged 81. They've got, is it Mike Berry, who we talked about earlier on, who was in my, I've lost my piece of paper actually now, but he was, let me find it, wait a minute, otherwise I'll never find these things. But he was one, but he came in much later, so nobody of the original cast still alive as far as I know, apart from nobody. Nicholas was the last one. He used to eat in Joanne's. Mike Berry was the English, was that the same one actually? He's 79. Can that be the same one? Yeah, he became an actor in the 70s, best known for Mr. Spooner. So he's still going, but he wasn't in the original cast of the programme. And if you remember, the BBC didn't want John Inman. They really didn't want John Inman. They were suffering quite badly, weren't they? Really. Boris won't go, Steve, but he's lost all respect, and God help him if he tries to tell us the rules ever again. Yeah, but he doesn't care. That's what you're not understanding. He doesn't care. People can listen. He sits there in the House of Commons at PMQs, and they can attack him from all sides. He can just sit there and it washes over him. He's completely impervious to it. He's not remotely interested. Stella says, have you seen the musical Moulin Rouge? I have not. But I should imagine you'll absolutely love it. It can be fantastic. The Texas massacre, the US law lunacy, the gun lobby, as I've explained to you yesterday and the day before, is so huge they're never going to ban guns. It's against their constitution. And so they've got all these children who have to come to terms with their school friends who aren't coming back. But these are just little children. They don't understand what this is at all. The number of firearms held by US civilians. How many do you think? Couldn't even imagine, could you really? Yeah, 393 million firearms are held. Children still dying, but the Republicans just make it easier to carry arms. You can buy them all over the place. Just wander in, buy a submachine gun. There's no problem with that, as long as you've got the money to buy it. And you can prove that you're over 18 or something like that. You've got to be 21 to drink, but you can kill people at the age of 16 to 18, so there's no problem, is there? You know, and they've got a reporter who went out and bought a rifle in 2013. As easy as that. And that's what they're in the business of. It's like going to a sweet shop. You know, and you're not buying sweets, you're buying something that kills. And yet you can't have an alcoholic drink. And they're very, very strict on that. Very, very strict. But, you know, when you read about these things, and this is, I've lost track, 37,000 people died as a result of shotguns, you know, over a year. I mean, everyone gets ID'd buying booze. Seriously, in America. They're funny. Even I had a producer who was 50. He went over there and they said, "Have you got any ID with you?" He said, "I'm 50." But they can have their license taken away. So a lot of people go and do what they do in this country. If you're too young, they get their friends to go and buy it in the corner shops, and they buy their booze, and you can find bottles littered all over the place. Vodka and everything else. They just add it to a can of Coke or a bottle of Coke, and they just drink it like that. So it's dead easy to get hold of booze, not difficult. In America, you just produce a bit of ID, and that's it. And you don't have to worry about it. As long as you've got the ID, you can print it off on the internet. Mind you, you'd be interested how many people are going to fiddle the Iceland thing. Iceland, the shop, are offering a discount every Tuesday to the over 60s. They're going to give you 10% off. You've just got to take in a bit of ID. So you can imagine people printing off left, right and centre. So they can get 10% off. You know, whether that's 10% off your whole shop, I've got no idea. So if you spend 30 quid, you get 30 pence off. Is that seriously going to make a difference? I mean, better than nothing, I suppose. £3. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad, is it? I shall be taking full advantage of that one. I shall be doing all my shopping on a Tuesday. I shan't bother doing any other days because there's no discount, which I can have. Marks and Spencer's getting out of Russia after, do you know, 17 years it's been there? 17 years. They've got 40-something places over there, retail businesses. So Chloe Collins from the analytics firm Global Data said M&S has finally announced it's permanently exiting Russia with its franchise licensee there, initially preventing it from being able to close its stores there at the beginning of the crisis despite stopping shop stock. So there's no stock going in at all now. They opened their first shop in 2005. McDonald's have pulled out as well, and they're selling all their Russian restaurants. They had 130 locations, and Yum Brands, who own Pizza Hut and KFC, are transferring its restaurants to a local operator. They're pulling out as well. So won't be anything to eat in Russia shortly. Won't be and of course their holiday, you know, packages and things like that to Russia all collapsed. Nothing. Nobody's flying Aeroflot. Nobody's flying. They don't want to do it, do they? Really don't want to do it. Amazing. Here is the murder mystery in my history. This is Richard Osman has done some detective work and discovered his ancestors were amateur sleuths, like the characters in his crime novels. I've never read any of Richard Osman's books, but I know that he stopped doing his television stuff on Pointless, so he could concentrate on the writing. Perhaps I should go and get it. Perhaps I should start. They're making a film as well. Oh, well, that's so much easier. Once they make a film about it, I can get away with it. And Jane says, yesterday returned from Dubai. The heat was unbearable, although luckily a gentle breeze. Oh, I can tell you, Dubai, the weather today, a lot of people, you know, go, oh, we're going to go to Dubai. I think that's where the Rooneys went, didn't they? I mean, I think you will find it's going to be in the 40s. So double it and add 30, 80, you're looking at 110. You know, at least. I feel ill even thinking about it. Steve says, John, the Dracula saga continues. Bram Stoker's great-grand-nephew, Dacre Stoker, has written a recently published prequel to Dracula. Oh, right. I never ever read anything about that. I never read any Dracula books. I bought the Hammer House of Horror box set, because they were just sort of, you know, the House of Hammer horror. It was all a bit sort of spooky. Always dark. Very dark. Steve says, Lorna, I got a news about your ticket email from the lottery. Having spent the 8.5 million in my head, I opened the app. £3. I think I'll treat myself to a coffee. Oh, I got 2 times £2.50. I got the staggering total of a £5. Oh, you know who actually won the Euro Millions this week? Somebody in France. Don't make me say it. I can't bear it. I don't know why they keep winning it. As far as I'm concerned, it's our lottery. It's got nothing to do with them in France. They shouldn't be allowed to buy tickets. I know it says euro, but I don't care. I don't care. That was about £45 million. What are they going to do with it? All they do is grow garlic and tread on wine. £45 million, because they have to put it up on the website, how many people win in each different category and where they come from. I'm just waiting for it to say Twickenham, but so far we haven't got it. Niall says, I went to a Walmart in the Deep South and they didn't sell beer, but I could buy a shotgun and cartridges. I know. That's why it's so bad over there, and they're doing nothing.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, welcome to Thursday. One more day and then you've got the weekend, and I don't know what the forecast is for this weekend. I'm debating what the wee forecast is. The wee forecast is you will be going again. So here we go. So today, 21 degrees. Tomorrow, it's light cloud and a moderate breeze. Haven't had a moderate breeze for ages. Tomorrow, 21 degrees. Saturday, 18. Sunday, you're going to positively freeze as it drops to 14. Monday is 15. Tuesday's 18. So Sunday is going to be the cold. Typical, isn't it? Typical. But at least my plants have survived. So, well, we lost a few, but not very many at all. And then next week we're up into it's 20 every day. So not exactly the hottest, is it? When you think, what are we in? What month are we in? I can't remember, actually. It's June next week. And what do they say? June is busting out all over. That was what the song was. June is busting out all over. And Chris says, your computer's wrong this morning. According to my radio, you're Tom Swarbrick. Well, a lot of people have commented on that before in the past. They've often said, you look a bit like Tom Swarbrick, Steve. And I said, yes, and you need to go to Specsavers. So somebody else says, we had a great time at the Chelsea Flower Show yesterday. Why is there not a Steve Allen rose? I'd have bought one, says Sevenoaks Sarah. Well, I tell you whence, the lovely lady who's raised all that money, and the one who's dying. Although, I mean, she looks fantastic. I mean, seriously, she looks amazing. That's Deborah James. And they've named a rose after her. It's quite an achievement. Lots of people have got roses named after them, but hers is particularly special because she's hoping that her daughter will have it in her wedding bouquet when she gets married years in the future, which I think is really nice, don't you? Steve, been living in London last 6 months in Blackheath, says Kevin. Hate it. Hate it. Can't park anywhere. The restaurants are awful. The pubs are badly run. Off to Chichester. He's bought a 4-bed detached home. He said, I can't wait. I've never been, actually, to Blackheath. I'm led to believe it's very nice. It's got restaurants. Mind you, the restaurants have improved vastly. It's South East London, is it? Is it? Oh, right. I don't know anything about South East. I've only ever been West London. I've always lived West London. I've never... Blackheath, I mean, it's known for its Blackheath. And it's got Georgian homes, trendy wine bars and pavement cafes. It's also got the branch of upscale, the Ivy, and they've got a Blackheath farmers market. Classical music lovers get... it's very pretty, isn't it? Look, it's got a little church, and it's got some lovely houses. Oh, look, a fun fair. Is that permanent, or is that just sort of, just for the purposes of this photograph? And it looks very, very pleasant, actually. Hidden London. Yeah, I mean, I could live there. What's this place that looks like the Grand Canyon? Is that Blackheath? Oh, Blackheath, Australia. Oh, right. New South Wales. I should have known that, actually. Phil in Chertsey says, Steve, BP Sunbury, 189.9 for diesel. It's just a rip-off. It's just a rip-off. These big petrol companies, they need kicking in the whatsits. Steve, says Spencer, passport ordered, delivered within 9 days. Very easy to do. As always, great show. Thank you. I've got to change my passport. Everybody's been complaining. They were complaining about them for ages, weren't they? We were reading out all these things. People saying, oh, it's taken the best part of 6 months and there's no staff there. And then DVLA were dreadful. Well, I've had nothing but good from... I haven't tried the passport thing yet. I will. And DVLA, I thought, were brilliant. They got back to me really quickly. Really, really quickly. And Bob, travelling to work in Glasgow, says, I've just checked my 2 lotto tickets from last night. 1 lucky dip on one with 2 numbers. Second ticket, 4 numbers, so 140 quid. Result. He says, I can't retire, but I think a Pret bacon roll is called. Don't start me on the Pret bacon rolls. You know damn well they don't exist. I think they were a figment of my imagination. I last had one. I've given up looking. They just don't have them. They put this horrible egg in their bacon rolls. It's ghastly. I don't know what it is. I don't like it. I just wanted a bacon roll. I don't care. And the only one I got was when I had to go to the bank. And it's like a little omelette, isn't it? Oof, dear. And we're going to put an egg in it, put a proper egg in it. But, I mean, you can take it out, but then you're paying for this blooming thing. I don't want to pay for egg if I'm not going to eat the blooming thing. My plants have suffered in the wind, says Jane. because we are in the Pennines, but the rain has been welcome for the garden. Yes, I mean, I'm very grateful for the rain. And when I get home, I shall water. And on the way home, I shall probably pick up a couple of bacon rolls at Marks and Spencer's at Twickenham Station. The time I've made it up the stairs, it's a nightmare. It really is. But still hot. Yeah, they're still hot, the bacon rolls. Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad. And they do a croissant with ham and cheese in it for £2. I think it's very healthy, a bit of a bargain, actually. And Jane says 14 degrees, music to my ears after 40 degrees in Dubai. I know how you feel. I couldn't function in heat like that. I seriously couldn't. I mean, I'm really bad, actually. I know I moan about it all the time, but I do. And yet in Hong Kong and Egypt, that was fantastically hot. But of course, I was only little. And when you're little, you don't seem to notice it as much. As you get a little bit older, not that I think I've got any older, but, smidgen, then you do notice the heat. I can't bear it. Because I have to get home and change my jacket. Because when I come out in the morning, it's cold, so I've got a parka thing. When I go home, I've got a light jacket that I can put on. I have to transfer all the bits and pieces in the pockets. It's a nightmare. You've no idea how difficult it is being Steve Allen. I thought it'd be easy, but it positively isn't. Her father and son in a Welsh holiday park fled their beachside barbecue after being scared off by, they say, a suspected puma. Apparently the encounter comes a week after fishermen told of another sighting there. Dad Jimmy Butler and his 9-year-old saw the brown or tawny puma as they set up their barbecue near Gimblet Rock in Pwllheli. My pronunciation is average, I think. I'm so sorry. In North Wales, Jimmy alerted Puma Watch, which tracks... Well, how many pumas are there out there? Puma Watch. He said he was later told of 4 or 5 sightings in recent weeks. A seal carcass was also found nearby. Tony Jones of Puma Watch said they're mostly spotted in Snowdonia and Clwydian Hills, but urban locations are becoming more frequent. Well, how many are there? You don't want to argue with things. It's like bobcats and stuff like that, and mountain cats. You don't want to mess about with these things. I mean, my godfathers. I still talk about that poor man. No, not a poor man, the rather stupid man who stuck his finger through the bars of the zoo in Jamaica and the lion took his finger. Thought it was a meal. He thought he was being fed. You know, you wouldn't think anything else, would you, really? Colin Murray, as I say, has had to buy new outfits because of his expanding waistline. I don't know why they call him a star. He's not a star. He's just a presenter. What is it, this rubbish that they write? He said, I had to buy 15 new jumpers to do the first recordings because I only had 2 that fitted me. I mean, could you not buy a shirt, dear, or something like that? Jumpers on television, I ask you. Under all those hot lights. What would be the point? I like the story. I think it was shown... it's on BBC iPlayer. And it's undercover reporters who've exposed a footballer who is allegedly offering to spot fix in matches. Have you heard of spot fixing? I'd never heard of it before. And people were discussing it. It involves players manipulating moments in games, such as red cards, so criminals can defraud bookmakers, and they caught them all on hidden camera. They've all been caught on it. The reporter approached somebody at Llanelli town game after a tip-off and claimed he was looking for investment opportunities. This footballer said he would talk to his brother about it. 4 meetings were... I didn't think it went on either, but apparently if there's money involved... And so different things. So in other words, this person said you should pay the players' salaries of £17,000 to £21,000. At a later meeting, asked for $430 for each throw-in, corner or free kick. And so the prices went up according to what they were doing, and that's how they betted. I mean, they're basically corrupt, but they were all caught on camera. It's almost as bad as Sarah Ferguson trying to flog Andrew's services. Currently running at about 12 million, I think. The food experts who find that divisive pickles do improve the taste. They've got a picture of a hefty burger. I don't think it's called a hefty burger. I think they've just found a burger and they've made it look very big. Pickles are one of the most contentious additions, with the population split down the middle into lovers and haters. Ultimately, keeping pickles in the burger is the best way to... But you can't, because they put so much stuff in there. When you bite it, it all falls out. Ridiculous. Apparently... According to research to mark tomorrow's release of the animated Bob's Burgers movie, the gherkin's sensory properties complement the other burger ingredients perfectly. Strange enough, I had a burger yesterday, just the burger. I didn't have it with anything at all. I just sort of fried two in their own juices. I don't put any oil in or anything like that. And that was quite nice. But today I should be having something different. I don't know what I'm going to have, actually. I can't. Yes, it's going to be asparagus again. Me and asparagus. It's terrible. Steve, my passport, taken 10 weeks from Liverpool. My partner sent for it on the same day, and it came within 3 weeks, says Darren. On the M20 in Kent, he said, I've just renewed my HGV licence with the medical. Came in 10 days. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Why were people getting all fussy about how long things were taking? Because most of my audience seem to get stuff really, really quickly. Really, really quickly. We'll take more of your texts and emails in a moment. Somebody telling me the correct pronunciation of Pwllheli. Listen, I'm getting there slowly but surely. I mean, for goodness sake, I mean, bear with it. I'm just one of those naff southerners. We don't do stuff like that. Even though I've got a Welsh neighbour and she sort of helps me with these things.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
So it's pronounced Pwllheli. Pwllheli. I'll get there eventually. Angela says, Steve, can somebody explain to me how petrol stations are allowed to increase their prices every 2 to 3 days? We've got a petrol station near us and I watch the prices go up. No other product goes up in price so often. How is it allowed? Because they're fiddling it. That's what they're doing. It's a case of how much money can they... They know that you need petrol. They've just put the prices up. I'm waiting for the discount. Where was we were going to get 5p off or 15p off or whatever it was. That's never happened. I told you yesterday, 185 in a rip-off Shell garage. 185. They're making so much profit they don't know what to do with it. Seriously, it's absolutely disgraceful. And the government have done nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. Steve, thank you for keeping me awake this morning. I started work at 3 a.m. yesterday. The family dog had puppies at 10 p.m. And back up at 2 a.m. to start work again today. Long days made easier, says Paul the trucker. How lovely, puppies. I think that's quite exciting, actually. I've often thought I would like to have sort of, dogs. I wouldn't just have one. It would have to be. I saw somebody puppy walking the other day. They had about 10 on leads, and they all seem to get on well together. Normally, sort of dogs argue, I thought. Steve, M&S at Waterloo Station, says Davey, will close soon for a few months of refurbishment. We'll have to use the small one over the far side. Nah, they can stick it. I'm not going to it. Yeah, it is a little one by the stairs. But also, do you remember we were still waiting on Burger King to open up again? That's about as much chance of that happening as pigs flying, because it's all gutted out completely. I thought they were just having, don't worry, we'll be back. They had on their site. Well, it doesn't look like anything's going to be appearing anytime soon. So that's a bit dreary. I mean, I'm waiting for them to sort of announce a bigger McDonald's, because they've got the McDonald's downstairs, but the queue sometimes goes out the door. Why don't they just build a bigger one somewhere else? And from Shenfield, Stu says, 3 weeks for my passport renewal, kept updated all the way through by text. Very good service. Yeah, I mean, Burger King's still planning to open, are they? Yeah. It's only taken them about 6 months. Stephen Wembley says, I'm just back from Edinburgh, where I had a deep-fried battered cheeseburger. Oh, that sounds quite nice. I mean, I couldn't eat it, but it does sound quite nice. A deep-fried battered cheeseburger. Does that come with the bun as well? Do you think, or you just get the cheeseburger? Because a battered cheeseburger would be particularly good. A battered cheeseburger without the bun. I mean, that sounds delicious. That's like sausage and batter, only better. So deep-fried battered cheeseburger. Is there a picture of it? Oh, my God, I couldn't eat that. Good grief. So is that in the bun as well? Oh, no, I thought it was just going to be a beef burger in batter. They've got a deep-fried bacon double. Oh, I mean, that's just really bad for you. No, you shouldn't touch that with a barge pole. It appears to be in America, $24.90. You shouldn't eat that here. That's heart attack. That's really not very good for you at all. But have you got a picture of a beef burger in batter you can put on my screen just to make me feel a little bit better? Deep-fried bacon cheeseburger. They all look a bit peculiar, don't they? They look as though they wandered out of Star Trek or something like that. But no, I just want a beef burger in batter. Just a beef burger in batter. That must be a little bit ridiculous. Why can't you find these things? Beef burger in batter. I don't know. Yes, that doesn't look. Doesn't look so. Looks a bit too big. They seem to have packed out these middle bits. They did a thing on in Indian street food Oh, there you go. There's one there. There's one there. Down. No, cross to the right. Down. There it is at the front. No. Up one. Next to the sausages. There's a beef burger in batter. That's what they should look like. Well, I tell you, it's like playing games, isn't it, on the computer? Just try and make the thing work properly. But no, beef burger in batter's nice. Sausage in batter, very good. I like that. Piece of fish, haddock, very nice indeed. Very nice. What else we got? Loads of pictures of Harry Styles because he's got an album out and because he's touring. And the new Netflix special by Ricky Gervais is the latest stand-up show to spark a backlash with its transgender jokes. BAFTA-nominated Annie Wallace, who was the UK's first trans soap star to play a trans character, issued a very aptly put warning to all comedians. Transphobic comedians are the new Bernard Manning, the 57-year-old said, but they just haven't figured it out yet. Annie, who plays Sally St. Clair in Hollyoaks, is often cracking jokes herself on social media, so perhaps she could also stand up to the stand-ups with her own bit of stand-up, writes the diary. Yes, could do. For some strange reason, I've caught a bit of Hollyoaks over the past couple of weeks. I'm no idea where and what's going on there at all. I really haven't. I lose. I mean, I can cope with most soaps. I'm quite good with most soaps because, you know, in EastEnders, well, it comes on in the afternoon. I get it in the afternoon. I'm quite clearly never up that late. I mean, that would just be ridiculous. But no, it comes on in the afternoon. But, you know, in at least EastEnders, it's either in the pub or in the market. Well, in Hollyoaks, they're either standing outside arguing or there's a new gay character. And I'm losing everything on that one. So I don't know where we are. No idea. Oh, Matt Hancock and little Gina turned up. I think a jean jacket on somebody that age, not really appropriate. But the good picture is of Dame Deborah, her secret Chelsea trip to see a rose named after her, which is lovely. And so she gets beautiful rose. Absolutely. But Dame Deborah is no longer having cancer treatment after 5 years and is now receiving, they call it end-of-life care at her parents' home. And this is where people, I mean, I can only assume because I don't know how this works, that they sort of prepare you for what's going to be happening. But as I say, she hopes that her daughter, Eloise, may one day have this rose in her wedding bouquet. It's a beautiful rose, tinged with pink in the middle and creamy on the outside. And on pre-order, they've got 25,000, the Harkness Rose Company, and 15,000 have been bought already. 15,000. And it's £16.99. But for every rose sold, £2.50 goes to Dame Deborah's Bowel Babe Fund to benefit cancer research, which has so far raised an incredible £6.5 million. Wow. It's a beautiful rose. So there's 25,000, but only 10,000 left because 15,000 have been sold already. I bet they've already gone, actually. Now that we've mentioned that people will be going to the Harkness Rose Company. And she says, I can't wait for my family to plant them everywhere this autumn. She says, what breaks my heart and brings me the most beautiful thought is that this variety can be grown forever and maybe one day Eloise might choose to have it in her bouquet. I think she absolutely will. Absolutely will. But isn't that amazing? I'd never even heard of it and they've sold 15,000 already. I think that's brilliant. And they get £2.50 for every rose. I do like roses. And when they do these special, it's amazing, isn't it? There's so many different varieties. And when you go to Chelsea or you go to any of the flower shows up and down the length and breadth of the land, the amount of roses. I have watched little bits of Chelsea, yes. I have been to Chelsea on a few occasions. It's a bit too crowded for me. I like a bit of space. You know, and I love looking at the gardens, but I mean, there are literally queues of people in front of each garden. And if there's one thing I don't do, it's queuing. I'm not very good at queuing, I'm afraid. Steve, BP just outside Alton in Hampshire. You remember Alton? That's where they mow somebody's carefully planted flowers. The counts are a bit thick on that one, even though the person who's mowing can't read, I should imagine. But anyway, £1.95 a litre this morning. This is in Alton. Avoid like the plague. Avoid like the plague. And apparently, Steve, I've been away. Hope I was missed, says Sarah. and Mouse the greyhound in Bromley. No, sadly not at all. No, we didn't miss you at all. Didn't even know you'd gone away. Nobody tells me anything. Grant says, did you know that the Kinder Surprise eggs are illegal in America because they're dangerous, but assault rifles are fine? I know, you couldn't make this up. You seriously can't make this up. And when you look at the pictures in the paper today and you look at this murderer, Salvador Ramos, who had no mental illness, nothing at all. He just decided he wanted to kill people. You know, to be honest with you, one half of me goes, I'm glad you're dead. And the other half of me is going, I wish you were still alive and we could put you through a court system and then come up with some horrendous idea at the end. How can you just mow down 19 people? One of them is a girl who told her family that she didn't want to go to school on the day that the shooting occurred. They didn't know. But she said, I don't want to go, and she lost her life as well. And most of these people are Hispanic, and he just went into the classroom and just mowed them down. 19, 2 teachers, and I think a police officer as well at the same time. And they go, he doesn't have any mental issues? I mean, what is going on here? And then they ask the question, pressure mounting on Joe Biden, you know, amid the the fact that he hasn't got the backbone to actually take on the gun lobby. Listen, he's trying to stay alive. He's so ancient, he doesn't know anything about this. You know, and then you look at Ramos on his Instagram page and you suddenly realise he bought the rifles to mark his 18th birthday. He bought 2. He bought 2 rifles. He was allowed to go in on he was bullied for his stutter. And he then decided to go on this killing spree. I mean, it's just absolute. But this is atrocity after atrocity. November 21, 4 students killed, 7 others wounded. This is in Detroit. May 2018, 17-year-old student opened fire, killing 9 students before then surrendering. That's what's so bad about it. Feb 2018, the list goes on and on and on. You know, and unfortunately, they're never going to change it. The National Rifle Association are going to carry on as usual. So an 18-year-old can go out there and buy 2 rifles with all the bullets and just go out there, walk down the road, go in and blast 19 people to death. And the Americans do absolutely nothing. Morning, how nice. You know, I've woken up this morning, I'm in such a good mood because I'm going to get an extra £400 to pay off the bills. And then next year the pension goes up. I mean, life couldn't be any better, could it really? And all we need is some sunshine. I know it's looking a bit scant, I'm afraid, at the moment. But it doesn't matter. We've made it to Friday. We've got the weekend ahead of us. And life is good. Life is very good at the moment. Sunny today. And I think I've sorted out the pigeon problem. Paint that doesn't dry. Have you ever heard of it? It's called anti-climb paint. You buy it on Amazon. They do 2 sizes, 18 quid or 36 quid. And so I'm going to be painting little bits of areas so that the pigeons can't settle on it because it's permanently wet, which is great. So I'm very much looking forward to that. As I say, it was either that or sort of, you know, God knows I've thought of about 1,000,001 things to get rid of blooming pigeons. The mess that they make is disgusting. It really is. There's no room in this world for pigeons as far as I'm concerned. But the anti-climb paint... And the moment you put your hands on it, it transfers onto your hands because it's permanently wet. Brilliant idea. I love it. I mean, who'd be stupid enough to ignore something like that? It's like I told you the other day, pigeons. Let's hope pigeons are really stupid. Although, since I put glue on there, I put some just PVA glue on, and they haven't been back. So obviously but I think they might sort of risk it and go, let's see if it's dry today. So when I get back home, I put some more glue on there and then they won't come back again for the day. So that's good news. Then they have to find somewhere else. I don't care where they go as long as it's not on my place. Bernie Ecclestone arrested in Brazil. They found a handgun in his luggage. I mean, he's 91, for God's sake. Perhaps he'd forgotten. Who knows? And the strangest story I've ever heard of a man who is living as a collie dog. What he's done, he's been to a theatrical costumier and they've made him an item of clothing, which means he looks like a collie. And he wants to live as a collie in his life. He's Japanese. He spent $15,000 on this realistic dog costume so he can live like an animal. He said, I've decided to give up being a human being and become a collie. And if you look at him, he's obviously a bit peculiar. And but he wants to live as a collie. So they made him this outfit for him to go into. And he does. And he's on YouTube. You can find him. And he rolls over and he does all the things that sort of dogs do. He went Yeah, I think he wears it all the time. I don't know how he actually sort of eats or anything like that. I've got no. Or goes to the toilet. I've got no idea. But but he's quite clearly a bit of a weirdo. But if that's what he wants to do. But when he stands up, he looks like it's a man in a costume, doesn't it? It's only when he's sitting down, and it's got the face and the head, and they just sort of. Why a collie dog? I've got no idea. And presumably he can look out of the eyes in this costume, but very weird. I mean, if you know somebody as weird as that, please just remember, move. Don't go anywhere near them. They're mad as broomsticks. The BBC are pulling the plug on 3 TV channels, including CBBC, which means that Blue Peter will disappear, and loads of other things. But nobody's watching. It's only going online, and nobody will watch it. They might as well give up now. How many presenters has Blue Peter got? 3. 3 presenters. The moment they moved from the BBC Television Centre and they moved it up to Manchester, it's just disappeared. I mean, when I was watching it, it was the Valerie Singletons, it was Peter Purves, it was John Noakes, it was Peter Duncan, Mark, the gingerhead lad, the Mark. I can't remember his... Sorry? No, I can't remember what his surname is. It'll come to me later. An actor. And I watched loads of people on it. Then it disappeared up to Manchester, and now we've got no idea who the presenters are. Look at them. They all look like typical presenters. And this is Richie, Mawaxi, Adam, and Henry the dog. Well, it'll go online, and they might as well just not bother with it anymore. Such a shame. Such a shame. It should still be in the big studio. They've got a garden as well. They've got all sorts of little bits and pieces, and they do their sort of things. The boys bounce around and we're doing all this kind of stuff, and yet really nobody's going to be watching. It's a bit of a shame, really. It's like it's like the listening figures of BBC Radio Shropshire, isn't it? I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. They just don't have anybody. Paul in Lincolnshire says, laid up in bed coughing all night long. We'll stay in bed listening to you. Well, as long as you're not coughing into the radio, we should be fine, actually. And Brian says, that new book published on Myra Hindley that you mentioned is called This Woman, chronicling her cunning escape plot from Holloway, along with prison warders, written by Howard Soons. But they were both rumbled, actually. So there was no way that she was ever going to get out of prison, ever. So there you go. And Noreen says, hope you're well. I'm not bad, actually. I'm not bad. Got a few little things coming up, as they say. I know it's a Peter Andre joke, but I can't get away from it, can I, really? We've got a very busy Saturday. We're seeing the 60s. This is Noreen. The 60s All-Stars in the afternoon. The band Alan, who's a swinging blue jean. Mick Avery, who's been with the Kinks since day one. And a couple more musicians. Then we're heading to Boreham Wood to see Eddie, who's in Vanity Fair, do a solo gig. There are 5 of us going. We've made friends with the others through our love of music, and I was very impressed that your producer knew who Peter Noone is. Yeah, well, I was fairly surprised myself. Fairly surprised, but he did, no milk today, my love has gone away. Mark Curry, Ian, thank you very much indeed. And Mark Curry used to work there. Oh, right, that's how, because he used to work at another radio station. That's how he knows. Mark Curry, of course, we did, because he's a very busy boy, did his pantomime. I forget where he and his partner live now. It's down on the south coast, I think. I'm pretty certain. He did Catchphrase, didn't he? For a bit. He's very lively. Very lively is Mark Curry, because I think that was what the job was, I think, for those people. Who were on Blue Peter. You had to demonstrate that you had something to bring to the programme, and because he'd been an actor, he was great. He was great. Which presenter's done the best? Oh God, I don't know really. They all went on to do lots of things. I still remember John Noakes climbing up the outside of Nelson's Column on a ladder with no. I mean, you never get away with it today. Never get away with it today. He had no safety harness on at all. He just, I felt ill looking at him climbing up there and then standing at the top of, just supposing you cling on to Nelson and all of a sudden it moves. Oh, it makes me feel very ill. Stella says, Steve, the man who dresses as a collie dog, do you think when he goes to toilet he lifts his leg up? You'd have to do a bit more than that. He's encased in this thing. He'd have to come out of it. Can't see it working any other way, really. Little bit bizarre. I mean, it is odd. You do get people like that, though, don't you? There used to be a bloke who used to live in Twickenham. He used to dress all in rubber. Rubber trousers, rubber coat, rubber everything. And I used to see him going to the train station as I was coming out of the train station. And I remember thinking, is that what they call a fetish? If you want to dress in rubber? He did squeak, yes. Rubber boots as well he had on. I mean, very peculiar. It's not to... Oh, don't show me that picture of him sitting... Look at Nelson's column. I can't believe it. And they were... I don't know what they're doing, but he's just literally... He's talking to the poor cameraman's got to be up there as well. I'd have said you film yourself. Yeah, John Noakes. I mean, just really... He was climbing Nelson's column, and it was... honestly, I feel ill watching it. It makes my flesh creep. Isn't that funny? I mean, and it's just on ropes. Say the ropes break. You'd be dashed to the ground immediately. Horrible, really, horrible. Nikki in Southampton says, I've been awake all night listening to my fiancé snore. Even moved into the spare room, but you can still hear it. It's that loud. Thank goodness for your programme. Well, if we can drown out snore, it's very bad for you, snoring. You need to go and get it sorted out, because snoring means that when you go like that, it means that sometimes you stop breathing. People have died. Oh, yes. Oh, snoring's very dangerous. Very dangerous. They were showing you a thing the other day, actually, nothing to do with snoring. But the Queen always used to have a separate bed from Prince Philip. They didn't share a bed. They had separate rooms and single beds. And when on the good ship Britannia, they showed her cabin, and it's just a single bed in it. Definitely. Snoring is often... No, they didn't do a... Oh, no. Just, yeah. Well, she slept in a single bed. There was no double beds or anything like that. It's this obstructive sleep apnea which raises the risk for diabetes, obesity, hypertension, stroke, heart attack, and other cardiovascular problems. That's what snoring does to you. And there are two really, guaranteed things that would tell you all about it, about snoring. And that was mainly if you're overweight, or if you drink a lot, or if you smoke. They're three... if you've got kind of all three of them, you've got a bit of a problem going on there. And I don't think I've ever been in bed with a snorer. I was in bed once with a friend of mine, and they talked in their sleep. They had conversations, and it's most disconcerting. I could have a conversation by myself anyway. But can you imagine climbing to bed with somebody and they start going? First of all, it's something like that, and then so of course it used to wake me up and go, what? And you think, are you trying to have a conversation with me or not? And then sometimes you'd actually get proper conversations coming out. My producer's flatmate used to sleep. Well, I sleepwalk once, only once, and you could have a conversation with him. I had to start locking the door to stop myself going out. It was that bad, yeah, because he would remember nothing. Joe's flatmate. And that's the dangerous thing. All these sleeping problems, honestly. Get down, Shep, would only mean something to those of a certain age. I know. I remember when they made him cry. They made John Noakes cry. He went on television and they talked about Shep, and Shep had died. And John Noakes broke down with Terry Wogan. And he said he died. Because they were allowed to take the dogs home. Nobody wanted to take the tortoises home or the cats. But the dog generally was sort of, kept by somebody. And Shep... John Noakes looked after, and then he died, and he was very upset by it. As you can well imagine, people get very attached to their dogs. If this collie dies in Japan, I don't think we're going to be shedding any tears. I couldn't really care less, actually. Kevin the Milkman says, Steve, so the BBC spent a fortune putting BBC Three back on mainstream television with a schedule full of complete dross, and then moved BBC Four with its good documentaries and cultural programmes to online only. You couldn't make it up. The BBC bosses haven't got a clue. Looks like I'll be watching more Sky Arts from now on. I love Sky Arts. That's very good stuff. But the BBC, they're just wasting your money. The codswallop they've come up with is that they want to save money, and they think they're not having the licence fee taken away from them. So they've decided to axe apparently 1,000 staff. I don't know where they're going to go to. Where do they go to? There aren't any jobs at the moment. It's very, very thin on the ground. But you can't just sort of put all these things up. I mean, to move Blue Peter was ridiculous. The studio they're in is the tiniest little thing ever. It really is. So if they move it online, nobody's watching it at the moment. That's what Zoe Ball's dad said. He said nobody's watching it. He said, well, so when they put Harry Styles on CBeebies reading a bedtime story, he said, who's watching it? Nobody. Nobody is. So BBC Three last night... Race Across the World, Series 2, Episode 6. Dom and Lizzie must use all their ingenuity to claw their way back into the race. The Catch-Up, 1958 is a roundup of the day's news. Looks like it takes 3 people. Glow Up, Britain's Next Makeup Star, is at 8 o'clock. Then Crazy Rich Asians. Then Conversations with Friends. Then Conversations with Friends again. And then Conversations with Friends again. And then late night, it's Glow Up, Britain's Next Makeup Star. Repeated from earlier. Gavin and Stacey, Series 3, Episode 3. Pam and Mick are having second thoughts about the conservatory. Then it's Gavin and Stacey, Series 3, Episode 4. And that's Gavin is uncomfortable with Gwen and Bryn knowing about his and Stacey's sex life. And then at 02:20, Dubai Hustle. Another day, another DRAM. And then Meet the Khans. This is Amir gearing up for training in Colorado, whilst Fariel views a £6 million pad in London. I'd get the watch back first, love. Don't you think so? Honestly. And then you've got Hot Cakes. And a heavy metal fan orders a special cake. Then press X to continue, Desert Island Games. 8 games, a book and a luxury. What would you choose? Looks like it's a cartoon. That's at 3:15 in the morning. 3:50. Get rid of it. Get rid of the whole lot. What a biggest pile of rubbish. You'd be hard pushed to find, wouldn't you, really? Goodness sake, honestly. Small wonder they're all defecting to LBC.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, whoopee, Friday. Whoopee, it's Friday, I can't believe it. May the 27th. And so next week, what am I doing next week? Oh, next week I've got to go and sign the will. I've got a new will. And do some other little bits and pieces. Just involves driving, which is okay. What else we got? Monty Don, talking about the top Chelsea entry. He said, is that really a garden? This is the one that's got a pile of twigs everywhere. It's a pile of rubbish. It's got weeds everywhere. And you think, it is a bit crap. Which, without putting too fine a point on it, honestly. But there's a dam built by beavers, because you get loads of beavers, don't you, by the banks of the Thames. Kevin Spacey makes all the news again. He's going to be extradited from America to face 4 sex attacks in the UK. These go back some years. I can't remember, actually, what years they were, but these were some years. I don't know much about Kevin Spacey. I don't think I've ever seen any films he was in. All I know is he was looking after the Vic, not the Queen Vic. He was looking after that, and then he was caught walking around a park in the early hours of the morning, looking for his dog or something. He was in House of Cards, was he? See, I never saw House of Cards, so it didn't really help. But he's going to be charged with these 4 sex attacks, and it's 4 counts of sexual assault against 3 men in the UK between March 2005 and August 2008, and then in Gloucestershire in 2013. Oh, doesn't it really? Very strange. Happy birthday to Jamie Oliver. He's 47 today. Still good-looking boy, Jamie Oliver. So many, many happy returns of the day. And the Christmas... Well, the producer's typing's gone a bit amiss on this one. I said to him, the Christmas show's going on sale for Alid and Russell. He's put, Christmas shoes go on sale. I don't think they'll be selling any shoes, but I thought, I must enunciate a little bit better. So Alid and Russell, which is lovely. We love Alid, which is very nice. And Vanessa says, my son Robert is driving to Manchester. Whenever he goes there, he leaves at 4 a.m. So you're with him for the journey. Phew. I'm not sure I can take that responsibility, Vanessa, on my little shoulders. I'm a Celeb is heading back down under again. I don't really care, actually. But seriously, I couldn't care less. They sort of find people and they sort of find them in homes and cemeteries and then they sort of dig them up. Who won last year? No idea. Not a clue. It's that sort of ingrained knot into our memory. I wouldn't have the faintest idea who won last. Is it always a celebrity one, isn't it? There's never a one that isn't a celebrity one, I suppose, really. So who was it? We don't know. We can't even find out. Mark in Gravesend, aptly named, says, I remember Simon Groom had the dog Goldie, a golden retriever. Yeah, he had a farm. His parents had a farm, Simon Groom. And they used to film a lot on the farm so they could do lambing and everything else. Danny Miller. Oh, he's the one. Is this the way to Amarillo? I've been sleeping like a... No. Danny Miller did it from Emmerdale. And he did it and he's marching along the road and then all the cast from Emmerdale. Have you not seen it on YouTube? Oh, God, you need to bring yourself up into the modern times, pal. Seriously, Emmerdale. Yeah, all the cast from Emmerdale. They were all on it, marching and singing the song, and he was miming it. And I think Tony Christie pops up at one point. I have not imagined it. It was used on the television. Is this the way to... I know there was the other one done by Peter Kay with all the big name stars, but they did the Emmerdale version as well, and it was very good with Danny Miller. There he is. There's Danny Miller in the middle, and all the other people. There's Marlon. I don't know what his surname is, Marlon, and that could be his girlfriend or wife, Dingle. Marlon Dingle. As if. And they were good, and they sort of put all these people on there. That's Kane Dingle. He's diabetic, actually, in real life. And there's the one who takes his clothes off all the time, who also won one of the programmes. But they used all the kids on there and everything. It was really good. It was good. I think it's such a good song, that Is This the Way to Amarillo? And everybody sings and claps along. That village is purpose-built, you know. That village is purpose-built. It's on private land. You can't go... There's Tony Christie in the middle. Look, and that's... who's that on the other side? I don't know. I like Danny Miller. I like the shirt he was wearing. And then I like this guy here, because you watch when he dances, or he isn't dancing, he's sort of marching, and he sort of looks at it. Look, it's the way he holds his hands. It's a very odd way of doing it. Anyway, I thought it was brilliant. Do you remember, says Rob, the baby elephant causing havoc? Yes, on Blue Peter. The baby elephant decided to go to the toilet on the floor, and the keeper couldn't control it. And then he fell over, and of course they couldn't stop laughing, which was a little bit worrying. Did you know John Noakes passed away 5 years ago tomorrow, the 28th of May, says Hugh in Battersea. And here I am at the top of the Eiffel Tower, and get down, Shep. Thank you, Hugh, very much indeed. Walsh says, locked into the spike. I'm loving The Sopranos, Series 4. And Stella says, the other day I was at the theatre with my daughter. We were sat high in the balcony. I've got a terrible fear of heights, and for comfort asked my daughter, are you scared of heights? She said, no, I'm scared the balcony will collapse. The Sopranos is Nick Abbott's favourite TV show. Is it really? Why am I not surprised? Oh, somebody asked me something about Nick Abbott. Can't remember what it was, actually. I saw him walking out of the building the other day, looking like a remnant from Stalin's army. He looked like he was a reject from Dr. Zhivago. He had his cap on and all the rest of it. Indeed, he had a cap. Yeah, I've never seen him in a cap before. No, not a baseball cap. No, it looked like one of these ones that Dr. Zhivago would have worn. It's one of those. I don't know what they call them. Just one of them Dr. Zhivago would have worn, I suppose. And it was sort of something that, you could probably see Jeremy Corbyn in it. I always love that. That always makes me... Steve, remember Anthea Turner on Blue Peter? Sadly, yes. Yeah, she made the Thunderbird setters. That was their most popular one, Joanne. That was their most popular model that they made. I went into the office and they had it in, because people used to make the models for them. They'd say, when you do this, this is what it looks like. And so she made the Thunderbirds model. I mean, it's nothing to do with her. She hadn't got the faintest idea about anything, really. But they seem to be using her for the Jubilee. I don't know why. She hasn't done anything on television for ages. But she was basically showing you how to sort of make this thing, because it was very popular. You couldn't get it. Thunderbirds traced it. The whole reason was that she was sort of making it was because you couldn't actually buy the thing in the shops because they sold out. And so Blue Peter sort of decided to make Tracy Island. I mean, all right, Mr. Tracy. I mean, it was all very innocent in those days, I still remember at Christmas, do you remember the Advent Crown? Oh, the Advent Crown. Was put in Advent Crown, Blue Peter. It was made out of 2 wire coat hangers, so it could have been 4, and they were bound together, and then flame-proof tinsel was wrapped around there, and little candle holders at the end. It was blooming brilliant. Every year they'd go, and here's the Advent Crown. There it is. And they put their candles in there, and then they would hang it up, and then they would light them. But it was all flame-proof tinsel. It was fab. And they would always have the Chalk Farm Band who would come in, and they'd be playing a Christmas carol. They would march into the studio and play, and all the kids were around there, and they had a fake fire, which unfortunately one year did catch fire. And it was just good. But now it's going to be confined to online. What year did it start? Oh, God knows. Long time ago. I was about to say 58. Strange. I really was. I don't know why. Perhaps it's deep in the recesses of my mind. Paul says, I know you had a tote bag, glass, tea tray. Yes, and we also had a tea towel. How about a Steve Allen rubber duck for the bath? No, because not everybody has a bath. And you can't really use a rubber duck in the shower. Oh, no, the one I thought of is far more practical. Far more practical. Can't believe that John Noakes passed away 5 years ago. Honestly. Steve, Sky Arts showed a Neil Sedaka show and Tony Christie joined him for Is This the Way to Amarillo? Sedaka has written many great tunes. Yes, I've interviewed Neil Sedaka on a few occasions. 2, actually. One, he came in and then he had to go because his mother had taken very ill in America, so they had to get him back there fairly quickly. Always wanted to make Steve the Tracy Island that Anthea Turner made on Blue Peter, but never did. No, you could send off for the actual instructions as to how to make it. It was basically sticky back plastic and Baco foil and all the rest of it. But the fact there was a fact sheet, but they couldn't say it was Baco foil because that's a trade name, so they had to call it metal foil. They used to cover up Kellogg's cornflakes boxes with it covering up the things you couldn't see it was Kellogg's cornflakes, and they just called it a breakfast cereal. And Copydex, they're just called Rubber Solution. They weren't allowed to do any advertising, but of course most of the programmes were advertising left, right, and centre. That was the whole gag about working for the BBC. You get whatever you want, just by sort of advertising it. It was amazing, really. But Sky Arts, very good. Very, very good. I like it. I've told you, I've congratulated them on many an occasion. They seem to spend an awful lot of money on things, and I've seen... I don't know, watched the other day, actually, on Sky Arts. I think it was... with this guy, Charlie, who's very good. Hold it, Flashbang, what a picture. What a picture, what a photograph. Half a sixpence. Half a sixpence is better than. Half a penny is better than. And so it went on. He was very good. Very good. This sort of bloke who learnt to sort of play the old banjo. He was very good. I interviewed him. He was he looked typical showboy. Do you know what I mean? He just had that look. He was cute looking, still is. And he sings, he dances, he's live, he's got everything going for him. A little bit like me. I've got everything going for me as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm exactly the same. Exactly the same. Anne says, Steve, when my lovely mum passed, we had Amarillo as the curtains closed to the crematorium. Because my mum was such a cheerful person. We had to have something upbeat. I know, I think that's a good idea. I don't like sad songs at funerals. I don't like sad songs. My Auntie Joan had one of these humanist funerals where you pick the music. And she had a good assortment, and it was one of these basket coffins, which I'm not like a wicker basket, yeah. And it was all done very nicely, but all a little bit casual, because there's no religious connotation. I thought she would have done religious, but she didn't. I don't think she was into things like that.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Apparently Liam Payne's in big hot water because his ex-girlfriend stroke fiancée, whatever she was, has accused him of not telling her that it was over. Well, I mean, surely she can't be that dim. You just have to realise the signs are there. It's like Helen Skelton, whose boyfriend took off after she'd just given birth to somebody. And he said, no, he didn't start the relationship until he knew that their relationship with Helen Skelton was over. But then men always say that, don't they? You see them on the television going, but you went out with somebody, didn't you? And they go, yeah, but we were having a break. Oh, right, so you can sleep around. Don't try that one again, pal. Otherwise we'll be doing all sorts of strange things to you. There's another ace. And his wild night out with the blonde days before he gets married to somebody called Mucky Billy Mucklow. Now, I'm sure she came with history. I seem to remember distinctly in my mind Billy Mucklow was dropped from a programme, mainly because it was another one. They just take these people on. They put them onto the television. If their storylines don't work out or something like that, they just get rid of them. They're of no interest to them. They're just cattle fodder. People don't realise. They seem to think these television programmes, like Daniela Westbrook, somebody takes over her role because they didn't want to put her back on. And, she was in Towie, but they dropped her. They dropped her from Towie, and I can't remember why they dropped her. I just remember thinking there was something about her, something wasn't quite right, and I can't remember what it was. She came with history. And so she's marrying this footballer, but anyway, he's been off with somebody else already. Don't waste any time, these people. Honestly, I'm obviously not trying. Perhaps I need to be more of a tart. Perhaps that would make it... Sharon Osbourne used to say to people, she'd say, you're a tart, you are. And they did it in bread as well. She was a tart, she used to say. And I thought that was... No, she was saying it about the woman next door. Avril, I think her name was, or something like that. Iceman says, House of Cards, Steve, is very addictive and must watch. Do you know, there's so many things I'm supposed to be watching. I haven't got the time. I really haven't got the time. I'd love to polish the car, but I really can't be bothered. Really can't be bothered. The Crown, I've never, even though the boys bought me the box set about 2 Christmases ago now, and I've still not watched it. I'm trying to get round to all of these things. Do you know the funniest Brits, you know, the ha, are those who like a cup of tea? There you go. That's why you're listening to this programme. That's why you're listening to this programme, because we like a cup of tea. In fact, I'm on my 3rd cup of tea already this morning. And I'm particularly funny this morning, I think you'll find, actually. In fact, you won't find... I mean, you're more than welcome to try... Somebody said to me the other week, I wish you'd stop talking about politics, otherwise I'll have to go and listen to Radio 4. And I thought, God, you're obviously at end of life, aren't you? So off you go to Radio 4, as if that's going to make any difference. As if I'm going to be swayed by that. You know, it's just ridiculous. Yeah, Mickey, we must change the programme. Let's just do politics. Imagine. Mickey at Plumstead says, did you ever interview Roy Castle from Record Breakers? Yes. I did watch Rent a Ghost. You can buy it, I think, on DVD, Rent a Ghost. And Roy Castle, yeah, we like Roy Castle. He caught cancer from cigarettes in clubs that he used to play. That's where they think he actually got it from. I remember that very well indeed. I remember... reading all the interviews with Roy Castle's widow. I like Roy Castle. I thought, and he popped up in film. He was in a Carry On film, Carry On Up the Khyber. Carry On Up the Khyber. He was lovely. Died in 94. And one here says, Mike in Finchley says, Steve, good morning. Could you wish our very good mutual friend Madeline Golding a happy birthday in Israel? It'll make it, well, she could be anywhere, but she's still celebrating her birthday. Lovely Madeleine. And I hope you have a fantastic... Just make sure he gets you a decent present. I know what that Charles can be like, Madeleine. You make sure you get a nice present at jewellery. Go for jewellery. Big item of jewellery. So if that makes you smile... I'm too polite to ask how old. And so I won't ask how old. But many happy returns of the day. And I hope that you get lots of cards and things like that. So over there in Israel. And Madeline Golding and I go back many years, because her husband is Charles Golding, who used to be a former programme controller at LBC. Used to work on the Express, and I used to get invited. I went on a few occasions to Friday night dinner, so I was educated from an early age. So happy birthday, Madeline. Hope you have a great time. It was Lilo Lil, Steve. That's right. I couldn't remember who it was. Lilo Lil. She is a tart. That was in the days when that was actually considered. I mean, goodness me, that was people pushing the boat out, wasn't it? What else we got? Channel 4 are bringing the Big Breakfast back. They tried it as an experiment. This is with Mo Gilligan. And they did it as an experiment. They're going to bring it back. Now, whether they're bringing it back permanently or whether they're going to bring it back as an experiment, I've got no idea. No idea. Picasso sale. Picasso, wait a minute, here we go. So it's returning with hosts. It's going to be on Saturday mornings this summer. So it returned for a one-off to mark Back to Front Day after 19 years. And there's nothing like the Big Breakfast on our screens, but it's only going to be on the Saturday morning. It's not quite the same, is it, really? Not quite the same. But the producer loved it. He thought it was great. He said, yeah, it's fantastic. Because I remember Johnny Vaughan and Denise Van Outen. It's her birthday today, you know. Her birthday. She's 190. And wish her a happy birthday for today. Because if you're celebrating your birthday, it's quite nice, but she doesn't have a boyfriend. We don't have good Saturday morning shows anymore. Only on LBC. It's all cookery. It's all cookery. You got the two boys in the kitchen, Simon Rimmer, and that's Sunday. Oh, right. What have we got on Saturday? What is the lineup for Saturday? Is what Saturday Kitchen? Who's that with? Oh, I've seen that one before. That's where some of them sit round a table and just get drunk, and then there's somebody who cooks something, and then you can vote for, you know, what do you want to get made? A nice pudding, or would you like roast beef and chips or something like that? Food heaven and food hell. I'm trying to think, and my food hell would just be sort of fish, really. Fish. I was watching a little thing, actually. I don't know why I was watching it. Mackerel. Oh, God, no. And it was Gordon Ramsay being filthy and disgusting and rude and swearing at people in the kitchen. But he's been told to tone it down now. It's a little bit dated, isn't it? You know, calling people all these names, which he does. And he's got away with it for years. There's, you know, somebody... I used to like him, actually. Don't like him now. Don't like him at all now. The Romans did smut. They found some carvings on rocks and pictures of willies and things like that, which the Romans did all those years ago. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, well, I mean, the Romans were the first ones to populate turn into populating the baths, Roman baths, where everybody sat. There it is, they are. Rude graffiti carved on Hadrian's Wall. That's apparently what Roman willies look like. Tullius Caesar, they've called it. Make of that your own jokes, ladies and gentlemen. Very rude graffiti. I suppose it does look... I mean, a funny thing you find, isn't it? It does look like a fish, yes. But I wouldn't eat fish anyway. But very rude graffiti. I should imagine you can find everything. If you go up St Paul's, bit of a joke, and you go all the way to the top, when you get near to the bit where you go over the dome, and you've got to be fairly slim because the passageways to get you up to the top are very narrow. There's all the graffiti done by Christopher Wren's builders going back all those hundreds of years. They carved their names into the walls and stuff like that. Really good. Really good. Jim in Scotland. We don't know where, actually. Just Scotland. Just narrow it down for me. He said, listen to your podcast with Ian Dale last night. Your openness and honesty is commendable. Particularly love the bit where you say you enjoy your own company. Because, well, that's the trick to it. That is the trick. And this is why you get people who get depressed, because they don't have many friends, because they've really got nothing to say to them, and they don't know how to develop their own company. And you've got to like yourself if you do a particular job. If you like yourself, you'll be perfectly fine throughout your entire life. And of course, I've always loved myself. If I was a lollipop, I would have licked myself to death. It's as simple as that. You know, I'd have just... Because it's a case of, you know, you have to, if you're in my business, you have to... You know, in my business, you have to sort of like yourself. Otherwise, it would make you a bit thin-skinned. And if somebody ever wrote, not that we ever get anything, I wish we did, you know, somebody sort of writing something abusive about you, then you'd be going, ooh, so sad, so sad. But in fact, because we don't get anything like that, it doesn't bother me anyway. Even if I did, it wouldn't bother me. You know, but we are protected because I'm on the computer. All you do if ever you get anything in, I've told you, which looks vaguely offensive, you just delete it and it goes forever. Did I always like my own company? Absolutely. Yes, very much so. I don't know. I think I learnt it at prep school. Because at prep school, which is preparatory school, where I went as a little boy from the age of 9 to 11, because my parents were up in Yorkshire, and I still can't work out why I went to this. Anyway, they always said they wish they'd never sent me there, but it didn't. It makes you very independent. You're a little boy, but at 9 years old, but by the time you get to 10, you can have conversations with adults and not feel distanced by them. So you're an only child. So you get the same thing. You get the same thing. I had a brother who was younger than I. Well, he still is younger, actually. It hasn't changed that. Isn't that odd? Very, very bizarre. But it's a case of you like yourself. And if you like, I mean, it's not necessarily that you like what you do. You know, I mean, I don't have a particular skill. The only skill I have is for talking to myself for 3 hours every day, because that's exactly what it is. It's talking to yourself. You're not doing anything else. I can't see anybody. I mean, a lot of people I do know, actually. But when you sort of see the names coming up, I can go, oh, that's so-and-so, because people tune in for this programme every single morning. But I don't know what the appeal is, because I've never heard a programme. In all those years, in 43 years, I have never, ever listened back. I've heard little adverts and drop-ins that I've done and stuff like that, but that's about it. That is about it, because I wouldn't know what the appeal of the programme was. And I still don't know. And people go, oh, you don't. I remember James O'Brien. Yeah, I'm still trying to work it out. James O'Brien saying to me years ago, I've never understood what he was talking about. And he said, yeah, Steve Allen doesn't know how good he is. And you go, yeah, whatever. But I can't talk about politics. I could just tell you honestly what I think about certain things, about the Prime Minister or whatever else. So when somebody writes in and goes, oh, you shouldn't be talking about politics, you're out of your depth, and you go, well, go and listen to something else then. Try and grow up. Don't be a little Mary all the time. It's ridiculous. And have you heard about the Ray Liotta? Ryan will be gutted. Sorry, Ryan's gutted, but James O'Brien will be gutted. Yeah, well, in fact, I was the one who got him the Ray Liotta little name check, which I'll tell you about after the break.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, morning, morning. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to May the 27th, 13 minutes to 5. So, the sad news came in that Ray Liotta, or as he calls himself, Ray Liotta, has passed away at the age of 67. He passed away in his sleep. He was making a film, and he just went just like that. I don't know how it works. I've got no idea. I'm not medically qualified. But he came in to be interviewed by me years ago. I don't even know if it's still on the system, actually. We'll have a little check, see if we can find Ray Liotta. And he's in conversation with me, and he came in to plug something. I can't remember what it was. But anyway, he was quite charming, because I'd seen Field of Dreams, which was just one of the many, many successful smashes that he had, the other being, of course, Goodfellas. And I watched Field of Dreams, and I thought it was amazing. I thought it was such a good film. When I first watched it, I didn't kind of get it. I didn't know what it was. And it was so beautifully shot, and I wanted to know everything about it. Everything about it. And Ray was very gracious and gave a very good interview. But before the interview, O'Brien had come up to me, usual sort of thing, reverse charge telephone call, and he said, you got Ray Liotta in? And I said, yeah. He said, can you get him to do me a name check? Like, this is Ray Liotta on the James O'Brien Show. If you build it, they will come. That was just one of the lines from Field of Dreams. And so we get to the end of the interview, and it's gone really well. And I always try and sense where you can go with an artist, whether or not they will sort of allow you to go a little bit further. And so I said, can I ask you a favour? And he went, what? And I said, one of our presenters, would love you to do a name check for him. I said, he's a huge fan. I said, and he asked me if I would ask you. I said, I understand if you don't want it. He said, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. And so I said, oh, okay. I said, are you sure? And so I kept sort of pumping. I was sort of gently getting there, and he said, all right. He said, what do you want me to say? So I said, all you have to say, and we'd already written it out for him. Hi, this is Ray Liotta. You're listening to James O'Brien. If you build it, they will come. And so he said, I'll do it for you. I said, thanks ever so much. And my producer at the time was Mark. And he sent me in the picture of me and Ray Liotta this morning, because every time we did an interview with somebody, they took a picture. So this recording you're hearing was Ray Liotta. I suspect that the sort of idea that he didn't really want to do it was a little bit of an act, because he was quite charming. And so James O'Brien got very excited, and he would play it all the time. And I said, listen, I don't mind you playing it all the time, but you have to credit Steve Allen for getting you this sort of drop in. And I think I get my drop in. So I guarantee you today he will play it because of Ray Liotta passing. So this is what we recorded. On that day in the studio upstairs, it was Heart's second studio. I remember going in it. And Ray was quite charming. At the end, he recorded this.
I'm Ray Liotta, and you're listening to James O'Brien on LBC. If you build it, they will come.
Makes your flesh creep, doesn't it? Like, yeah, so excited. Anyway, James was very thrilled with it. So Ray passes on to his own Field of Dreams in the sky, and he'll be much missed. There's some lovely tributes to him, lovely tributes. Also, Dame Deborah has launched an award. I mean, this woman defies description as far as I'm concerned. This is the woman who's got this bowel cancer. She's Bowel Babe, and she looks amazing. I mean, absolutely amazing. And so it's just amazing. I'm just sort of absolutely gobsmacked. Also, the picture of footy star, somebody called Andy Carroll, I've never heard of, passing out with a blonde after a day of partying. This is 2 weeks before his wedding to reality TV's Billy Mucklow, who, as I say, I'm sure she came with history. But anyway, the ex-England striker, his ex, boozed with Taylor Jane Wilkie after flying to Dubai to gatecrash his fiancée's hen party. Pictures of him and Taylor on a bed and of her in his personalised bathrobe went viral. Pal said, this is embarrassing with the wedding so close. Little bit. But there again, what's Billy Mucklow got? Answer, nothing at all. And so he went partying with this girl, and she's taken loads of pictures wearing his bathrobe and everything else. And it's a little bit embarrassing. But there you go, thick footballers, and people on a hen night, knowing that he's going to get married to one of them. And it's a case of, it's all got a bit pear-shaped. Little bit pear-shaped. And, Andy, of course, Carroll was often in the news over his romps, brawls and his court cases. But he said meeting Billy turned his life around. He's been fined for assaulting a woman. He comes with history. But he began dating Billy Mucklow after joining West Ham. The former Towie star, she was never a star on it. She was totally superfluous to the programme. Said he's one of the most genuine and caring people I've ever met. Yeah. Obviously, your standards are a lot lower than most other people. So where that one's going to go again, no idea. But obviously, this girl who had the picture taken, she's obviously sold them. There was only 2 of them in there. And there's a picture of him asleep in the bed next to her. And you think to yourself, little bit naughty, actually. A little bit naughty. Mary Beth in Maryland says, my birthday is May the 29th, but you're off. So today, could you wish me a happy 70-something birthday? I always thought it was a great day because John F. Kennedy was born on that day. So there you go. May the 29th. Happy 70-something. We don't ask, actually. It's far too rude to ask people. So you have a great day on the birthday and a great weekend. Mike in Orpington says, no dramas. I listen to you all the time and I think you're great. Your style is so refreshingly different. Not really. I don't think it is. And Hugh says, your programme is like hanging out with an old friend over a coffee and a hobnob at the kitchen table, discussing the night before. Yes, just hold that thought, Hugh. Hold that thought. Do I share my birthday with any celebrities? Mainly ex-producers. The amount of ex-producers who have the same birthday as me is quite interesting. I don't know if I share it with any other celebrities. I mean, apart from something like Mona Lisa, Nat King Cole. When I fall in love, it'll be for Patrick Duffy, Man from Atlantis. Swimming through the waves. That was always very interesting. He's touring in this country, actually, at the moment. And that's their March the 17th children, which I don't know what that means. I think it's good. March the 17th. I don't know what day I was born. Stephen Gately. Yeah, okay. He died years ago now, didn't he? I can remember vividly when they were saying he died as a result of a party or something like that. Heart defect. Yeah, I met him once. He was at the. He went to the lottery show when Dale was presenting it, and I think he must have known somebody there because he was just sort of sitting in the corner. And it was only little. But he died all those years ago. And I thought the nice thing was that the boys all had a vigil in the church with his body the night before the funeral. I thought that was quite a good thing, and they were sort of chatting to him and everything else. Dale says it's strange. Although I have a family, I do like my own company. I talk to myself. Sadly, as I've got older, I've started answering my own questions. Oh, I've been doing that for years. Jim in Scotland was from Aberdeen, says Jim, where it's a lovely blue sky morning. Hope it's the same with you in Leicester Square. I don't know, is it? Apparently, yes, the producer says, which is quite nice, isn't it? So we've got some blue sky. It's a bit nippy in here because I get a sort of false sense of hope because there's a draft that comes in from the ceiling. I moan about it all the time. Hoping you are well, says Kennedy from Selfridges, and says, on the way to Porto in Portugal now to see the family. And I've downloaded many episodes of In Conversation with Steve Allen to listen to on the plane as per usual. I hope for you as well. There aren't delays at the airport as I'm a bit pushed for time. Oh dear. I hope you're getting there in plenty of time because that's what you need to do with these things now. It's a bit of a pain, but they don't seem to have enough staff. Oh, look, soldiers from the Queen's Bodyguard have been arrested over a suspected cocaine racket. Just days before they were due to lead the Platinum Jubilee parades. Oh, dear. It's not very good, is it? 6 serving members of the Irish Guards were held on suspicion of dealing the Class A drug and running a loan shark operation. Good God in heaven. Well, we can't have them doing anything like that, can we? Mind you, the same thing happened down at Windsor. They had an awful lot of problem with sort of drugs and stuff like that, which is a little bit embarrassing. The Queen's opened up her private archives. You get loads of pictures of her and Margaret. Producer said to me, Margaret was very pretty. I said, yeah, she was. But she knew she was never going to be Queen, so she just became party girl. But Her Majesty will narrate Elizabeth the Unseen Queen, thanks to producers cleverly using clippings from 60 speeches she has delivered. It's nice, isn't it, really? I like that. Readers welcoming the cash boost. This is from Rishi Sunak, so you'll get the £400. Some people get £650, I think. £400 to go towards your bill, so that'll be useful. And then you get a rise in the pension next year, which is good. One of the people here, his name's Matthew Palmer, he gets the most. He gets £650. So all UK households will get the grant, which reduces energy bills by £400 from October. Previously, the Chancellor had said £200 would be knocked off. and then it would have to be paid back in instalments. Now the discount's been doubled to £400, and he's cancelled the requirement to repay. In other words, from October, everybody's energy bill will be reduced by £400. So that's good news, isn't it? And then we'll wait and see how much we get on the pension. It's quite nice. So households that receive the winter fuel payment, which is nearly all homes with at least one person of pension age, will receive an extra £300 in November or December. So I can get a winter fuel payment as well. Well, I haven't been claiming that. Where do I get that from? We'll be having to check that one out. I'm determined to go for everything. Listen, if I'm due it, I want it. It's as simple as that. No messer. Yeah, I paid him for it. Thank you very much indeed. Ali Ross talking today about the 1% Club. 99% of its appeal is Lee Mack. Well, he is the host, isn't he? He does the jokes. He does all the little bits and pieces. Because the actual thing itself is another. He's trying to be like Bradley Walsh, and you can't be like Bradley Walsh because Lee Mack's very good and Bradley Walsh is very good. But by ITV's quiz show, The 1% Club, where its brilliant host Lee Mack was doing his best to give a toss about a debt-ridden and unsuccessful contestant called Mariella by asking her where she'd spaff the money. On festivals, she beamed. You get the oddest people on these programmes. You really do. And what else have we got today? Ricky Gervais. And he's come in for some stick, hasn't he? People not liking it and discussing it and sort of saying, oh, I don't think we should be doing that. Andy in Mansfield says, I was born March the 9th, 1954, Tuesday. I'll let your producer work out your day. Too early for my brain. Well, it's way too early for him. But it was a Wednesday, by the way. I'd let you know now. We had already worked that out. ABBA everywhere in the papers today. If you've not seen the show and you love ABBA's music, and let's face it, it's blooming timeless, but they were together in public for the first time in 40 years. 40 years. Benny is 75, Agneta is 72, Bjorn is 77, and Anna Fried is 76. Unbelievable. And the music sounds as fresh today as it did when they first recorded it. It is just unbelievable. Oh, by the way, the Ukrainian winners of Eurovision are selling their trophy to raise funds for the fight against Russia. Never heard of anybody selling trophies before, but that would be one to get hold of. You're not going to get it cheap. But it does go to a very, very good cause. Very, very good cause. We'll take a short break. Oh, by the way, I'm going to tell you in a moment about Barbie has gone trans. So you've got your first trans Barbie. Can't wait for that one. Amazing. So we'll talk about that after the news, which is next.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company, Nice. Steve, you share your birthday with my mum, Pat Bailey, and she's famous in New Eltham, says Sue in the Civ Cup. So there you go. I can't argue with any of you this morning at all. So the BBC to axe 2 channels, 1,000 jobs and go digital as part of this £500 million streamlining. So BBC 4 and CBBC will go online with World News and News Channel merging. Some regional services will be swallowed up by the larger local outlets. The Director General, Tim, told staff yesterday, this is our first moment to build a digital-first BBC, something genuinely new. He said it'll be a positive force for the UK and the world. Yeah, whatever. And he said the move represents £500 million worth of annual savings and investment. Of that, £200 million will go to help plug a funding gap of £285 million in, wait for this, 2027-28. So it ain't happening anytime soon. That's a result of Nadine Dorries freezing the licence fee at £159. But so the BBC said it was wrong to claim author J.K. Rowling had a very unpopular opinion regarding gender identity. Tom Sutcliffe made the remark on Radio 4's Front Row, but the complaints unit found no conclusive evidence that those with a different view to Rowling represented a majority. That these kids' channels and BBC 4 shifted online by 2025. I mean, what are we into now? 2022. So no, by the time we get to 2025, you'll all have forgotten about it. You'll have forgotten about it, and the BBC would go, oh, I don't remember saying anything about that at all. Definitely not. So here she is. It's Transgender Barbie. Yep, it's the first time they've ever done it. Part of Mattel's tribute collection, modelled on the star of Netflix's Orange is the New Black. And actress Laverne Cox poses for the first transgender. It's £32. It's Transgender Barbie. £32. And she says, it's incredibly meaningful for me. I hope that kids of all genuine identities can look at this Barbie and dream. Yep, it's Transgender Barbie. I mean, is that how much... I don't know how much Barbies cost. I've got no idea. I seriously don't know. I wouldn't know. £32 sounds... People will be buying it because it's Transgender Barbie and because it'll be a collector's item in years to come. Seriously. You know, that's what it will go for. I mean, she's in a fairly nice floaty dress. You know, which is very nice, showing her legs off. I wonder what's happened to Ken. I wonder if Ken's gone transgender as well. I mean, you can't just have one, can you? You've got to have two. And Ken would be absolutely ideal. I mean, some of the clothes they put Ken in over the years, when he had his little moustache, he looked like he'd wandered out of the Village People. It's all very worrying. Barbies are about 30 quid. Oh. Yes, they're not... Yeah, Barbie doll and accessories, £27.99. Oh, the Barbie Dream House. Look at that! 329 quid for a bit of plastic. No, I don't want it. No, definitely not. They've got the Barbie Chelsea Playhouse, 60 quid. And then they've got Barbie's Dream Camper. When we say camper, we mean camper. And Barbie Baby Doctor Doll. Barbie Nurse Doll. Barbie Extra Doll and Pet. Dreamtopia Mermaid. Barbie's been around, hasn't she? Barbie Dreamtopia Princess Doll. And Barbie is a rhythmic gymnast, blonde, £13.99. Barbie's very busy, isn't she? So they're about £30. Now, do they have any Barbies who are ethnically accurate? We have those as well? They don't seem to mention those as much as all their other things that they do they, really? Which is a bit of a shame. But so about 30 quid. So if you want the one that's the transgender, it's 32 quid. So loads of people will buy it. Here we go, Barbie doll and accessories. And here's Barbie on their biggest adventure yet. They're going camping. And I mean camping. There's all different sorts of Barbies for you to play with. We never had anything like that. I mean, Action Man was out when I was young. We never had one. He used to have moving eyes. And we just used to want to take his clothes off. Just... They have little pants on him, and it was so funny. But, yeah, you had all these sort of... I mean, I don't think boys played with dolls as much as they did. Or an Action Man. Perhaps it was Action Man with moving eyes. Might have been. Yeah. How much is an Action Man now? Are they very expensive? Do you get them sort of like G.I. Joe? You know, you can get them in all sorts of different positions. They've got their trucks and their cars and stuff like that. I wonder if they're like that bloke on the television who buys all this military memorabilia, goes around the world. And I said to him, I don't want to buy nothing like that. You know, how much you want for that then? And this bloke the other day, £900. I can't do that, mate. Look, come on, I've travelled a long way to get here. He said, I'll give you 400. And the bloke went, no, I don't think 400 enough. You know, what do you mean you're not sure if they make Action Man? It's ridiculous. Of course they make Action Man. They must do. It's a very famous toy for boys and butch girls. They don't make... I can't believe you're not finding these things. Are there any second-hand ones for sale? Have we got anything? Somebody might know. Discontinued in 2000? Well, how can... Oh, blimey, I don't know. Blimey, I might have to go on medicine after this. Are you seriously wonder why? Was he not seen as politically correct or something like that? Was he not... He was... We're just trying to find out now. It's a bit complicated for us. Just bear with us, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. I feel sorry for a Harry Potter fan. He's spent £3,000 on 80 character wands from the films and aims to collect 40 more despite being mocked by trolls. Connor Cundale, who's 20, started collecting in 2010. He said, I get most from prop replica stores and the studio tour. My favourite is Lucius Malfoy's. It's conjoined with his walking stick and got a snake's head. Why would people troll him? Why would people troll him? He said people would say, why spend money on toys at your age? But the collection... Don't worry about them, Connor. These people are just jealous. because they don't have any money and they can't afford it. So that's why they're jealous of you. I wouldn't worry about it. It'd be written by somebody who seriously is not in the real world. Why do you want to spend your money on toys at your age? Because they're collectible, thickos. My God, there's some dumb people out there, aren't there, really? The boom in food delivery cyclists is driving motorists up the wall, a survey has found. And a 2-year-old owlet, seemingly abandoned by its parents and with no nest, has been rescued. It's a long-eared owl. It was found on the Channel Island of Sark. It's in intensive care. Difficult to say how it fell out of the nest or even where the nest was, but it's doing well now, actually, which is you still can't find it. Oh, dear me, it's almost like somebody's taken full advantage of us and said, yeah, somebody will know about it. Because I always think if you keep these things, you keep them in the boxes. I've got loads of items in boxes. I've got Daleks in boxes, still boxed up. I haven't opened them or taken them out or played with them or done anything else. I've still got about 8 Furbies. 8 Furbies, still all in the boxes. I've got ETs. I've got loads of things still in boxes. Plus, I've got a whole range of teddies, and these are from Stife when they've done limited edition. So I've got limited edition Paddington, Piglet, Eeyore, an NHS nurse. I bought 2. I gave one to my brother's wife, and I've kept one as well. All still in the boxes. I haven't taken them out of the boxes or anything, so they are perfect. Because the Paddington Bear ones go for quite a bit of money now. Because once you take them out of the boxes, they start sort of devaluing. So the trick is to keep them in the boxes and to keep them perfect. Steve says, Kevin the Milkman, I not only share my birthday, but my birth date with the lovely Bonnie Langford. We were both born on the 22nd of July, 1964, although one of us has aged better than the other, and it ain't me. Poor old Kev, honestly. Still wearing his shorts, still hoping that around the corner there will be summer. Still hoping. Dame Debs urges readers to nominate NHS stars. You can nominate an NHS doctor, a GP, hospital doctor or consultant. I don't know how this woman's surviving. I really don't. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. She's doing very well indeed. Holiday giant TUI. TUI, you've heard of TUI? They just had to pay out for a lot of people who got food poisoning. It's telling pilots and cabin crew not to refer to passengers as ladies and gentlemen, to be more gender neutral. Oh, for God's sake, grow up. Air travellers can now expect to hear instead, good morning, passengers. This is your captain speaking. BA faced woke jibes when it made the move, and the Freedom Association's Andrew Allison blasted, TUI have their head in the clouds. Ladies and gentlemen has always been the traditional polite greeting. There's no need to change this in order to placate a tiny minority who feel offended. Why would you feel offended? Because you still fit into it. Ladies and gentlemen. So now you're a lady or a gentleman. So it's exactly the same. Exactly the same. But why do you have to... I mean, how many people are getting on aircraft who are gender neutral? I mean, is there a load of people? I mean, out of 350 people on an aircraft, what are we saying? 1 person? 2 people? I mean, do you have to fill in a form telling them, I mean, do you eat different food from everybody else? There's not a separate toilet on the aeroplane, is there? No. Just want to check, actually, before I don't bother booking with TUI ever again. I hadn't heard of them until the other week. It was Tom, was it? Oh, right. Oh, crikey, I didn't know that. It used to be Thompson's, apparently. Does it stand for anything, TUI? Thompson's United Airlines, I suppose, or something like that. Oh, dear. There's one here. It's a £500,000 Ferrari, and it hit 5 parked vehicles. The powerful red SF90 has a top speed of 211 miles an hour. No one was hurt, and the driver left the scene in Halesowen on Wednesday evening. They'll catch you, mate. They'll catch you. No good trying to get away with things like that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Apparently TUI, T-U-I, means Tourism Union International. Tourism Union International. Sounds slightly odd, doesn't it? Anyway, what does that mean? I don't know what it means. No idea. Sweet peas everywhere. Sophie Rayworth. Doesn't she work on the BBC? What's she doing posing at the Chelsea Flower Show? I've got no idea. So don't you just... I don't know. They've got Mylene Class there. They just seem to sit people on a bench and take pictures. But these are Peter Seabrook sweet peas. And they do look... I do like sweet peas. I've never had much luck growing them. You can buy them now at Waitrose. nearly grown, and you put them in some earth and things like that. They're in earth at the moment. Take them out of the pot, put them in the earth, and then they will grow up round a frame. And they're quite beautiful, but they do attract aphids and stuff like that. But certainly very pretty. When you look at these ones here, you know, really, really nice. Really, really nice. What else we got? Cheese, not chocolate, is the country's #1 cake. Cheesecake is the top cake. The research was by Dr. Oetker. Dr. Oetker. What they do is, it's not a real doctor at all, it's just a load of old rubbish. But what they do is that somebody will say, well, I'll spend £1,000 doing it, and then we get our name check on it. And we're supposed to all go, oh, Dr. Oetker Baking. We must go out and buy some of these cakes. So here we go. Number 20, Jam Roly-Poly. The list will drone, and BBC Radio Shropshire will be having an apoplectic field day today, because every programme is running with this story. Every programme, from the Vicar backwards.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. 18 minutes past 5, roughly. We don't really care too much, actually. Do you know the average adult eats 72 portions of cake a year? 72. Well, I'm certainly not your average adult then, so I obviously don't. So the ones here that they've gone for, Jam Roly-Poly. That's not a cake, is it? Jam Roly-Poly? That's a pudding. That's what I thought, actually, yeah. Chocolate and salted caramel. Chocolate and... well, that's okay. Blueberry muffin. I hate blueberry muffins. And flapjacks and things like that. They're so naff. Also, the worst ones are the skinny muffins. Don't you just hate them? Really. Ghastly. Plus, they've got things like... Millionaire's caramel shortbread, coffee and walnut fruitcake, Black Forest and Christmas cake. I like Christmas cake. I don't want it with the icing and the marzipan on it. Definitely not. Chocolate fudge, brownies, sticky toffee pudding, chocolate log. That's just a Swiss roll covered in chocolate. My mother used to do chocolate logs. They were quite nice, actually. And cheesecake's number 1, then chocolate cake, Victoria sponge, and then lemon drizzle at number 4. And the one after that is donuts. Donuts, which is okay. It's not really a cake. Donuts, are they? No. In fact, actually, it's a load of rubbish, isn't it? Yeah, Dr. Oetker. Don't tell BBC Radio Shropshire. They'll have a field day, won't they? What do you mean? It's not a cake. Are we still doing cakes? Oh, no, I don't know. No, Victoria sponge. Fruitcake, Black Forest. Yes, Victoria sponge is number 3. So that's okay. We like a Victoria sponge, but, not too wild about the rest of them. Lee in Lauder says, just leaving Lauder, heading to the Wirral to drop a car to the brother-in-law. The other half, Lewis, is behind me for the drive back up later today. Ask him to keep up, please. Nothing worse, is there? I hate it. Whenever I've been out with sort of friends and I'm following them, and then I go, where are you? And they'll go, don't worry, we'll pull in. Always look after me. You have to look after the elderly, don't you? Otherwise, you don't get left anything in the will. I'm sort of average. I'm not sort of particular. I mean, my car can go very fast. Very fast. You just touch the accelerator and this thing leaps into life. All the hamsters on the wheels go like that. But I'm not a Sunday driver. Absolutely not. One of those sort of people who go out there in the middle of the pouring rain, pulls into a lay-by, gets out the picnic table and an umbrella, starts eating cheese and pickle sandwiches and a pork pie. Maybe some orange squash or something like that. Very popular. Richard Osman, when he announced he was leaving Pointless, they've wondered who could replace him, and they're going to replace him. So what they're going to be doing, they're going to take celebrities and try them out on the programme. So here come the people. Sally Lindsay, late of Coronation Street, yeah. Comedians Alex Brooker, Stephen Mangan and Ed Gamble, plus presenters Connie Huck and Lauren Laverne. Not like you say, is there, really, after that? Yes, I'll stay over the other side and watch The Chase, which is much easier. So Tom Daly's travelling to the Caribbean, Asia and Africa to explore and challenge attitudes to homosexuality. Well, that's the last we'll see of him, then. Won't be seeing him again, will we? A source says Tom has quietly become a really effective campaigner for LGBT rights, and this programme feels like a long time coming. Tom spoke at the Attitude Sports Awards last year about limiting access to competitions for countries where gay people are criminalised or killed. Well, I can remember there were loads of places. We've seen them on the newspapers, on the television. Gay people in Iran were thrown off the top of buildings. Literally thrown off the top of buildings. And you can't quite believe it. And the human rights issues around the world are just absolutely appalling. People who've done nothing wrong apart from having a different sexuality to many other people. And that was enough to get them killed. That was enough to sort of get these people flogged and then killed. I mean, in some countries it's getting really bad. Really is bad. I told you years ago, I think it was Iran, where they hanged 2 boys. They waited till one of them was actually 18 so they could hang him. He was arrested at 16 for having a relationship with a boy in another village. And they both got hanged. They brought in these cranes and they literally, the crane just lifts them up into the air and they die at the end of it. I mean, these people are sick. It's all you can say. It's all you can say about them. It's just, I mean, why you want to live in these ghastly places, I can't imagine, really. I think actually in Saudi, don't they still have public executions? In Saudi? Is it Saudi? I can remember thinking, I mean, this can't be right, can it? Mind you, China's got, dreadful human rights. They do have the death penalty for being gay in Saudi. That's for just, something you have no control over. They have the death penalty for it. Yeah. I always think the sort of people who come up with these crackpot laws are generally homosexual themselves, and they just don't want to talk about it. But they have the death penalty for being gay. I mean, you'd want to get out of the country as quick as possible, wouldn't you? Wouldn't want to stay there. What a ghastly place. John says, my birthday, 16th of January, the same day as Kate Moss, Sade and Ethel Merman, who I love. Do you remember her favourite movie? It's a mad, 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 mad world. She turned up in Airplane. Remember Airplane? She was one of the characters, and she was singing, "There's no business like show business." Oh, we like that. You don't make them like that anymore. I loved Airplane. Have you ever seen a naked man? I love that sort of thing. It was just so funny. It was just so funny. Charlotte Crosby has revealed her bizarre pregnancy craving for blackened vegetables. That's generally how I cook things anyway. And don't see it as a pregnancy thing. And Jimmy Tarbuck has revealed he once teased Ronnie Corbett about his height, seconds before the pair met the Queen. This was in 2012. Tarby says, we're all in the lineup and she's shaking hands and I said, little man. And he said, yes, Jim. I said, don't bow too low. She won't see you. Even in the lineup. He told me to go away in no uncertain terms. We laughed about it. Corbett, of course, died in 2016, aged 85. That long ago, Ronnie. He came in this building. He was promoting Farm Fresh Foods. Do you remember they would come and deliver these foods and they used him as the voiceover? Wiltshire Farm Foods. Bless his heart, honestly. He was very good. Very, very good. What else we got here? Russian telly chiefs say starving Brits will soon turn to cannibalism because of a Jeremy Clarkson gag. Listen, Sunbeam, Russian telly chiefs. You've got no McDonald's, you have no KFC very shortly, no Marks and Spencer's, no nothing, which is good news, isn't it? Another one here, publicity-shy woman's sister accused her of negligence after their dad suffered a stroke. This is Samantha Markle. There's no love lost in this family at all. They all hate each other. So this is the daughter, the publicity-shy one, will not go and see her father. He's had a stroke, he's in hospital, he's lost the ability to speak, and she's got no moral conscience at all. She doesn't want to do anything like that. Mind you, the worst thing is, Harry should have gone as well. They didn't invite him to the wedding. Didn't do anything to him. What a ghastly family they must be. I really don't want to know about them anymore. And Anne Hegarty landed her job on the Chase after fighting off muggers. ITV boss Sue Allison revealed the governess was picked after she wrote a letter telling them she was a strong woman both mentally and physically. And she's good. I like her. She's sort of good, and I love it. They put her in these sort of severe outfits. She wasn't on Beat the Chasers. Was she not? Oh, right. Okay. She was missing. We don't like her to be missing. She's good. But what they did, the wardrobe designer has given her the strict Miss Trunchbull look from Matilda, isn't it? And she does it she carries it off very well. I like all of them. I don't think there's anybody on that programme I don't like. I don't think so. I don't really have a favourite. I mean, I'm not... The Dark Destroyer's very good. The Beast. I like all of them, actually, which is actually unusual for me, because normally I hate most people. The Irish guy's good. Yeah, I mean, they're all very good. It's the eggheads that drive me mad. They're such a supercilious lot. You just want them to come down to earth and stop being such show-offs. All right, so you know everything. Try and do it with a bit of humour. Because they're certainly not doing that at the moment, are they? Hummingbirds could be wiped out, like global warming. They'll have to move north to find cooler climes, because they need far more energy and oxygen to hover than for normal bird flights. They're very pretty, aren't they? It's like over here, what have we got that's very fragile? Kingfishers. Apparently kingfishers are really fragile. They've got little no. Oh, you do see them. We don't have any rivers in the square here. So why would you not see? Of course you wouldn't see a kingfisher. No, they don't. They live by rivers because they fish for little fish. They are kingfishers. Oh, can't explain it any better, can you, really? So good doing. Oh, twice. Fine, lovely. So, thank you for the music. Kylie Minogue was there. Zara Larsson. And actress Keira Knightley. And James Wrighton, who helped put the show together. Apparently, it just absolutely blew people away. They've never seen anything like it. And if you look on YouTube, you can... there are clips of it. It's unbelievable. It's like they're there, but they're not. They're holograms. And it's a visual experience. It's a seriously wide screen. And they poke fun at each other with Benny playing the EastEnders theme tune and quipping, "I just look good for my age." And some fans will be disappointed. They avoided major hits like Take a Chance on Me. Perhaps the holograms are still learning them. But as Frida reaches out alluringly towards the audience, showing "Thank you for the music," some nostalgic fans of a certain age may ponder whether it's wrong to get that souvenir poster of her hologram for your wall. It is absolutely amazing. And the fans loved it. You're looking at them singing on stage in front of you, but they're holograms. They don't exist in the real world, but it was enough. They're so realistic, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how they film these sort of things. I think we might have this programme done by hologram shortly. Hello, I'm Steve. Hello, I am Steve Allen. Could go well. Steve, thank you. Just wish Madeleine a happy birthday via Charles and passed on your Friday night dinner comment, says Jonathan in Stanmore. You're such telltales. Sad news about Ray Liotta. Most don't realise you were the one that got the soundbite for James's show, says Patrick. I know, I tell everybody. That's where the soundbite came from. I got it. I think, to be honest with you, I bet he uses it today. Can we hear it again? This is what I got from Ray Liotta, because he didn't want to do it. And I said, oh, go on, do it for me, please. And he said, okay. So he did it, and this is what the result was.
I'm Ray Liotta, and you're listening to James O'Brien on LBC. If you build it, they will come.
If you haven't seen that film Field of Dreams, order it now. Order it now and get it. It's on Amazon. How much it costs, I've got no idea. It's very eerie hearing his voice. Yes, I always think so. It's like, mind you, I feel exactly the same when I watch Gogglebox, and there's people on there, Denise Van Outen, who doesn't have a boyfriend now because he cheated on her, and then sold the story. Ugh, horrible. But she's going to have Duncan James sitting on there, so can't wait to see him getting excited. That should be a first, shouldn't it, really? 4:30. No, it's not. It's 5:30. A bit frightening.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Frankie says, morning, Steve. I've had to text it to say I'm listening to the podcast and I'm bawling my eyes out whilst I'm driving. Oh, don't bawl your eyes out, Frankie, for goodness sake, honestly. But it was 37 minutes in is the first crying session. I can't help it. And then, of course, it set Ian Dale off as well. Doesn't help, does it? Doesn't help. But I think that makes people more human. I always think if you're sort of a bloke and you don't cry about something, then there's something the matter with you. You're supposed to be able to cry. You're supposed to be able to show emotion about something. And the older I get, the more emotions I appear to have, which is quite. I mean, it can be all sorts. It can be just the stupidest things. It can be the stupidest things that sort of set you off. You'll all know what that's like. That's why this programme is the way it is. I mean, Ian says he cries more as he gets older. Yeah, well, I absolutely agree with him. Absolutely agree with him. I don't remember crying. When I think back to certain things, that can make me feel quite wistful. And I've had conversations with loads of people at work, and I can feel myself welling up. YouTube is fatal for me. Fatal. I've only got to watch something on YouTube, and some mornings the producer comes through and he goes, "What are you watching now?" I don't know. Just get a bit. Just stop blubbing. Pull yourself together. You know, you can't do anything about it. But it does have that effect. That podcast. In fact, all of it does. The live shows. You know, raising money for Make Some Noise, that I find very, very emotional. And yet, strangely enough, somebody was asked me the other day, and I said, when my dad died, I wasn't really that emotional about it. I don't know why, actually. I was more emotional when my mum died. You know, he didn't sound that emotional. What, my dad? No, we didn't do... I mean, he was in the forces, so I don't think you were trained to show your emotions. It's old school. You know, I can remember once we were up in Yorkshire, my dad fell out of a tree that was in a wood next to us. And I was really concerned. I'm like, "Are you all right?" And he went, "Yeah." And we went indoors, and I always remember he said to my mum, Stephen was getting very upset because I'd fallen out of the tree. And I remember kind of thinking about it, but I really was concerned, because you don't think about, you know, your parents' mortality. You never think about that. You have to, you know, I'm always telling people, you know, you have to sort of appreciate your parents, because there will come a point, no matter who you are, where they won't be there. And then you'll regret not asking them everything about themselves. I mean, there comes a point where you look after them rather than the other way round. You know, in my case, that didn't actually happen because, you know, they both died. I mean, my mother wasn't as quick as my father, but it was one of those things that you should appreciate them when they're there. They've spent a lot of money and time bringing you up, giving you the best possible education, feeding you, clothing you, and people don't appreciate things like that all the time. And you should do, because, as I say, one time they won't be there, and you can then spend the rest of your life looking back, going, "Why did I not ask them this? Why did I not ask them that?" You never ask people these questions. You know, as I say, I've got letters from my parents, so that's sort of the way I get through it. But because somebody said to me, I remember somebody asked me and said, "How long does grief go on?" I said, "Forever. Forever." It gets a bit better. Yeah, my dad wrote me this 20-page letter when I was born, telling me all about their life beforehand. Parents don't do that now. People don't write letters anymore, do they? We probably pop something on a postcard, you know, "You were born, what a night that was," you know, kind of thing, send a text to you. When I was growing up, my parents, we didn't have mobile phones. I mean, it shows how long ago it was, actually. Steve, I've never listened to a podcast before, says Cheryl in Farnborough. But yesterday I listened to you and Ian Dale. It was brilliant. I know. We've had nothing but positive reaction to it. I think I'm his most popular podcast. Mainly because I'm probably the only one who cries. Can't see Clive Bull crying, can you? And Nick Abbott, no chance. Nick Abbott blubbing, I don't think so. I don't think so. Robin Halifax, Yorkshire. Isn't it, Halifax? And says, if you were going to live anywhere else in the UK, where would it be? Oh, God, I don't know. The trouble is, you see places. There's a new edition of Country Life out at the moment, and it's got at least 30 pages of properties, some of them just absolutely gorgeous. And you think, that's nice. If it's so nice, why are you selling it? Lowestoft. You'd have to go live in Lowestoft. I don't know, actually. I'm strangely drawn to water. And I've seen a few sort of houses, but what you're looking for, you know, if you had all the money in the world, like that couple who just won the 185 million, I'm so happy for them. You know, if you had all that money and you buy a house, what you've got to think about is security. You've got to think about security. So the house might be on the top of a cliff, looking out to sea, and it's beautiful, but you're going, I don't know, is it secure? You know, you'd have to put up the sign, "A dog lives here," you know, and you wouldn't want to live miles away from everything. That would be too scary. Some friends of mine, I won't tell you who they are because I know they'll be listening to the programme, but they've got a beautiful house, but at night time, it's in the middle of the countryside, it's pitch black. Pitch black. I mean, somebody could walk around their house. You've got to walk down a country lane to get to it. You could walk around the house and look in the window. That would frighten the life out of me. Even thinking about it frightens the life out of me. Steve, can you explain to me why people think it's okay to play loud music on buses without headphones? My suggestion is buy a cheaper phone and some headphones, says Ashley. Oh, you get that all the time. It's people who talk on the phone so loudly. Even, first thing in the morning. It's a bit bad, isn't it? You just have to accept some people are ignorant. People, sort of play their music loud. They don't care about other people. See, I want to do that, but I mean, who the heck's going to be annoyed by the Carpenters at sort of, 7:10 in the morning? Has Chris from Jersey, says Peter, the Toastmaster from Malvern, caught the ferry back yet, or is he still wandering around town? Still wandering. People do wander. Actually, if I was going to be honest, I'm very much a wanderer. Very much a wanderer. I quite like wandering to play. In my mind, I wander to loads of places. All sorts of places. Or I'll see something on the television. I always think, God, that's nice. Wouldn't mind living there. And then you have to look at the practicalities of these places. There's some lovely places in the country. But after a while, I'd be bored. When we lived in a little village, we had a little village shop. That's where you got all your food from. They didn't have anything else. I mean, there was no Waitrose, nothing like that. We didn't have any of these these supermarkets now are just fantastic. They've got everything. Absolutely, just that the prices are going up a little bit. But I heard a woman the other day, and I think she was on LBC, yes, she was, and she was talking about she didn't have the money to get the bus to get to the place where they hand out free food. What do they call them? What do they call those places where they hand out the free food? Food bank. She didn't have the money to get the bus to get to the food bank to get the food. And I remember thinking, well, food hasn't gone up that much in price. When we said the other day that, your cooked breakfast, the full English, has gone up 40 pence. I don't think 40 pence is going to affect people. And people are going to get, I've not noticed things going up. I've really not. I work on the assumption the Prosecco is still the same price as it was before. You notice, really? Obviously, spending a lot of money on posh food then, which you shouldn't have. You should go to Iceland. Oh, no, of course, you're not old enough to get the discount, are you, in Iceland? Steve, I never cry, says Kim. The odd lump in my throat. I think I'm immune now. Oh, I cry all the time. I'll watch a film today, because Friday is my go out, get something to eat, put it on the stove, and... on the stove. I've just realised how ancient that makes me feel. On the stove. On the hob. And then you put something on, you pour yourself a glass of Prosecco, and then you start watching something, and then it doesn't matter if I've seen it a million times. It can affect me all the time. The excitement, it's the music in films that gets you going. Even an E.T., after all these blooming years... E.T. can still affect you when the kids are cycling, and there's the policeman with no guns because they've airbrushed them out of the film. Before, the policemen were all standing there with guns and the cars in the road. Now they're not. They're just standing there. They've airbrushed the guns out. And then the bikes, and we didn't know about it in the cinema because we hadn't seen the film before, and they're pedalling towards them, and they're all there. And in the early film, they're holding guns up. And then as they get there, E.T. closes his eyes, and all the bicycles take off. Well, there was a cheer in the cinema, cheer, for this film about this sort of extraterrestrial character. And they all take off, and then they land in the woods, and they're trying to make contact with E.T.'s spaceship to get him back, so he can go back home again. And at the end, they do this brilliant thing where the camera does a close-up of all the kids are standing there saying goodbye to E.T. And E.T. wants Elliot to go with him, and Elliot can't. He can't go with him. And E.T.'s saying... come, and he goes, no, stay. And then as the spaceship closes its doors and it starts taking off, Elliot's there with the tears rolling down, just affects everybody. Everybody goes at the same time. But in our cinema, I told you when we saw it, the blooming person in the projection box switched all the main lights on. Got all these men going, I'm fine, it doesn't matter. You were going to watch E.T., were you? Oh, sorry, I've told you the ending. Okay, yeah, spoiler alert, the kid doesn't go. But it's still clever. My favourite funny bit in that was when he goes to the fridge and he's drinking and he falls over. Gets so drunk. Thieves, ladies and gentlemen, are nicking cooking oil to flog to hard-up motorists after a spike in diesel prices. Pub restaurants and takeaways have been ordered to beef up security after a spate of thefts. I didn't know you could use it. Somebody said motorists filling their tanks with such products are warned it's likely to be very harmful to modern diesel engine. Absolutely. Good Lord. And no. And beer bosses are promising it's the pee-up in a brewery situation, downing ale created from urine. Sure about that. New brew is made out of a liquid recycled from sewage, filtered and pumped into the water supply. It's described as a tropical blonde ale with a toasted honey-like aftertaste. You'll be delighted to know it's in Singapore. Although actually the boss, Tan Wee Han, said its proof sustainability can be delicious. Only in Singapore, ladies and gentlemen. 6:45.
Steve Allen on LBC.
We were just looking at pictures of the new BBC film showing the Queen's unseen family videos, because they've videoed everything. Absolutely everything. There's a picture of the Queen Mother looking a bit vacant. And she was the only person within the royal family to get the word Queen twice in her title. Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. Actually got it twice. Nobody else got that at all. Margaret looking lovely. And all the sailors. And, yes, I should imagine they're probably all passed on. And they were all sort of cleaning the ship and cleaning. I mean, in those days, it really was them and us. It was absolutely amazing. And so the Queen is the last, I mean, even she must be excited looking back at these films, because she will probably remember these things, and they just played around on deck and they did everything. And it was fantastic. My mum looked remarkably like the Queen. We used to put a picture up at the shows and say, who's that? And they go, that's Queen. I go, no, that's my mum. And they've got footage of her being pushed in her pram and all sorts of things. So it's a complete lifetime documented. And all the corgis apparently are named after members of the family. Did you know that? I didn't know that till I read it the other day. I remember thinking, good Lord, I've become more educated. Definitely. Maggie says, I'm horrified, Steve. Petrol's gone up again massively. I paid $1.85 the other day. They're ripping you off. And what do the government do? Nothing. Mind you, what do they do about anything? Nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. Will in Portsmouth says, I'm currently finishing my last assignment. Then my first year at university is complete. It's due at midday. LBC is very much keeping me focused and awake. Oh, I know. When I used to do an overnight programme on LBC, a proper overnight programme, I used to get more students writing in saying they needed something to keep them awake apart from Pro Plus. People used to buy Pro Plus, concentrated caffeine tablets, and then people would leave it till the last minute, like we used to do with homework. You'd get your homework for school, and then your mother would say to you on the Friday, have you got any homework to do? You go, no, nothing at all. And you'd sit on the bus doing it. I see kids now on the train doing homework, but I'm not sure that they get as many homework assignments as we used to. The producer's mum made him do it. As soon as he got in, it's a case of it's like doing invoices. Invoices I'm very slow on. I leave things till the last minute, and then I have to literally push myself to do it. It's not complicated. It's just that you sort of think, I'll do it later. And then I'll think, I'll do it at the beginning of the week. You get to Wednesday and you've still not done it. And exactly the same for these homework assignments, or if you're at uni and you're finishing assignments, you go, I'll leave it. I'll just go out drinking tonight and I'll do it tomorrow. And of course, tomorrow never comes. Because when you wake up with that stinking headache, you just don't feel in any mood to do all the... I'm so glad I'm not at school, actually. I'm so glad that's bypassed me. And Jane says, Steve, we would love to live in beautiful Guernsey, but it's extremely expensive. Maybe when we win the lottery. That's a thought. I never thought about Guernsey or Jersey or something like that. I've never been. I don't know whether I would cope with something like that. I don't know. All I know is, is it in Guernsey they have the Festival of the Flowers, and it's very built up, and it's got lots of nice places, and but I don't know. Can we find some houses for sale? I've seen some houses in certain places. Well, I'm after something with a bit of history. I don't like modern. How many bedrooms? 6. 6 bedrooms. See, I know exactly what I want. I've seen them on the television all the time, all these houses, and we spend... Oh, that was quite nice. 6-bedroom house for sale in St. Peter Port. And now over here, there are certain houses which are on what they call the open market, and houses which they're not open to the open market. So there's a 7-bedroom detached, 1 million to... Most of them are way in excess of 900,000. So I'm looking for something... Oh, that's quite nice. So that's a 6-bedroom townhouse for 800,000. That's doable. Nearest school, 0.2. I don't want school children walking past. That'd drive you mad, wouldn't it? A 10-bedroom detached house, which was very nice, for 5 million. Dates back to the 1500s, because there's a lot of A lot of old property. Crime apparently is very low. Crime is very low. I think they still have the Birch, don't they? I think they, do you know, I have a feeling that they might do on one of these places. They used to have the Birch, and I'm pretty certain I don't think it's gone away. That's why I think the crime rate is a bit low. You don't want to be embarrassed, do you, by something like that? But there's some lovely... There's one here. It's a Regency townhouse. I quite like a Regency townhouse. This is in St Peter Port. And but they haven't the price on application. I always think, why don't you just tell me what it costs? You know, everybody else manages to tell you, because there's another 6-bedroom character property for just under 3 million. And, you know, if you had 3 million, you could live at some lovely places in Lunsey. Guernsey stopped the Birch in 1968. Yeah, well, some people still hanker after it, I suppose, you know, the old Birch. You imagine, it's like going back to school, isn't it? We had the cane at school. When I was at school, it's only recently that they have banned it. I got it, yes. Oh, good God, yeah. Can you imagine? Old Mouthy Allen, yeah. I can't remember what I got it for, actually. I really can't remember. Yes, it would be little things. It'd be like, I really can't remember. I just remember, I think if you cheat the master or mistress or something like that, you'd be told to go to the headmaster's office and you'd stand outside, bottom. He would take the cane out of like a rack where he had loads of canes. I mean, I thought it was fairly sadistic. Well, I didn't think it was sadistic. We just used to think, oh, God, this is going to hurt. You know, if it was going to be 6 of the... They used to call it 6 of the best. There was nothing best about it. Teachers didn't touch you. No, it was the headmaster. Had to go to the headmaster. And sometimes there'd be 3 or 4 boys standing outside his office. And then people come up going, ow, ow. You try not to cry and try and be very brave about it. Great food, a clean venue and a good atmosphere is key when punters pick a pub to visit. See, the trouble is, if you're going out to a pub to eat, you need to find out if people have been there before. Because you've got to go on recommendations. Because I've been in a couple of places where the food has been exemplary. And on the other hand, I've been in a couple of places where the food has been absolutely rubbish. Absolute rubbish. You know, you can't charge... you know, top prices if it's not really good enough, if it's not up to standard. Most places seem to do, when they do these sort of, what do they call them? It's a name for these pubs, isn't there? But they're sort of pubs, gastro pubs, and they do battered haddock, beer batter and all things like that. And that's always fairly good value, about 13, 14 quid or something like that. And they do all the sort of drinks, and most pubs do it. Now, whether or not they're going to see a drop in people not going out for their lunches and not going out for their teas, because to go out and eat food now is fairly expensive, you know, and because the prices of things have gone up, then you're going to be discovering that sort of what cost 14 or 15 quid could now be costing 18 quid, because those kind of sort of luxuries have to go first. You know, eating out is seen as a luxury. Going to the cinema would be seen, especially around here. I mean, it's not cheap to go to the cinema. To go to the theatre, people are going to start cutting back. So even though Rishi Sunak has offered us, you know, £400 up to £650, that's not enough. You know, that really is not enough. Pensioners are going to be struggling. We did a story yesterday, didn't we? Pensioners are staying in bed. And I don't know why, actually, because it's warm enough to be up. It's only if it's in the middle of winter that people are sort of worrying, and people put the telly on, I suppose, when they're up, or just go. A lot of people just used to go and sit in pubs just for a bit of warmth, you know, because they always had a fire on or something like that, and you could always have, you know, you don't have to have a meal, you could just have a bowl of soup or something like that. We've got a thing in our Waitrose where if you bought extra thing, you do your normal shopping, and then they say, have you got, you know, anything extra that you could put in here, like chocolate biscuits or tea bags or a jar of coffee, and they then distribute it to elderly people. But now I've discovered there's all these other bits. I could probably get the winter allowance. I should be due that, but where I get it from, yeah, for all pensioners. Shouldn't they just send it to you automatically? Now they know where I live. Which it's funny, actually, isn't it? I get my pension sent to me, we still can't get the Freedom Pass sorted out. They're a bunch of idiots in the first place. I think I might have to go to the council and sort it out. Steve, Guernsey is too expensive. You must look at Alderney. No, I want to live expensive. Where's the place where they don't have cars? Is it Alderney? Alderney is where they don't have cars, I think. It's all bicycles. I could cope with that. I'd have to buy a bike. I've seen all these electric bikes. I'm quite looking at those, but on the other hand, they look blooming dangerous. I've just got a horrible feeling I would sort of have an accident on something. Being accident prone, not so good. And so Charlie Mullins, writing in the Daily Star today, oh, that's pretty, isn't it? That's Alderney. Isn't that pretty? I'd like to live in a fort. You know these forts that are in the middle of the channel? There's a few of them came up for sale a short while ago, and they look quite nice. One is a boutique hotel, which is lovely. But what's going on with the civil servants? It's not enough that they're already refusing to come back to work, demanding instead the right to work from home. Clearly not, since they're now threatening to go on strike, unless the government coughs up a bigger pay rise than the 2% they've been offered. But he talks about all sorts of things. He said, the people want more money, the so-called public servants. And he also talks about the RMT. They voted to strike, which will bring the UK's train services to a standstill. Again, it seems like a hugely ungrateful and misguided course of action. During the pandemic, 16 billion quid of public money was pumped into the railways, so mostly empty trains could stay running and no rail workers lost their jobs. Now, with passenger numbers still 25% down, the RMT leadership, under Mick Lynch, has convinced members it's a good idea to blackmail the country with the threat of strike action, says Mick, sitting back on his champagne socialist 120 grand a year. These unions and all the others thinking about having a no need to get over their class war mentality and try to save the economy from the rough times ahead. Yes, old Mick Lynch is going. Mick Lynch is sort of saying, oh yes, all our members are working class and all this kind of thing. I thought, what land are you living in, dear? We're all working class. Well, it'd be nice to see you working for a change, as opposed to just sort of bringing people out in the middle of a huge recession where people can't afford to do anything, and you think you're going to help people. Unfortunately not. Apparently, Diana Dawes' former home, Orchard Manor in Sunningdale, is up for sale for £3.5 million. It used to have a one-way mirror in the bedroom. Diana Dawes' house. We'll have a look in a minute, shall we? Let's take a short break for the news, and then Kris Jenner, who's been blasted after telling Kendall Jenner, whoever these people are, it was time for her to have a baby. Gran of 11 Kris told model Kendall in the latest episode of The Kardashians, maybe it's time, to have a baby. They're really peculiar, aren't they, honestly? They need to grow up and get over themselves. And what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, yes, somebody saying they can't get enough of Minder on television. Yeah, there were two Minders, wasn't there? There was the original Minder, and then they brought it back again. But not the same without the original cast. Not the same, it really isn't. Let's take a short break. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you till 7. It's Friday, May the 27th. This is the news at 6. I'll be back with you in 3.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
That terrible story on the news. Did you hear it? The husband of a teacher who was killed in the Texas school shooting has died of a heart attack. This is Joe Garcia, 48. His wife, Irma Garcia, was a teacher at the elementary school who was killed the other day in that massacre. She was 46 and he dropped dead of a heart attack. Isn't that terrible? They've been together more than 30 years. They were high school sweethearts. They had 4 children as well. Isn't that absolutely dreadful? Absolutely dreadful. Shortly before the heart attack, journalists recorded him dropping flowers off at a cross with his wife's name written on it. I mean, obviously, his little heart couldn't take it. You do hear of things like that happening. People who, somebody dies in the family and they just can't cope. They just cannot cope. The poor children. So he was putting flowers down, against a cross with his wife's name on it. And somebody said, I truly believe he died of a broken heart and losing the love of his life with too much to bear. Married 30 years. Dreadful, dreadful. You just wish there was some sort of comeuppance. The Garcia's nephew, John Martinez, says via Twitter, the couple's children, 13, 15, 19 and 23, have now lost both parents. The only saving grace, and that's not really saving grace, is that the children are old enough to know how to look after things. If the oldest is 23, at least it's not like they're all little children. Oh, imagine being 13. Well, just imagine being anybody losing parents is quite ghastly. Somebody's recommended buying Diana Dawes' former home, Orchard Manor in Sunningdale. Apparently it needs a bit of restoration. It's $3.5 million. Now, what they're doing is they're selling it, $3.5 million. It's in Shrubs Hill Lane. And Diana lived there with her husband. And after she died, and the husband died as well, their son went back to the house some years later just to see what it was like. And he said the odd thing was that the couple who'd bought it had not touched anything. They'd left everything as it was when Diana died, so they hadn't updated the house at all. And he said, I went to the swimming pool complex. He said, and our swimming costumes were still hanging up in there, which is somewhat peculiar. They're selling the house as a project. In other words, you'll buy it for $3.5 million, you'll knock it down and put it up because it's looking a bit tired. I mean, it's set in a 1.28 acre plot, and its potential to redevelop. Easy access to Wentworth Golf Course, Sunningdale Village and Station. So it's a refurbishment opportunity. So this one here, 6 bedrooms, and they've got... Yeah, I mean, should we go for the photos inside? Let's have a look at the photos. I mean, it does look a bit dated. In its oh, I quite like the entrance. In its day, this would have been a super home for Diana Dawes. You see, wooden floors, and she was allowed to keep the Rolls Royce and the house, even though after she went broke. She went broke, and they said if they let her keep the house, it does look a bit. It's got a bar in which you can see it's dated. But you can, on the other hand, see the potential. But I suspect somebody will knock it down, and they'll put up some modern thing, or perhaps some. It's got a big garden. That's the one thing it has got. It's a big garden, but a little bit dated. But £3.5 million, £3.5 million, and it was owned by Diana Dawes, because she'd have to be a certain age to know who she was. She was in The Amazing Mr. Blunden, and she was busty. She was a sexy girl, very much so. Neil in Cambridge says, Steve, we had to head to London yesterday for a meeting as it was our anniversary. Our 7-year-old son loved the British Museum. Excellent museum. For kids, it's excellent because you've got so much in there. The Rosetta Stone, you've got the mummies, you've got all sorts of things. Enough for kids. Although, really, the Science Museum would have been better. But, listen, you can do that next time round. The Science Museum is very popular with kids at 7. It's got everything in there. Things that move, traction engines, it's got everything. He said, then we had lunch in Chinatown and then Mary Poppins, a really magical show. Have you seen it? Yep. No, the writers. I bumped into the writers when it was on the first night, and they told me that they used to listen to my programme to keep them going through the night, which I thought was quite nice. So that was a good day out. But next time, Science Museum. Dave in Tottenham says, I got the slipper for yawning in a physics lesson. Well, I think that's absolutely outrageous. Should have been a cane getting away with the slipper, honestly. He must have been a very little person. And Steve, it's the Boyfriends College's 25th anniversary summer show tonight and tomorrow at the Steiner Theatre in Regent's Park, doing front of house, which will be fun. Oh, wow. I've never heard of the Steiner Theatre in Regent's Park. The cane was only abolished in 1990 in schools. Now there's no discipline. People, in America, you upset any of the school pupils, and the ultimate consequence is that they sort of turn up a few days later. It's just, we don't know what we're doing about this. Well, we're not doing anything, but obviously the Americans are not doing anything about it either. Sark, says John in Slough, is the one that has no cars. If you don't want to walk, you can use the local taxi service, which is a tractor. I don't think there'd be anything, John, that would get me on a tractor. Thank you very much indeed. I really can't be doing... Although, actually, I don't know. I've been on tractors before, on the trailers. Yes, I could do that. Steve Sark, and is the Channel Island with no cars. Sandra says, I love the Ian Dale interview. It was great. Thank you. And Steve, I was also caned at school quite often, actually, says tanker driver Phil, sitting on a cushion. Birching was only abolished in the Isle of Man in 1976. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of beatings going on in schools, weren't there? A lot of beatings. Sarah from Southwold says, the original Minder was definitely the best, although I'm a little biased, as I was in it when I was 6.5. From it, I gained my equity card at the time. The youngest person to hold one. Well, look at you. Look at you being all flash. How nice. Chris in Chelsea says, speaking of Diana Dawes, I spotted a blue plaque in Burnsall Street, just off the King's Road, where she lived in the 1960s, I believe. Oh, wow. I spent ages looking at blue plaques. I do. Every time I drive through London, I go, oh, blue plaque, wonder what that is. And so whoever's with me in the car, they say, oh, wait a minute, I'll read it. Go slower, 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 slower. Oh, yeah. I want one. No, I don't, actually. Some people who have them don't want them on their houses. You have to get permission. You can't just put a blue plaque up. You've got to ask the person who owns the house. And I don't know who's in charge of them. The blue plaque people, I suppose. I don't know. There are different ones. There's some for comedians and there's some for ordinary people. You know, when I say ordinary people, probably people like me. Holly says, thank you for keeping me sane throughout my insomnia. I've got work starting at 8 a.m. and I've barely slept. People definitely can die from a broken heart. And it's broken heart syndrome. I can't even pronounce it, but it's cardiomyopathy. But whatever it is, I have heard. This is Takotsubo syndrome, which occurs in people who have experienced intense emotional or physical stress. But in some cases, there's no identifiable trigger. Exactly what causes it is currently a scientific mystery. Researchers are trying to understand the interaction between the heart muscle and emotional signals in the brain. One theory is that exposure to an emotionally traumatic event causes a surge of adrenaline at levels that are harmful to the heart. It does happen, doesn't it? People who've been together for all their life, they don't know anything else. They only know each other's life. And then they say, when one passes on, what's the point of living? Do you remember that heartbreaking picture of a couple? They were in separate old people's homes and they were dying. One of them was dying. And so they managed to arrange it so that they could both be together, and they put the beds together and they were holding hands. And one died. I think it was during COVID, and then a few days later the other one died as well. They just wanted to make sure that they were together, and so that does happen. English Heritage do the scheme. They've done it since 1986, but it had already been in existence for 120 years. So they piloted a scheme, and they look after all of their blue plaques all over the place. Some of the people you've never even heard of. Look at that one. That's Leslie Hutchison, singer and pianist. And you've got to be dead at least 20 years before they would consider it. Blow. I'm not going to get one. But it's to help ensure that the decision about whether or not to shortlist a candidate is made with a sufficient degree of hindsight. So they only erect a plaque if there is a surviving building closely associated with the person in question. That's nice, isn't it? The plaque to Napoleon III, for example, the oldest to survive, went up when he was still alive. But mind you, that's the same in Egypt, isn't it? They were building the pyramids. The moment the pharaoh got elected, was put up as pharaoh, they started building his tomb. You can imagine you going, I'm not sure about the colour of it, but, you know, we'll do our best. We'll do our best. So that's what it's called. It does actually have a proper name for people who die of a broken heart. And that one in Texas is just as bad as it gets, I'm afraid. It's really not so good. So Harry Styles, you've heard of Harry Styles. He was in One Direction. He is now, say the papers, transformed from a singer to a cultural icon. The others must be spitting blood in the band, I should imagine. Well, not the band, because I don't think... Although some of them did play instruments. I remember seeing them doing Whatever Makes You Beautiful. I'm sure they're very pleased for him. I do hope so, actually. But they didn't turn up to his show. Just thought I'd mention it, you know. Doesn't make any difference. I remember Diana Dawes in a film. She was in prison. Excellent. I can't remember the name of the film, says Pete in Lancashire. One of my favourite films, but I can't remember what it's called. Diana Dawes in prison. Well, I don't know what that could be. Somebody will know the answer to it. Somebody will know the answer. And this is the good thing about LBC. The audience are absolutely on the money. They know all these things. You could put out a question and somebody would go, I know the answer to that. It's like in London. Oh, I knew I forgot to ask you something. In London this morning, they were putting up barriers all over the place. Outside Piccadilly, on the lorries coming in with... Is there something going on that I'm not aware of? Can somebody tell me? I mean, it's a bit early for Jubilee, but lorries, huge lorries with all these barriers on, and we were took us a while to get through Piccadilly Circus. Well, not a while, but, you know, a few minutes. And they were putting barriers up all the way down the side of the streets. I remember thinking, is there a march taking place? Is there something? I don't know. Keeping me sane at the moment, Steve. You and yoga are my antidepressant, says Viv in Walpole. Thank you. I'd like to have some use. And when I was about 8... Steve, I was slapped on the back of my legs really hard. What had I done wrong? I pulled my socks up while standing in line waiting to go in after playtime. Late 50s, early 60s. Slapped on the back of the legs. See, now you couldn't get away with that. Definitely not.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
I knew you'd know. I knew you would know the answer to these things. This is the most amazing thing. Whenever I've got a question about anything to do with something I've seen or something else, somebody will know the answer to it. So we're still waiting for the answer to the Diana Dawes film, in which she's in prison, which we're not sure about. But anyway, all the barriers are up for a bike ride. And Dan at Mint, he says it's Ride London. Woo! Ride London, Dan. And Rasto says, Steve, it's Ride London. And Mark in Cheshunt says, maybe the barriers are for Ride London, where the cyclists take over the streets. I'd love a day where there are no cyclists. Well, I don't know if Dan is cycling or not. I can't remember, Dan, actually, whether you cycle or not. I can't remember. But at Mint. But so it's Ride London. I thought perhaps they were rehearsing for the Queen's Jubilee. And the producer keeps winding me up. He keeps saying, of course, you won't be able to get home. There won't be any trains or anything. I said, will you stop it? If necessary, I shall have to swish down to the embankment and walk over, swish, and then walk over that long bridge thing, which I hate going on anyway. It's a long walk for me. And get to the other side and then sort of arrive at Waterloo Station. Or failing that, there might be the streets open at 7 in the morning. I'm hoping they won't close them until a little bit later on. But you never can tell, because sometimes they start closing them before they're even due to close them. I don't know. And so Mark is the one who would love a day where there's no cyclists. Well, there's more accidents with and these blooming scooters. Roger says, I got good grades at school, but was forever getting told off for staring out the window. I got that. Stephen is prone to daydream. Because I would sit there, because outside our classroom window there was grass and there was a Stevenson screen, you know, where you check the weather and all the rest of it. And beyond that were the playing fields for running and hurdles and high jump and all that kind of stuff. And I would sit there and just daydream out the window. I wasn't remotely interested. We used to have RE, religious, or RI was religious instruction or religious education. And to be honest with you, the man who did it for us, I mean, it went in one ear and came out the other. I had no idea what he was on about. Not a clue, and I wasn't remotely bothered, actually. In fact, it was all to my good that I got sort of turfed out of the class and had to wait outside, which was good. Because he didn't come and check on you. They just assumed that you'd be standing outside. Not. Steve, the barriers are probably Ride London. They're also closing most roads in Essex. What for? Why would they close roads in Essex? Is it going out there as well? A cyclist that fit. We've got them all round our way. Kingston has obviously got some huge cycling club where they're all out there and cycling, you know, and just taking up. Well, it just drives me mad. And they're mainly old people. They're not young. I don't think I've ever seen anybody young doing it at all. So Jubilee travel advice for London next weekend. So all the tube and rail services will be running as usual over the Jubilee Bank Holiday weekend. Yeah. Most buses running normally. Some bus routes in central London diverted or shortened because of road closures. Avoid driving in central London. Where are we? Central London. If your destination is not in central London, use routes that avoid the area. So if you're a tourist, basically, you've got no idea what's going on, have you? Not a clue. Not a clue. Don't drive. Well, they wouldn't, would they? Diana Dawes' film, Steve, is called Yield to the Night. Says Tanya in Camden. Yield to the Night. Is it? Yield to the Night? Let's have a quick check. You're very good, honestly. This morning you're exceptionally good. Here we go. A young woman who's been abused and taken advantage of by all the men in her life finally finds a man she believes truly loves her. However, she snaps when she finds out that he too is cheating. This was made in 1956. Diana Dawes, Michael Craig, Yvonne Mitchell, Marjorie Rhodes, you'll recognise her straight away. And so also entitled Blonde Sinner in America. Yield to the Night. A bit racy-pacey, wasn't it? I love the way you all know these things. It pleases me greatly. And even Craig in Harlow. I say even Craig in Harlow because I've been to Harlow. Yield to the Night. And are you planning, Steve, on going to the ABBA Voyage show? No, but I do have the brochure. Because our Kevin, our showbiz Kev, he went to it because just as we were starting the programme, he came back and said, what Dickens are you doing here all dolled up? He does scrub up very well. He'll be back in the building now because he said he had 2 hours because he had to come back to do his own programme, which is amazing. Steve, the barriers are going up for Cycle London this weekend. It's a 100-mile round route from central London to Ongar and back. It's going to close a whole lot of roads, including the A11 and the A12, plus Epping High Street, Epping Forest and loads of other roads. I'm trying to work out my route to work Sunday evening as the roads are closed from 4 till 7:30, 4 a.m. to 7:30 p.m, says Kevin the Milkman. Ooh, that's not good, is it? I think I might have to hibernate. Might have to hibernate for these things. Well, I'm certainly not coming. I was thinking about coming into London over this weekend. Not now. Not now. Oh, barley. Barley, yes, I've got to do the barley competition. It's only because I promised. Just because I want to do it. But I must just tell you, horrendous week of insomnia, Steve. And thank you for being here. Cup of tea, listening to you, and the day's going to get better. I think we're going to have a great weekend, as long as you don't come into London, because there's going to be cycles everywhere. Cycles all over the place. So unless you're watching, don't drive. Do not drive. It's not. I promise you, it's not worth it. And Steve, I used to get told off by my teacher for staring out the window. She said, "You'll never amount to anything." Now I get paid to stare out of the window all day as a fuel tanker driver, says Vince. They always say that, don't they? Have you kept all of your reports from school? My mother kept all of mine. I don't think they were particularly brilliant. I was very good at reading. Which, served me quite well, I suppose. But no, the rest of the time I was a bit vacant at school. I couldn't wait to leave. What was I good at? I was good at English. I wasn't very good at art, which comes as no surprise to anybody. I mean, I couldn't even draw a pencil. And what else was I good at? I was good at games. Maths, not particularly good at either. No, so we didn't have science. I don't think we had science. I can't remember. I was fairly good at French and German. Average at Latin. Latin, I ask you. Latin. What a waste of time for a 15-year-old boy. But no, I just wanted to get out and work. I didn't see any purpose in staying at school at all. Like loads of other kids. We were the last ones to be allowed to leave at 15. But my parents said, you can leave, but you've got to go to college in the evening. So we went to college in the evening, bumped into a few friends, and we used to skip college. We didn't bother going. We just used to go to the off-licence, get a bottle of Lambrusco and go and drink it in the park.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, must be catching, says Hillary in Israel. She says there's a cycle ride on our local main road today from Hebron to Jerusalem. And I am soon going home after babysitting for 5 grandkids for a week. No way to avoid the road. Well, lovely. We're now big in Israel, which is getting better. Stacey in Essex says, I've just left the Toddington services on the M1. Diesel is 199.9 a litre, the dearest I've seen. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it really is. Absolutely ridiculous. Margaret says, Steve, at school I was good at sports and very good at going home. Always first. I was 15 in the October and left school at Christmas. Like you, I couldn't wait. No, I couldn't wait either. I went to work in a shop at 15. And because in those days, as I've said before, you could walk out of a job on a Friday and be in a new one on the Saturday. There were loads of jobs. Mind you, exactly as it is at the moment. They just haven't got enough people to fill the jobs. That's the problem that they've got. So we'll wait and see. What else we got here? Jack Grealish. Producer likes Jack Grealish. You like Jack Grealish. I can't remember why he likes him. There's obviously some reason. And was Partygate report tweaked by Boris Aid, the Mirror. Eccleston, Bernie, 91, attempting to travel from Brazil to Switzerland. He was carrying a gun, a little handgun. I've got no idea why, but obviously you can't carry handguns, so they've taken it away from him. Don't do that again, you silly little man. Honestly, what is the matter with you? Can you imagine if he'd got it on an air... Oh, dear, doesn't even bear thinking about. Petrol prices, another all-time high. And also, if you've got an electric vehicle, you're being ripped off as well, because prices on that have gone up 49%. Unleaded hit 170.62, diesel at 181. Do us a favour. Find out the real prices. 199 we've just heard from Toddington Services. The RSPCA... the RAC... just like to make it more entertaining, said it now costs 50.97p per kilowatt hour to power an EV at an ultra-rapid charger, up from 34.21. It's just appalling, isn't it? It really is. Johnny Ball has said it would give him huge satisfaction to join the Rolling Stones' 60th anniversary gigs as he opened for the Rockers in the early days of their career. Well, there you go. I can't believe they're still going, the Rolling Stones. No sign of slowing down at all. Farewell to Hollywood legend Ray Liotta, aged 67, died in his sleep. He will be remembered for his stellar portrayal of gangster Henry Hill. He was a good fella, but in fact, I remember him from Field of Dreams, which is great. And the clip that we got was the one that I asked him to do for James O'Brien, who owes me big time. I'm just mentioning it now. Big time he owes me, because we got him this.
I'm Ray Liotta, and you're listening to James O'Brien on LBC. If you build it, they will come.
It's almost spooky, isn't it? It's almost like a voice from the other side. Almost like a voice from the other side. One Direction's Harry, transforming from singer to cultural icon, and he's done it fairly fast. And he puts up no barriers. He doesn't really care what people say about him. He just gets on with it. He performs, and he goes as much over the top as he wants to. It's good music. Everybody finds it very entertaining, which is good news. So CBBC and BBC4 due to be ditched as broadcast TV channels. But it's not for donkey's years. I mean, seriously, they'll have forgotten about it. Somebody else would have taken over. But I love the idea. This is a very good story. I was going to do this at the beginning of the programme, and I completely forgot about it. It's a blundering caretaker. He gave away an antique because he thought it was rotten. It was worth £5 million. Nearly choked myself then. Brian Wilson was sacked after he let a car salesman walk off with the 460-year-old decorative overmantel, this goes over a fireplace, from a 16th century manor house. He thought it had woodworm and dry rot, and told an employment tribunal he believed giving it away would save him burning it. But despite his gaffe, he won his claim for unfair dismissal. So the hearing heard Mr. Wilson gave the antique to Andrew Potter, who he said turned up at Seaford Hall in Stafford and asked to rummage through the fire pile. The Grade 2 listed building had been derelict for 2 decades, bought by the First Blue Leisure, which planned to turn it into a hotel. The auctioneers decided the oak overmantel, bearing the coat of arms of Queen Elizabeth I, was in excellent condition for its 400-plus years, with minimal damage. And so they then had a meeting, and they handed over this historic artefact without authorisation. Mr. Wilson did not attend and said he did not receive any letters about it as he'd moved home. Despite not having Mr. Wilson's input, Mr. Thomas sacked him for gross misconduct. The judge ruled he was unfairly dismissed as he'd not been told of the decision to fire him. He was awarded £4,000 approximately in unlawful deduction from wages and untaken holiday. And she concluded, I could have found Mr. Wilson's actions were without permission. He was not credible in his explanations. His behaviour was blameworthy, and I find the basic award should be nil. Did you get any of that? Me neither. Either way, you couldn't trust him. Blimey. Worth £5 million. It's 460 years old. He thought it had woodworm. I love the way people think they know everything. And a yob who wreaked havoc at football grounds has been banned from matches for 3 years. West Ham fan Liam Newton caused chaos at 9 venues and claimed abuse between fans was commonplace and just football. A court heard he was at first arrested for fighting at Schalke during a German tour in 2016. He yelled abuse at visiting Man United and Middlesbrough fans and was arrested for violent disorder at Tottenham. I mean, he's obviously a bit of a plank, isn't he, this one here? In 2019, the Dad of One clashed with Birmingham and Chelsea fans, and last year was arrested in Croatia for fighting other Hammers fans. This year, he raced towards missile-throwing supporters in Lyon and fought fans in Frankfurt. He's quite clearly a bit stupid. What was his name again? Liam Newton. The district judge says he enjoys the camaraderie of being with other supporters in a risk group. 9 times in 8 years, he's been in the middle of violent disorder. The lifelong West Ham fan of Wickford in Essex says the ban would be a shock to the system. You're obviously a plank, complete and utter idiot. Have you ever heard of anything like it? God, it doesn't say what you do for a living. I shouldn't imagine very much, actually. And Bram Stoker fans descended on some Gothic ruins that inspired his novel Dracula as they attempted to break the world record of 1,039 people for the largest number of vampire wannabes gathered in one place. Yes, we were talking about Bram's, because yesterday was the anniversary, wasn't it, of 100 and something years. But this was in Whitby Abbey in North Yorkshire. These are vampire wannabes God in heaven, we thought we had it bad enough with Liam Newton, the idiot of the football ground. Ridiculous, isn't it? And apparently, the vacuum cleaner firm Dyson have been for 20 years secretly developing robots to perform household chores, like cleaning furniture, washing up and picking up toys. So useful. They've been doing this for some time. So they've released a video showing robotic arms cleaning furniture, washing up and picking up toys, which is lovely. I mean, put it this way, if they do invent it in my lifetime, it's going to be very expensive, isn't it? It's not going to be cheap. And there you go, 125 years of Dracula. There's some very young children going to this thing. I mean, should they really be taking young children? Are they sort of trainee? I mean, there's a little kiddie here on somebody's shoulders. He's wearing a Dracula outfit. Are they? I mean, is there something the matter with these people? Have they been dropped on their heads or something? You don't think it's sinister? I think it's rather peculiar. It's not my kind of thing at all. I've never dressed up as Dracula in my life. We found a dad of 3, the first British Muslim to scale Everest, despite fasting for Ramadan before and during his ascent. So he seemed to manage it. So well done. And the controversy over Ricky Gervais's new comedy special has sparked even more controversy. People are talking about it all the time. But he's just said, it's, if you don't like it, go to the box office, But I mean, surely now people have been told about it. Why would you still go and see it, knowing it's on Netflix? I mean, you don't have to watch, but some people watch to be annoyed, don't they? I think that's how it works. Steve says, Donna in Israel, my friend died last night. A few months ago, I introduced her to your show and Catch Up so she could listen to you in her own time. She loved your shows because you're very easy to listen to. And she told me a few days ago, she said, you now feel like an old friend. There you go. You brought a lot of light to a very dark situation. Oh, good. I'm pleased, Donna. Very pleased. And Simon says, tell me it's a coincidence that all the potholes along this cycle ride in Essex have been fixed this week. Of course. We get potholes all over the place. And Kim says, good weekend, Steve. Whatever you're doing, I'm a busy girl this weekend. A few things to be getting on with. So have a nice time. And Simon also said, now there's road sweepers galore in South Woodford on the cycle route. Never seen them before. Well, of course they're going to be doing that, aren't they? It's the barriers that they put up. Do you think people are going to run into the road? I suppose it helps people not running into the road because people are a bit dim, aren't they? Where it sort of comes out with things like that. And in a Jubilee special, Grayson's Art Club, Grayson Perry met a 97-year-old woman who spent no less than 2 years knitting a replica of Sandringham House. I bet the last time a royal household saw that much wool, Prince Andrew wasn't trying to pull it over his mother's eyes, writes Ian Highland. Good old Ian Highland. And apparently they've got Ainsley Harriott. I thought he'd finished actually on television. I had no idea he was still around. But he was responding to the Best of Britain by the Sea. It's sort of... they've sort of done all the usual jokes. Britain's Got Talent. Watching that one? No, nobody is. He does a show on Saturday morning, does he? Oh, right. Is it old? Is it just repeated, you think? Little bits and pieces? Eamon Holmes has got problems with his back. I mean, he's only 62. My God, he's falling apart, poor thing. And so they've used these... He's got cupping therapy. They've got bits of bamboo and they sort of sucking it onto his back for some reason. I mean, really, worst pictures I've ever seen. But for 62, I mean, he's definitely not going much further, is he, really? And beach huts gone up in price. Just thought I'd mention that now in case you were thinking of buying one. £10,000 in a year. £10,000 in a year for a beach hut. It's ridiculous, isn't it?